Chapter 5348. Here's today's update. And at the same time, I'd like to solicit votes for the Qijian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will also be given some coins. I beg for everyone's support and appreciation. Su Xiaodong did not speak. She knew that it was useless for her to say anything at this time. She could only express her determination with actions. For Lung Lung's sake, she would not give in even if she was beaten to death. Okay, I'll fulfill your wish. A brutal killing intent suddenly surged out of Xue Jianfeng's body. This scene really shocked everyone present. Even Hong Qingyuan and Qi Qianqiu's expressions changed. This guy must be crazy. Could it be that he really dared to kill people in this conference hall? Compared to the shock of everyone, Su Xiaodong bore the brunt of it at this moment. Facing the oppression of a great perfection Gold Core Realm master at close range, she, who was in the early stage of the Gold Core Realm, was in a precarious situation. Once the opponent made a move, it would not take a second move to kill her. However, Su Xiaodong still did not give in. Xue Jianfeng could not help but laugh. He immediately unsheathed his long sword and stabbed it straight at Su Xiaodong's throat. The sword was so fast that Su Xiaodong had no time to dodge it. Hong Qingyuan and the others were too far away. At this time, even if they wanted to help, it was unrealistic. In everyone's eyes, she was now a dead person. For a moment, everyone's eyes changed again and again when they looked at Xue Jianfeng. Previously, they thought this guy was just arrogant, but now they felt a real tremor from their bones. Killing people because of a disagreement, this guy was simply a demon. At this time, no one paid attention to Su Xiaodong anymore. She had been shrouded by the shadow of death. No one could save her from Xue Jianfeng's sword because Hong Qingyuan, who had this ability, had given up trying. As a result, Xue Jianfeng's sword stopped abruptly midway. Everyone was stunned at the same time. Everyone was a little incredulous. Could it be that this guy had found his conscience? But then they suddenly realized that Xue Jianfeng's face was extremely ugly at this time. It did not look like he had found his conscience and stopped voluntarily. In fact, his long sword was not stopped by him at all. It was blocked by a thin layer of ice out of thin air. Yes, it was just a thin layer of ice. At first glance, it looked like a layer of ice that could be pierced with a finger, but it actually blocked Xue Jianfeng's long sword. Who is it? Xue Jianfeng was almost roaring these 4 words. One must know that he was prepared to kill Su Xiaodong in front of everyone to establish his prestige. Therefore, he didn't hold back at all in his previous attack except for not using his trump card. However, his attack was still blocked by a thin layer of ice. How could he endure this? Me. A calm voice came from outside the door. Then a figure walked in, causing everyone's eyelids to twitch. The temperature of the entire meeting hall instantly dropped. The person was Bing Wuxia. Aren't you in seclusion? Xue Jianfeng was dumbfounded. The reason why he had deliberately chosen this time to make trouble was not only because today was the regular meeting of the Elder Council, but also because Bing Wuxia was in closed-door cultivation. At this time, no one could stop him. Otherwise, no matter how strong he was, it would be a waste of effort. He could scare people like Hong Qingyuan, but how could he scare Bing Wuxia? I'm out for a walk when I'm happy. What can you do about it? Bing Wuxia glanced at him expressionlessly. Then she looked at Su Xiaodong. Seeing that he wasn't injured, she turned back and continued. You seem to be very awe-inspiring to kill someone in front of all the higher-ups of the Elder Council. Xue Jianfeng couldn't help but choke. Logically speaking, he and Bing Wuxia were experts of the same level and had the same background. There was no reason for him to be afraid of her. However, in fact, Bing Wuxia's strength had always been deeply ingrained in his heart. Instinctively, he didn't think he could defeat her, especially when his attack just now was superb. He had no confidence in front of Bing Wuxia. Suddenly, Xue Jianfeng's expression changed. He looked at Bing Wuxia with shock and anger in his eyes. The scene just now made him think of an extremely embarrassing but logical possibility. During this period of time, she had completely digested and absorbed the divine sense grass. Now she was the strongest expert in the gold core stage. Although it had only been half a month, there was very little information about the divine sense grass. No one knew how long it would take to absorb half a stalk of divine sense grass. Half a month was completely possible. Otherwise, the scene just now couldn't be explained at all. They were both experts in the great perfection of the gold core stage. How could she block his attack so easily? The strongest expert in the gold core stage. This was the only reasonable explanation. What? You just pulled out your sword and killed people. Now you've become mute and can't speak? Bing Wuqing walked forward and sat down in the empty seat next to Hong Qingyuan, ignoring everyone's reaction. From the beginning to the end, her attitude toward Xue Jianfeng was not so much contempt, but disregard. It seemed that she didn't take him seriously at all. The feeling of being ignored immediately enraged Xue Jianfeng. He gritted his teeth and growled in a low voice, "That's my seat." "Your seat?" Bing Wuqing was stunned. She turned to look at Hong Qingyuan and said, "Does he have a special position? He even has a special seat?" "It was just approved today. He's the new executive deputy leader," Hong Qingyuan explained. He was as surprised as everyone else. He thought to himself that Bing Wuqing was really Xue Jianfeng's nemesis. Last time she made Xue Jianfeng speechless. This time, when Xue Jianfeng flew into a rage, he was forcefully suppressed by her again. It was amazing. Executive deputy leader? What the hell is that? Bing Wuqing was a little confused. Xue Jianfeng had made up this term for himself. Before this, there was no such position in the Snow Sword sect. She had never even heard of it. Humph, the executive deputy leader is second only to the sect leader. He's the second most important person in the entire Elder Council. You can't just sit in this position casually. Bing Wuqing, don't be too arrogant. Xue Jianfeng snorted coldly. Hong Qingyuan and the others had strange expressions on their faces when they heard this. Arrogant? How could you have the nerve to say such a thing? Is that so? Bing Wuqing didn't comment. She continued to look at Hong Qingyuan and said, "Can I ask, who was the one who suggested that he be the executive deputy leader?" Everyone looked at Xue Jianfeng. No one said a word, but their eyes said it all. "You suggested it yourself?" Even Bing Wuqing, who was usually expressionless, couldn't help but feel a little strange. She complained, "You made yourself the executive deputy leader? How shameless are you?" "I deserve it. What can you do about it?" Xue Jianfeng snorted angrily. He walked to the front and curled his lips. "Get out of my way. It's going to be 515 soon. I hope to continue to hit the 515 red envelope list. On May 15th, the red envelope rain will reward the readers and promote the work. It's love to. I'll do my best." Chapter 5349. P.S. Here's today's update, and at the same time, garnering votes for Qidian's 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will be rewarded with coins. Begging for everyone's support and appreciation. Deserving of it? Bing Wuqing's expression became more and more strange. She looked at Hong Qingyuan and the others and said, "He's a fool and you guys are playing along with him. When did you guys become so playful?" Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Although Bing Wuqing's words weren't very respectful, the truth was that they had been kidnapped by Xue Jianfeng and forced to acknowledge him as the managing deputy sect leader. After all, Xue Jianfeng was a golden core perfected cultivator. What did you say? Xue Jianfeng was completely enraged. He was afraid of her strength, but it didn't mean that he only dared to act like a coward in front of her. If he was really cornered, he would also turn hostile. Sneaking around behind my back and baring your teeth at me. Where did you get your confidence from? When she said this, Bing Wuqing didn't even look at Xue Jianfeng. The disdain was almost obvious on her face. When Xue Jianfeng heard this, he was instantly enraged. However, when he thought that the other party was very likely to be the strongest Aurus Core expert in the legends, he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, he hadn't been overwhelmed by anger yet. He could only suppress his anger and clench his teeth as he said, "From what you're saying, could it be that you want to snatch the position of deputy sect master from my hands?" Bing Wuqing snorted and said disdainfully, "I'm not interested in such a stupid position." Bing Wuqing, don't go too far. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid that he couldn't beat her, Xue Jianfeng would have killed this dead-faced bastard with a sword. Wait, don't be impatient, both of you. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Hong Qingyuan quickly stepped forward to mediate. If he really let Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng fight like this, although he could sit on the sidelines and watch them fight, then the situation would be completely out of control. If two Golden Core perfected experts really fought, even he wouldn't be able to stop them easily. After all, he was the sect leader. Hong Qingyuan's words were more or less effective. Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng stopped fighting. Her gaze then landed on him. With the two of your superb strength, it is reasonable for you to bear heavy responsibilities. Now that Jianfeng is already the deputy sect leader, Wu Qing should also arrange a position of equal strength to show fairness. Originally, because Wu Qing was in seclusion, I was going to postpone the discussion on this matter. Now that Wu Qing has come out of seclusion, how about we settle it together today? Hong Qingyuan said. He had been regretting it ever since Xue Jianfeng had flipped out. Now, Bing Wuqing had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and interfered. Even though Xue Jianfeng was also somewhat condescending, it was a good thing for him. It was just nice for him to keep Xue Jianfeng in check, lest Xue Jianfeng become unruly and out of control. Equally matched positions? Bing Wuqing raised her brows slightly. The managing vice sect leader is second only to the sect leader. He is undoubtedly the number 2 figure in the Elder Guild. There's no such thing as an equal position. Xue Jianfeng was extremely displeased when he heard that. The title of managing vice sect leader was not something that he had come up with on a whim. He had racked his brains for it so that he could surpass Bing Wuqing and be on par with her. Wouldn't he have wasted all his efforts? Positions are all created by people. Before today, I had never heard of any managing vice sect leader. Isn't it still here now? Qi Qianqiu sneered. He, as the great elder, was supposed to be the second in command. Now, not only did the managing vice sect leader appear out of nowhere, even Bing Wuqing was about to climb over his head. He felt really upset. But then again, it was not that he was blind to the bigger picture. In this situation, he was definitely on Bing Wuqing's side. After all, it was better to have someone to keep her in check than not. Then tell me, what other position can be on par with the managing vice sect leader? Xue Jianfeng said disdainfully. Well, Qi Qianqiu pondered for a moment, then said, since there's already a managing vice sect leader, why don't we have a first vice sect leader? First vice sect leader? Xue Jianfeng frowned. He scolded. Great elder, have you gone senile? The managing vice sect leader is already the number 1 vice sect leader. What first vice sect leader? That's not the same. The managing vice sect leader is the number 1 vice sect leader. Who said that both positions must be held concurrently? The second elder chuckled. The other elders who had the right to speak also chimed in. Since there was already a managing vice sect leader, they did not mind having another first vice sect leader. It would be perfect for Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng to fight amongst themselves. They were more than happy to sit on the sidelines and reap the spoils later. Preposterous. Xue Jianfeng was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He hated Bing Wuqing again. If it were not for her, he would have succeeded in killing people to establish his dominance. These old farts would not have dared to pick a fight with him. What do you think? Hong Qingyuan looked at Bing Wuqing. At this point, Xue Jianfeng's attitude was obviously irrelevant. With all of them pushing for it, as long as Bing Wuqing herself agreed, the first vice sect leader position was already set in stone. Even if Xue Jianfeng and his father Xue Liping joined forces, they would not be able to stop it. Is it appropriate for something like this to happen without me, the managing vice sect leader's approval? Xue Jianfeng was still making his final struggle. In the end, Bing Wuqing glanced at him indifferently and said disdainfully, "It's none of your business. Now that I'm too lazy to attack you, you'd better get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Humph, what a big tone. I'd like to see it for myself, Xue Jianfeng said as he suddenly drew his sword again. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky and launched a powerful attack from above. His sword fell from the 9 heavens. Everyone, including Hong Qingyuan, turned pale with fright. This guy was really a lunatic. Not only did he attack Su Xiaodong just now, but now he even dared to attack Bing Wuqing, who was also a golden core perfected cultivator. Moreover, he used such a trump card right from the start. The entire meeting hall was instantly in chaos. Everyone's first reaction was to dodge and retreat subconsciously. After all, swords had no eyes. Although they were all Golden Core experts, once they were hit by the aftermath of a Golden Core perfected cultivator's attack, it would be fatal. However, it turned out that they had been overthinking things. There were no aftershocks, nor were there any innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire. In the face of Xue Jianfeng's powerful attack, Bing Wuqing used only one move to easily end the battle. It was her signature move, the Merciless Ice Stance. In the past, although the Merciless Ice Stance had also exerted great pressure on others, it was ultimately just pressure. When faced with experts of the same level, it could at most have a limited effect. However, the scene that was unfolding in front of everyone's eyes right now had completely overturned all their previous understanding. Chapter 5350. Bing Wuqing had only unleashed the Merciless Ice Force, and Xue Jianfeng's entire body was covered in a thin layer of ice. He did not even manage to fully unleash the sword Descends 9 Heavens, and just like that, he fell stiffly from midair, like a lifelike ice sculpture. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. After a moment, Xue Liping suddenly reacted with a shout and rushed up to help the ice sculpture up. He asked in a terrified tone, "Feng, are you all right?" This. Hong Qingyuan opened his mouth, but could not utter a proper sentence. Judging from Xue Jianfeng's power just now, he could tell that even if Xue Jianfeng's power was not as steady and experienced as his, he was definitely not weak among those in the Golden Core Great Completion. Yet, such a powerful existence was actually taken care of by Bing Wuqing so easily, without even batting an eye. Was she still human? It didn't make sense. Bing Wuqing was just a Golden Core perfected cultivator after all. How could there be such a huge gap between the same level? After a long while, the thin layer of ice on the surface of Xue Jianfeng finally broke. His face was pale, and he hunched his body in an extremely sorry state. Panting heavily, he stammered, "Most powerful Golden Core stage." As soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone, including Hong Qingyuan, looked at Bing Wuqing with even more respect. Could she really be the legendary most powerful Golden Core expert? It wasn't impossible. Although neither Bing Wuqing nor Xue Jianfeng mentioned anything about the Divine Knowledge Grass, with their strength, it would be easy for them to participate in the primeval trial. It wasn't impossible for them to find the legendary Divine Knowledge Grass. And the overwhelming strength that Bing Wuqing displayed just now could only be explained by the fact that she was the strongest Golden Core expert. In the face of the subconscious reverence from the crowd, Bing Wuqing didn't care. She curled her lips slightly and said, "Who told me that she was the strongest Golden Core expert? Wasn't she?" Xue Jianfeng, who had finally managed to catch his breath, was stunned when he heard that. He assumed that since the other party had come out of seclusion, she must have used the other half of the Divine Knowledge Grass, which meant that she was naturally the strongest Golden Core expert. Was there anything wrong with that? Bing Wuqing smiled, which was rare, but it was a mocking sneer. "Why don't you feel it again?" "Feel what?" Before Xue Jianfeng could react, Bing Wuqing raised her hand slightly and unleashed her merciless ice force once again. A thin layer of ice instantly covered him again. However, with the previous example, Xue Jianfeng's reaction was extremely fast this time. He immediately unleashed his strongest protective layer of qi without any regard for the price. Even though he would inevitably be in a somewhat sorry state, he wouldn't be turned into a human-shaped ice sculpture without any resistance. After all, he was an expert in the peak of the Gold Core realm. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Only SOSO. Xue Jianfeng pretended to be calm and wanted to mock him. However, before he could finish his words, his entire body suddenly trembled. His knees went soft and he knelt down on the spot. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. No one would have thought that this guy would actually kneel in public. What the hell was he doing? Of course, Xue Jianfeng didn't kneel willingly. At this moment, his expression was incomparably sinister and conflicted, because what was trapping him wasn't just the thin layer of ice on the surface. It was the insides of his 2 legs that had been frozen. He had no choice but to kneel. That wasn't what shocked him the most. What really shocked him was that the merciless ice force that he sensed earlier was not the power of an expert in the Golden Core realm. It was clearly a level higher, an existence that was completely above the Golden Core realm. It was a nascent soul realm old monster. Nascent soul realm old monster? How could you be a nascent soul realm old monster? Xue Jianfeng was practically going crazy. He couldn't react the first time because the other party hadn't used her full strength. But now Bing Wuqing had used her full strength. His 2 legs were frozen to this extent and were almost crippled. If he still couldn't react in time, he would be too slow. What? Nascent soul realm old monster? Everyone present, including Hong Qingyuan, was collectively shocked. Each of them looked at Bing Wuqing in disbelief. Just now, the range of the merciless ice force was controlled to be extremely small. Therefore, although they were very close to it, they didn't feel its power at all. They just assumed that it was the strongest golden core realm. Who would have thought that it was actually a nascent soul realm old monster? But how is this possible? The birth of any expert in the nascent soul realm. That was a huge matter that would affect the entire structure of the small immemorial underworld. And in the entire small immemorial underworld, although there weren't as many experts in the golden core realm as there were dogs everywhere, the overall number was not small. Basically, any sect or clan of a high level would have a few or even a dozen of them. Snow Sword faction was considered very rare. If it were the top 4 sects and clans, they wouldn't even be able to count them with one hand. There were no less than 3 digits of experts in the golden core realm, and every single one of them had been scheming to break through to the nascent soul realm. But how many of them had succeeded in the end? The reality was that in the last 20 years, the number of experts in the small immemorial underworld who had recently advanced to the nascent soul realm was 0. Not a single one. Condensing the nascent soul sounded like a simple task, but the difficulty involved was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Just the nascent condensation golden core, which could only be obtained by luck, was enough to make everyone flinch. Even if they were lucky enough to obtain it, the entire breakthrough process would take at least a few years. How could it be so fast? Half a month ago, she was still in the golden core realm, but now she had become a nascent soul realm old monster the moment she came out. What kind of heavenly book was this? But then again, if it had been someone else, they would not have believed it. But when it came to Bing Wuqing, Hong Qingyuan and the others really could not be sure. It was not just Bing Wuqing, but also Xue Jianfeng and Lung Lung. They could not see through these people. It had only been slightly more than a year since she started her training in the secular world. Yet Lung Lung had soared from the early stage of foundation building all the way to the foundation building perfected. This was unprecedented in the history of the small immemorial underworld. But compared to the other 2, it was still acceptable. Someone had provided her with elixirs, and she was naturally talented, so this could be explained. But Bing Wuqing had directly soared from the early stage of golden core realm to the golden core realm perfected. How could this be explained? One had to know that the golden core realm and the foundation building realm were 2 completely different concepts. Even if it was possible to achieve this by swallowing elixirs, where could so many golden cores and golden cores come from? Not even the entire small immemorial underworld had so many, right? That was not all. What made everyone even more speechless was Xue Jianfeng. This fellow had directly gone from the foundation building perfected to the golden core realm perfected. This was practically a breakthrough. Chapter 53-51. If one could succeed in reaching the gold core realm by simply taking a stroll in the secular world, then what was the primordial underworld? Most importantly, it was guaranteed to reach gold core consummation within a year. Was there any justice in this? Bing Wuqing wouldn't say these things, and neither would Xue Jianfeng. Even if Hong Qingyuan and the others were itching to know, they could only hold it in and not press them. After all, they were both gold core consummation experts. Only nascent soul realm experts were qualified to interrogate them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. In the end, they hadn't even figured out the matter of gold core consummation, and suddenly a nascent soul realm expert appeared. Was she crazy? However, the crowd's first reaction wasn't to believe her. Instead, they thought that Xue Jianfeng might have been scared out of his wits. He assumed that she was a nascent soul realm expert because he had been completely defeated by her. After all, it wasn't shameful for a gold core consummation expert to be defeated by a nascent soul realm expert. In the end, Bing Wuqing's next words made everyone completely dumbfounded. You only found out now? No one has such a slow reaction. The crowd gasped one after another. Everyone's mouth, including Hong Qingyuan's, opened so wide that a duck's egg could be stuffed inside. The same thing was written all over their faces. She really was a nascent soul realm expert. Hearing this affirmative answer, Shui Jianfeng's already pained expression became even more pained. He couldn't hold himself up anymore and collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. If she was just the strongest gold core cultivator, even if he wasn't as strong as her, he could still fight. But now she had suddenly become a nascent soul realm expert. What could he do? He would never have guessed that the main purpose of Bing Wuqing's seclusion for half a month was not to get the half-consciousness grass from him, but to get the supreme-grade golden nascent gathering pill from Lin Yi. In half a month, not only did she use up the half-consciousness grass, but she also used the supreme-grade golden nascent gathering pill to condense her nascent soul. Most importantly, she actually succeeded. Bing Wuqing's achievements in the primordial underworld could only be described as unprecedented, even from Lin Yi's point of view. Bing Wuqing's innate talent was extremely important. Bing Wuqing's existence even reminded him of Lung Rufin, the little brother he had just taken in on Heaven Stage Island. Lung Rufin was the signature figure of the East Continent's Soaring Cloud Academy. There was no doubt that he was extremely talented. Of course, Lung Rufin was an expert of the mysterious ascension stage, and the strength of the two of them was far from being comparable. But in terms of talent alone, Lin Yi felt that Bing Wuqing was at the same level as him. This was almost the highest level, or else he wouldn't have invested so many elixirs on Bing Wuqing for no reason. Although Lin Yi had the divine pesticide cauldron, as long as he had enough elixirs, he could have as many top-grade elixirs as he wanted. However, the landlord did not have any surplus food. If he really found a piece of trash and randomly threw elixirs at him, he would be struck by lightning. Sometimes, Lin Yi couldn't help but wonder if he could defeat freaks like Lung Rufin and Bing Wuqing if he didn't have so many heaven-defying cheats. This was probably a huge suspense. Feng. Shui Liping was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He quickly rushed over and picked up Shui Jianfeng, who was in pain. In the past, he, as the vice sect leader, was definitely an incredible figure. But now that Shui Jianfeng and Bing Wuqing had risen to prominence, Shui Liping suddenly became insignificant. Today's events, other than echoing his son in the beginning, he was basically in the background. No one paid attention to him at all. It was only at times like this that he was able to get some screen time, but it was only a sad scene. Bing Wuqing, what did you do to my son? This is the Elders' Council, and he is the new executive vice sect leader. Do you want to challenge the entire Elders' Council? Shui Liping questioned with a face full of grief and indignation. He didn't hesitate to put a big hat on Bing Wuqing. He wasn't too sure if the other party was really a nascent soul-old monster, but he had to say it. Everyone turned to look at them when they heard this. Then, two people immediately became the focus of attention. One was undoubtedly Bing Wuqing, and the other was Hong Qingyuan, who was supposed to be in charge of the situation as the sect leader. Hong Qingyuan didn't say anything. He looked at Bing Wuqing with everyone else. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. Perhaps he was digesting Bing Wuqing's true strength, or perhaps he was thinking of corresponding countermeasures. After all, if the other party was really a nascent soul-old monster, how he should deal with her was not something he could decide alone. He had to be extremely cautious. Challenge the entire Elders' Council? Bing Wuqing looked at him, then at Hong Qingyuan and the others. She asked, according to what you're saying, when he attacked Elder Su just now, he also challenged the entire Elders' Council? Shui Liping choked. Under everyone's strange gazes, his old face flushed red. He tried to defend himself. That's different. Su Xiaodong offended his superior by standing in the way. This is a serious crime. Even if he was killed by Feng Er's sword, he deserved it. Blocking the way is offending your superior? Since when did our Snow Sword sect become so strict? Is it a new rule set by vice sect leader Shui? Su Xiaodong immediately stood up and retorted. In the past, she might not have had the guts to do so. But now that she had a strong person like Bing Wuqing to back her up, she could finally vent her anger. Su Xiaodong, don't push your luck. Shui Liping suppressed his anger and glared at her. I think this sentence is more suitable for you and your son. This time it was Bing Wuqing who spoke. She looked at them disdainfully and said, I'll say it here. In the future, no matter who opposes Lung Long, that person will be my enemy. Don't talk to me about the sect's rules. I don't care at all. Remember, the outcome of going against me is death unless you can survive under my hands. Her words made everyone break out in a cold sweat. It wasn't just Shui Liping and Shui Jianfeng. Even Hong Qingyuan and the others felt their eyelids twitching. Those who didn't know better would think that they had entered a mountain bandit's lair. Her words were too unbridled. But then again, if Bing Wuqing was really a nascent soul realm old monster, he really did have the right to say such things. One had to know that the rules of any sect were set by the nascent soul realm old monsters. Standing at the top of the immemorial underworld, they naturally had the right to do so. Scram! Bing Wuqing said the last word. Shui Liping wanted to stiffen his neck and continue to be stubborn, but after Shui Jianfeng, who was in great pain, growled at him, he immediately gave in. He didn't dare to say another word and quickly retreated with Shui Jianfeng on his back. Chapter 53-52. Just a moment ago, he was still flaunting his prowess as if from now on, the Elder Council would be decided by the person surnamed Shui. But now, in less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he had already left with his tail between his legs. Wasn't the change in style a little too quick? No one spoke for a long time. Finally, it was Hong Qingyuan who broke the silence. That! Hong Qingyuan was just about to call Bing Wuqing by her name, but he thought that it would be overstepping his authority if she was really a nascent soul old monster. So he could only say vaguely, "Please forgive me for asking, but have you really condensed your nascent soul?" This was a serious matter, and he couldn't afford to be careless. He had to brace himself and confirm it 100%. Otherwise, he would become a laughing stock. "Do you need me to show you?" As Bing Wuqing spoke, she released an unprecedentedly powerful aura from her body. This was different from the Merciless Ice Force. Strictly speaking, the Merciless Ice Force was an offensive technique that she could control at will. Moreover, with her current level of control, she was extremely proficient in it. Apart from the person herself, no one would be able to get a clear idea of what she was capable of, which was why they were suspicious of her. But at this moment the aura was different. It was the most intuitive feeling. Everyone immediately understood that this was definitely a genuine original soul realm old monster. "Greetings, Grand Elder." Hong Qingyuan no longer had the slightest doubt. He hurriedly led everyone to pay their respects, not daring to show the slightest bit of neglect or disrespect. Regardless of Bing Wuqing's previous identity, and regardless of her seniority according to the ancestral teachings, as long as there was someone in the sect who had advanced to the nascent soul realm, that person would automatically become the Grand Supreme Elder. Everyone, from the head of the sect to the ordinary disciples, had to pay their respects to her. Otherwise, it would be seen as deceiving her master. Bing Wuqing was not surprised by this. She nodded slightly and waved her hand. "Get up, all of you." "Thank you, Supreme Elder." Only then did Hong Qingyuan lead the rest of them to stand before Bing Wuqing respectfully, not daring to put on any of the usual dignified airs. Showing off in front of a nascent soul old monster was akin to courting death. This was a principle that even Shui Jianfeng knew. "Since you've given Shui Jianfeng the position of deputy sect leader, shouldn't you also give me a position?" Bing Wuqing asked casually. Huh. Hong Qingyuan and the others couldn't help but be stunned. He was already a Grand Elder. What position did he still need? "Is there a problem?" Bing Wuqing glanced at him. Please enlighten me, Grand Elder." Hong Qingyuan broke out in a cold sweat under his stare. Logically speaking, as the leader of a sect, he had dealt with many nascent soul old monsters in the past, so he shouldn't be this nervous. The key was that Bing Wuqing was definitely an anomaly. She had always had an eccentric temper, and Hong Qingyuan hadn't had many dealings with Bing Wuqing in the past. Besides, she was moody just now, and he couldn't read her pulse. "There's already a Grand Elder, and now you're calling me Grand Elder. Aren't you messing around? Why don't we follow Shui Jianfeng's example and get an executive Grand Supreme Elder?" Perhaps it was because she had just broken through and was in a good mood, but there was a rare hint of ridicule in Bing Wuqing's tone. Executive Grand Elder? Everyone's eyes widened when they heard this. What was going on? That. Hong Qingyuan hesitated for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid this isn't something we can decide. You know too that the Elders Guild can only discuss and decide matters of the sect below me, the sect leader. Strictly speaking, it's Shui Jianfeng's executive vice elder. It's already a little overboard for us to decide on our own, not to mention your executive Grand Supreme Elder." I'm afraid this matter has to be discussed between you and Elder Tong. We don't have the right to express our opinions. Elder Tong was the original Grand Supreme Elder of the Snow Sword faction. Didn't Elder Tong say he's in seclusion? You want me to call him out directly? Bing Wuqing frowned. Then why don't you wait a little longer for Elder Tong to come out of seclusion before talking to him in detail? Hong Qingyuan suggested carefully. I can't wait that long, Bing Wuqing replied casually. Hong Qingyuan choked instantly. He turned to look at Qi Qianqiu and the others, feeling even more conflicted than before. They'd finally gotten rid of the lawless Xue Jianfeng, and now a nascent soul-old monster with an eccentric temperament had arrived. Wasn't this even harder to serve? Can't wait? Then what should they do? Hong Qingyuan was racking his brains for a reply when Bing Wuqing's next word solved his dilemma. I'm going out for a while. We'll talk about the matter of the Executive Grand Supreme Elder when I come back. You're going out? Hong Qingyuan and the others were stunned. I'm going to the North Island, Bing Wuqing said dispassionately. Do you know anyone in the North Island? Hong Qingyuan asked. Interrogate me? Bing Wuqing's expression softened a little, which was rare for her. She immediately reverted to her usual expressionless face, which was intimidating. No. Your disciple wouldn't dare. Hong Qingyuan shook his head quickly and explained. Your disciple doesn't mean to be disrespectful at all. I'm just thinking that if you're going to visit other sects, your disciple should arrange for a guard of honor to accompany you as soon as possible. Once a new nascent soul realm old monster appeared in any sect, he or she would basically go out to visit other sects and show his or her face. This was to show off his or her strength, and there were many rituals involved, so he or she must not be neglected. Otherwise, even if people seemed afraid on the surface, they would privately laugh at him or her for being a nouveau riche who didn't even know the basic visiting rules. No, I'm just going to see someone. There's no need to go through all that trouble. By the way, when I'm not here, you guys look after Lung Lung. If anything happens to her before I come back, I'll hold you responsible, Bing Wuqing reminded them. Yes. Hong Qingyuan and the others were stunned. They didn't know why Bing Wuqing was taking care of Lung Lung so much, but since Bing Wuqing had said so, they had to protect Lung Lung even if they had to risk their lives. Otherwise, they would be going against the nascent soul realm old monsters. How many lives did they have? Fortunately, Xue Jianfeng had already suffered a great loss just now. The injury on his leg was normal, and he wouldn't be able to recover without a few months' time. Of course, if Hong Qingyuan and the others were really determined, it would be useless for Xue Jianfeng to act recklessly. Hong Qingyuan alone was enough to suppress him. Previously they were just wary, but now that they had Bing Wuqing to back them up, there was nothing to be afraid of. One was a golden core perfected, and the other was a nascent soul realm old monster. There was no need to consider which side to choose. Bing Wuqing nodded, and immediately asked someone to prepare a snow sword sect's best flying spirit beast. Under the gazes of Hong Qingyuan and the others, it rose into the sky and soon became a black dot that disappeared into the horizon. Our snow sword sect is finally about to usher in a new era. Qi Qianqiu sighed, half gratified and half sorrowful. Chapter 53-53. However, things were different now. With the addition of Bing Wuqing, a nascent soul expert, the Snow Sword faction had two nascent soul old monsters. Even if this top-notch combat force could not be compared to the 4 major sects and clans, it was undoubtedly one of the best among the 10 minor sects and clans. In the past, although the Snow Sword faction status was not bad, it did not have much say in the Middle Island Alliance. From now on, this rule would probably have to be changed. Yes, the Patriarch's spirit is here. There is hope for our Snow Sword faction to prosper. Hong Qingyuan looked at the horizon, his eyes shining. Even though the sudden rise of Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng was a big problem for him, as long as he could handle them well, the strength of the entire Snow Sword faction would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. How could Hong Qingyuan not have any ambitions to become a sect leader? He had a premonition that the time for the Snow Sword faction to flourish had come. After leaving the Snow Sword faction, Bing Wuqing drove the flying spirit beast straight to the North Island. The person she was going to see was naturally Lin Yi. Xue Jianfeng had already been crippled by him, and he had just said some harsh words in front of everyone in the elders' meeting. Before he left, he had specially reminded him. In his opinion, This was enough to complete the task that Lin Yi had given him before they parted. At least in the short term, no one in the Snow Sword faction would dare to provoke Cold, unless that person was crazy. Since Cold no longer had any worries, there was naturally no need for Bing Wuqing to stay in the Snow Sword faction. People like Xue Jianfeng might enjoy the feeling of being the highest supreme elder, but obviously Bing Wuqing was not. She had no interest in this kind of thing. Now that she had successfully broken through to the nascent soul realm, the first thing she had to do was to see Lin Yi, in addition to completing the task that Lin Yi had entrusted to her. There were two reasons. The first was to show her loyalty. It was all thanks to Lin Yi that he was able to become a nascent soul cultivator in such a short period of time. If it weren't for Lin Yi constantly giving him these top-quality pills, then it would simply be unimaginable. Therefore, he had to express his heartfelt gratitude and show his loyalty to Lin Yi. Otherwise, if he became arrogant and thought that he was strong enough, then he wouldn't need to fear anyone anymore. Then he would definitely die a miserable death. Since Lin Yi could create him, he could naturally destroy him easily as well. Bing Wuqing's heart was as clear as a mirror. Don't forget that Lin Dongfang had personally planted a spell in his body. The second reason was to ask Lin Yi about the next step of her mission. Lin Yi had spent so many top-quality pills to make him a nascent soul-old monster, who stood at the top of the immemorial underworld. Bing Wuqing believed that it was not as simple as asking her to protect Cold. Intuition told her that Lin Yi must have a deeper reason for doing so, and it must be related to the core. It was nothing in the past, but now that she had become a nascent soul-old monster, every move she made was being watched. Bing Wuqing knew that she had to think carefully before she did anything, and most importantly, she had to figure out Lin Yi's attitude. Otherwise, if she accidentally went against Lin Yi's wishes, it would be an undeserved disaster. Apart from that, Bing Wuqing actually had another selfish motive. She knew very well that only by behaving obediently would she be able to continue obtaining supreme-grade golden nascent condensing pills from Lin Yi. Although nascent soul-old monsters were already standing at the pinnacle of the immemorial martial world, to her the early nascent soul stage was just the beginning. Following a freak like Lin Yi, Bing Wuqing never thought that the nascent soul stage was the end. In fact, whether it was Lin Yi or the core, both were enough to completely overturn her previous view of the world. To quote a saying, her future goal must be the Sea of Stars, and the nascent soul stage was just a starting point. But then again, going to the North Island so openly was equivalent to exposing his identity to some people, such as Xue Jianfeng, whom she had just taught a lesson to. Of course, Bing Wuqing wasn't stupid. She had already weighed the pros and cons before she did this. In fact, the fact that she was Lin Yi's follower could no longer be kept a secret from the moment she successfully condensed her nascent soul. Even if she didn't go to the North Island to meet Lin Yi, Xue Jianfeng and those people from the core could easily deduce that there was something fishy behind it. After all, the core didn't have the nature-defying technology that allowed her to condense her nascent soul so quickly. In fact, as Bing Wuqing had expected, Xue Jianfeng was the first to realize that she was an expert of the nascent soul stage. That was why he admitted defeat and retreated so decisively. One had to know that Bing Wuqing, who was in the same camp, and Bing Wuqing, who was in the opposite camp, were two completely different things to Xue Jianfeng. The former usually wouldn't do anything to him, and he could still brace himself to save face, but the latter would really kill him. Xue Jianfeng was arrogant and presumptuous, but he wasn't stupid at all. After realizing this inside story, he didn't hesitate to give up on trying to be brave, because that would definitely be courting death. Fenger, how's the injury on your leg? After Xue Liping carried Xue Jianfeng back to the cave abode, he looked at his son's blood-soaked legs helplessly. I won't die. Xue Jianfeng gritted his teeth and endured the intense pain. Bing Wuqing didn't kill him, but his legs were frozen. But this wasn't an ordinary freeze. It was an injury caused by the advanced version of Heartless Ice Force. It wasn't easy to treat the injury in a short period of time, and if it wasn't treated properly in time, it could easily leave indelible sequelae. His legs might even be disabled forever. This was a devastating blow to an expert of the Golden Core perfected realm, who was determined to advance to the next level. This injury is no small matter. I'll call the people from the medical hall over for you, Xue Liping said after some thought. There's no need. The medical hall is filled with Qi Qianqiu's people, and now that Bing Wuqing is in power, Those good-for-nothings won't do their best to treat my injuries. They might even do something behind the scenes. Xue Jianfeng reached out to stop him. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't want to be treated, but he didn't want to be examined. If the poisonous gas in his body was found, it would be troublesome. Then what should we do? We can't just bear it like this, can we? Xue Liping said with a frown. He had always been very concerned about this son of his. Now that Xue Jianfeng had suddenly become a golden core perfected realm expert, and his strength was a notch higher than his father's, he was naturally even more concerned. How about this? Help me send a message to the people outside. They'll have a way to deal with this. Xue Jianfeng said, enduring the pain. People outside? You mean? Xue Liping was stunned. Chapter 53-54. The reason why the bespectacled professor thought highly of Xue Jianfeng and even came forward to fight for him to be specially trained was not only because of his talent and strength, but also because his father was the vice leader of the sect. Once he could rope him in with Xue Liping's connections, many things would be easier to handle, and it would save them a lot of trouble in the early stages of entering the immemorial underworld. Of course, Xue Jianfeng did not forget this most important task. In fact, from the first day he returned to the Snow Sword School, he had already been doing his father's work. It was just that this matter was of great importance, and he could not make up his mind until he saw how terrifying the center was. After all, this was a matter of life and death for their Xue clan. If they succeeded, then they would soar to great heights. But if they failed, then they would definitely suffer a huge loss. This was related to the future and fate of the entire clan. So Xue Liping had no choice but to be careful. Xue Jianfeng was not in a hurry. He knew that this kind of thing needed a process of acceptance. Besides, even with the center's methods, entering the immemorial underworld was not something that could be done in a day or two. During this period of time, they would at most send a small advance team over to get a feel of things. It was not the time to make a big move yet, so he was not in a hurry to get his father to choose a side. But now that things had happened so suddenly, and Bing Wuqing's sudden rise had completely disrupted their rhythm. She was a nascent soul realm old monster. In this situation, if they did not find the center to discuss this quickly, Xue Jianfeng felt like he was a rooster waiting to be slaughtered. If Bing Wuqing was unhappy, she could take his life at any time. Xue Liping hesitated for a moment with a gloomy expression, but finally stomped out and prepared to contact the center's advance team according to Xue Jianfeng's instructions. It was not that he did not believe in the center's strength. In fact, with Xue Jianfeng and Bing Wuqing as two living examples, he no longer had any doubts about the center's great strength. He just had not clearly weighed the pros and cons. Now that Xue Jianfeng was seriously injured, and Bing Wuqing was so overbearing, if he chose to retreat unconditionally, the other party would definitely take a mile after taking an inch. Xue Liping could see clearly that his future days would only get harder and harder. So, unless he gave up his son, Xue Jianfeng, and was willing to be a coward, otherwise he had no other choice. Looking at Xue Liping's back as he left, the corners of Xue Jianfeng's mouth curled into a strange smile for some reason. It wasn't because his father had finally made a wise decision, but because of Bing Wuqing. Indeed, Bing Wuqing, who had suddenly become a nascent soul old monster, was a huge threat to him. But at the same time, it also exposed the other party's background. Since he had betrayed the core, then no matter how strong he was already a dead man. Xue Jianfeng did not doubt this point at all. Although Xue Jianfeng's legs were heavily injured by the other party's merciless ice force, in reality, he couldn't help but feel excited and even elated. Bing Wuqing was a traitor. This meant that he had one less strong competitor in the fight for resources in the center. In terms of talent and strength, the others were no match for her. At the very least, he'd already become the only target that was worthy of the center's fostering, and the benefits he represented was obvious. To a certain extent, this was simply a blessing in disguise. North Island Blue Cloud Sect. Under the gaze of a crowd of disciples, a giant snow eagle descended from the sky. Everyone looked at it and started talking about it. Although all the flying spirit beasts of the ancient sects were mainly spirit birds, that was only for the ordinary elders and disciples, and some of the higher-ups with special status. The flying spirit beasts they used were often the symbolic spirit beasts of their respective sections. For example, Hong Zijuan, the leader of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island, rode on a spiritual eagle. Snow Eagle was the symbolic spirit beast of the Snow Sword sect in the Middle Island. Seeing Bing Wuqing dismount from the back of the Snow Eagle, everyone looked at each other. Although the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island and the Snow Sword sect in the Middle Island were both part of the 10 small sects and families, one belonged to the North Island Alliance, while the other belonged to the Middle Island Alliance. They had almost no contact with each other, and the higher-ups of the sects rarely visited each other. What was going on today? May I ask who you are? A supervising disciple walked up and asked. Snow Sword sect. Bing Wuqing. Bing Wuqing said lightly. Hearing this name, everyone was shocked. Bing Wuqing was a real celebrity in the small Jianghu of the primeval times. Back then, she was the most famous person in the Foundation establishment stage, and almost all the disciples of the primeval sects looked up to a genius. Even in this remote North Island she was well known. But why would such an influential figure suddenly appear here? Your Excellency, what brings you to the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island? The supervising disciple asked, neither servile nor overbearing. I'm here to see someone. His name is Lin Yi, and he's the primeval uncle master of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. Bing Wuqing spoke bluntly. Since she had come to the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island publicly, there was no need for her to be secretive. Even if she publicly revealed her relationship with Lin Yi, she believed that Lin Yi wouldn't mind. Primeval uncle master? The supervising disciple was slightly stunned. He thought that since she had come from afar, she was most likely here to visit on behalf of the Snow Sword sect. He didn't expect that she was here to see Lin Yi. Is there a problem? Looking at his weird expression, Bing Wuqing frowned. This? The supervising disciple hesitated. Nowadays Lin Yi, the so-called primeval uncle master, was a highly controversial figure to the entire Blue Cloud sect in the North Island, because he stood on the opposite side of highest elder Changjiu. Except for Xianijia and the other disciples basically stayed away from him. After all, in their opinion, going against a nascent soul realm old monster was simply courting death, and there was no possibility of winning. Go and ask for instructions. I'll wait. Bing Wuqing didn't know what happened to Lin Yi and the others, but judging from the supervising disciple's reaction, she had vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Of course, before figuring out the specific situation, she couldn't act rashly. She could only wait and see. All right. The supervising disciple didn't dare to be negligent. Even if Bing Wuqing didn't say it, he had to report this kind of thing as soon as possible. How to deal with this uninvited guest wasn't something that a mere supervising disciple should worry about. Soon after, a few high-level gold core cultivators of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island hurriedly showed up. Their leader was none other than Lu Pingon, the direct disciple of highest elder Changjiu. Chapter 53-55. After all, he was not only powerful and experienced, but more importantly, he had the solid backing of the highest elder. In this aspect, the other gold core stage seniors could only look up to him. Looking at this scene, Bing Wuqing became more and more suspicious, because she didn't see Xianijia. Logically speaking, Xianijia was the one who had the closest relationship with Lin Yi among all the senior members of Green Cloud sect in the North Island, and he had also dealt with her before. Logically speaking, Xianijia should be the most suitable person to receive her at this time, so why didn't he even show his face? Bing Wuqing, my little friend, you've come from afar. Please forgive us for not going out to welcome you. Lu Pingon smiled and cupped his hands in greeting, behaving extremely politely. At least from his point of view, he was already very polite. Even if Bing Wuqing was also a golden core expert, she was still a junior to him. Addressing her as a young friend was already a form of flattery. Little did he know that Bing Wuqing was not even in the gold core stage now. He wasn't giving her face at all but was trying to flatter himself. It's okay. Bing Wuqing didn't care about this at all. Her reputation meant nothing to her, and she had never considered such things. She went straight to the point and said, Can I pay a visit to your Grandmaster Lin Yi now? May I ask if there's anything special, my little friend Bing Wuqing? Is this your personal wish or the wish of your sect? Lu Pingon asked tentatively. Personal, Bing Wuqing said directly. Lu Pingon raised his eyebrows, looked at the other gold core stage seniors beside him, and breathed a sigh of relief. If Bing Wuqing came to visit Lin Yi on behalf of the Snow Sword sect, it would be a big problem for them. After all, it was likely that Lin Yi had a close relationship with the Snow Sword sect. If they wanted to deal with Lin Yi, they would have to consider the feelings of the Snow Sword sect. Fortunately, this was Bing Wuqing's personal matter, so there was nothing to worry about. I'm sorry, but Grandmaster Lin Yi is currently in seclusion. I'm afraid you've made a wasted trip. Please go back. Lu Pingon immediately asked her to leave without hesitation. Seclusion. Bing Wuqing frowned even more. If she hadn't sensed something strange just now, she might have believed it. But at this moment, his intuition told him that there was definitely a problem. As an expert, especially a super genius like Bing Wuqing, her instincts had always been extremely sharp. Not bad. Grandmaster Lin Yi has been in seclusion ever since he arrived here, and no one dares to disturb him. Hence, if my young friend Bing Wuqing wishes to visit him, I'm afraid you'll have to wait for the next opportunity, Lu Pingon said with an apologetic look on his face. He looked rather sincere. Unfortunately, Bing Wuqing obviously wouldn't give up so easily. He glanced at Lu Pingon and said, "Take me to the Ascending Heaven Cliff." Huh. Lu Pingon was stunned for a moment. The other party's tone really confused him. Rather than saying it was a request, it sounded more like a condescending order. Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? It was understandable that a talented genius like Bing Wuqing would be a little arrogant, but the problem was that this wasn't the Snow Sword sect, but the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. She had come all the way to the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island to act like a tyrant. Didn't he think about the consequences of his actions? Moreover, even if Bing Wuqing's attitude was better and she made a request in a proper manner, Lu Pingon would never agree, because the request itself was already out of line. Although the Ascending Heaven Cliff was mostly used to imprison special people, it was a place of great significance to the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. Apart from the high-level Golden Core cultivators, even the disciples of the sect couldn't easily approach it, let alone open it to an outsider like Bing Wuqing. Moreover, Lin Yi was currently imprisoned on the Ascending Heaven Cliff. Now was the time for the standoff, so how could Lu Pingon allow an outsider like Bing Wuqing to see him? I'm sorry, but the Ascending Heaven Cliff is a forbidden area of the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. Even the disciples of the sect can't approach it casually. Your request is a little too much. If it weren't for the other party's identity, Lu Pingon would have definitely started to chase her away without hesitation. However, she was after all a genius who used to be unparalleled in the Snow Sword sect of the Middle Island. If he embarrassed her too much, it would be equivalent to humiliating the entire Snow Sword sect to a certain extent. He didn't want to cause such unnecessary trouble. The Ascending Heaven Cliff is a forbidden area? Bing Wuqing raised her eyebrows. The more the other party tried to deny it, the more suspicious she became. However, she couldn't just fall out with him before figuring out the specific situation. She glanced at Lu Pingon and said, "Does this mean you can't make the decision?" The corner of Lu Pingon's eye twitched, and an inexplicable anger rose in his heart. What kind of contemptuous look was that? She was too condescending. That's right. Lu Pingon still didn't fall out with her. Holding back his anger, he said, "If you want to let people enter the Ascending Heaven Cliff forbidden area, you have to at least have the right to decide. However, it just so happens that our sect leader and deputy sect leader are both busy, so we can't do it for the time being." Lu Pingon was already very well-mannered to be able to say this much. If it were anyone else, even if they didn't fall out with her face to face, they would definitely leave in a huff. "Bing Wuqing, you're just a new junior. Why are you acting like a big boss here? What about the Grand Supreme Elder? Your Grand Supreme Elder should have the right to do so, right? Take me to him," Bing Wuqing said smoothly. "What?" Lu Pingon and the others were collectively dumbfounded when they heard this. They looked at each other for a moment, then said, "You want to see our Grand Supreme Elder? Yes, you're not going to tell me that your Grand Supreme Elder isn't here either, are you?" Bing Wuqing asked casually. "The Grand Supreme Elder is here, and he does have the right to do so, but he's the stabilizing force of our Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. How can you, an outsider, meet him just because you say so? Do you think that your Grand Supreme Elder will agree to meet anyone who comes and asks to see your Snow Sword sect's Grand Supreme Elder?" Lu Pingon's face was tinged with sarcasm. and the other gold core stage higher-ups also looked contemptuous. Was there something wrong with this guy's brain? Asking to see the Grand Supreme Elder as soon as he opened his mouth? Did he really think that the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island belonged to his family? That depends on who it is. Bing Wuqing wasn't angry about this. People like her, who were extremely rational and pragmatic, rarely got angry with others. What was the use of getting angry? Besides, they were on a different level now, so she wouldn't get angry easily. Chapter 53-56. If you're here on behalf of the Snow Sword sect, we can still consider it. But since it's your own business, there's nothing more to say. That's all I have to say. We've already given you and your sect a lot of face. Goodbye. What if I don't go? Bing Wuqing looked indifferent. Hearing that, Lu Pingon and the others' faces darkened. Their tone changed and they said, "Those who come from afar are guests. The Blue Cloud sect of the North Island is not a place without rules. But if you insist on challenging our sect's bottom line, don't blame us for being impolite." As soon as he said that, several high-level Golden Core cultivators immediately surrounded Bing Wuqing. The other disciples of the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island also became nervous. Without any orders, they spontaneously surrounded her from all directions. They all knew that Bing Wuqing was a Golden Core expert. Under normal circumstances, ordinary disciples wouldn't dare to get too close to her. But this was the territory of the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, and Lu Pingon and a group of even more powerful high-level Golden Core cultivators were here. Of course, they had nothing to be afraid of. After all, if a fight really broke out, they wouldn't have to do anything. At most, they would just support her. After the fight, they could brag to others that they had fought Bing Wuqing. That would be a good topic of conversation. "I don't want to fight." Even though Bing Wuqing said so, her hands didn't move at all. However, the materialized merciless ice force had already seeped out of her body in an instant. The group of Golden Core experts, including Lu Pingon, didn't even have time to react before a thin layer of ice covered their bodies. As for the ordinary disciples on the periphery, they weren't affected. If such a strong ruthless ice momentum was used on them, a large number of them would die today. That would be a massacre, and there would be no room for redemption. Even so, it was enough to frighten everyone present. They didn't dare to act rashly anymore. Especially the high-level Golden Core cultivators led by Lu Pingon. Although the ice only covered the surface of their bodies, it wasn't as serious as it was against Xue Jianfeng. However, their strength could not compare to Xue Jianfeng, a Golden Core perfection expert. The strongest among them was Lu Pingon. The strongest among them, Lu Pingon, was only at the peak of the late Golden Core stage. Being covered by the ice, everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The piercing coldness seemed to come from the depths of their souls, making them tremble in fear. Under such circumstances, they would be lucky if they didn't kneel down, let alone fight back. What do you want to do? Lu Pingon knew that he still wouldn't give up. Although he was as scared as the others, this was the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. Even if Bing Wuqing was really more powerful than them, he didn't believe that Bing Wuqing would dare to make a move here. She would be making an enemy of the entire Blue Cloud clan of the North Island, or even the entire North Island Alliance. Who would have the guts to do that? I've said it just now. I want to see your Grand Supreme Elder, Bing Wuqing said impassively. You think you can see him just like that? Lu Pingon was so angry that he gritted his teeth. His current state was one of anger and humiliation. That's right, the other party's sudden move had indeed shocked him. He had initially thought that Bing Wuqing was just a junior in the early stage of the Golden Elixir realm. He had not expected her to be such an expert. He finally realized that he had underestimated his enemy. But so what if he underestimated the enemy? Did he really think that he would be able to see the Grand Elder just by showing off a bit of his strength? What did this guy think the North Island Blue Cloud sect was? Did he really think that this was a place where he could behave atrociously? Bing Wuqing glanced at him and said a few words, which was rare for her. People are generally divided into two types. Some people have foresight and some people only realize it after a while. But I found out that you're the third type. What do you mean? Lu Pingon was stunned. I didn't realize it, Bing Wuqing said impassively. Lu Pingon was speechless for a long time. They all said that Bing Wuqing was a heartless person. Why was she so vicious today? Lu Pingon was about to retort when an inexplicable and powerful aura suddenly spread out from Bing Wuqing. This time, everyone's expression changed at the same time. They were even more frightened than when they were frozen by the merciless ice momentum. This aura. She was clearly a nascent soul realm old monster. Lu Pingon almost peed his pants. The expression on his face was brilliant. He would never have thought that Bing Wuqing, a young junior, was already a nascent soul realm old monster at the top. You're really Bing Wuqing? Lu Pingon asked a stupid question subconsciously. Of course, the other party was Bing Wuqing. Even if she didn't say her name, they could still recognize her. After all, she was the leader of the younger generation back then. The higher-ups of the primeval sex would more or less pay attention to her. However, Lu Pingon couldn't believe the fact that Bing Wuqing had become a nascent soul realm old monster. After all, it was too shocking. Bing Wuqing ignored him and said directly, "Do I have the right to see your highest elder now?" Everyone looked at each other, then turned their heads stiffly to look at Lu Pingon. When they were frozen just now, they thought that they could still fight with the other party with the advantage of numbers and home advantage. But now that they found out that the other party was actually a nascent soul realm old monster, this absurd idea was immediately thrown out of Java. Against a nascent soul realm old monster, it would be difficult to win even if there were another 40 of them, let alone the 4 Golden Core experts present. With the intrinsic difference between the Golden Core and nascent soul realm, it was not something that could be made up for with numbers alone. There was only one way to deal with a nascent soul realm old monster, and that was to let the nascent soul realm old monster of their own sect fight in person. It was also because of this that the status of nascent soul realm old monsters in the primeval underworld was so high that it directly became a key indicator of a sect's status. There was nothing that could be done about it. An archaic sect with a nascent soul old monster as its overseer was indeed stronger than one without one. If they really fought, a nascent soul old monster was enough to annihilate any ordinary sect. These ordinary sects didn't have any means to fight back, so what could they do? I didn't expect your excellency to already be the highest elder of the Snow Sword sect. We've been disrespectful. Lu Pingon's expression was extremely ugly, but he had no choice but to force a smile. He smiled apologetically and said, "The highest elder is the highest representative of a sect. Since it's a matter of the highest elder, it's also a matter of the entire sect. Please wait in the guest hall. I'll go and report to my highest elder right now." After saying that, Lu Pingon did not dare to delay any further. He gestured to the other Golden Core experts to entertain Bing Wuqing, while he hurried to the top of the mountain. Chapter 53-57. These days they had been in a stalemate. Lu Pingon was in charge of the negotiation. Seeing that Chen Dongqing's breath was getting weaker day by day, Lu Pingon became more and more anxious. It could be said that he was looking forward to this personal disciple, who could take on a big responsibility to bring him good news as soon as possible. Unfortunately, this time his hope was obviously going to fail again. Reporting to Master, not yet. Lu Pingon was a little embarrassed. Not only did Chanzhou have high hopes for him, but he was also ready to show his skills these days. After all, his direct opponent was Xianijia, who was almost the most unattractive person among all the high-level gold core stage cultivators in the Green Cloud sect in the North Island. Whether in terms of strength, status, or shrewdness, Lu Pingon believed that he could at least leave the other party behind by 10 streets. However, he did not expect that such a sloppy and ordinary good guy would suddenly become an impervious old fox after sitting at the negotiating table. No matter what strategy he used, it would always be kicked back to his feet in the end. That was not all. The key was that Xianijia did not just kick the ball around. Every time, he was reasonable and eloquent, which made Lu Pingon unable to find any room to refute. Every time he could only sigh. Xianijia, you can't judge a book by its cover. You're too slow. Chanzhou's eyes were somewhat unfathomable. Although it was said that there was no need to be suspicious of a person, and the other party was also his most successful pro-disciple, so there was nothing to be suspicious about. However, he was naturally suspicious, and after a long time it was inevitable that he would have doubts. Moreover, from Lu Pingon's standpoint, there was indeed a motive in this regard. After all, if Chen Dongqing was really exhausted to death, Lu Pingon was likely to be the biggest beneficiary. Yes, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I will speed up the negotiation and buy time for Deputy Leader Chan. Lu Pingon was frightened by this sentence and quickly showed his loyalty. Tell me what's wrong? Chanjo glanced at him. At this time, although Lu Pingon was not seriously injured, he was unprecedentedly embarrassed. Looking at the whole Green Cloud sect in the North Island, there were very few people who could threaten him, an expert at the peak of the late Gold Core stage, unless Lin Yi took action himself. Yes, Bing Wuqing from the Snow Sword sect came to visit and asked to see Lin Yi. After I refused, she changed her request. She wants to see you, master. Lu Pingon said respectfully. Bing Wuqing. Hearing this, Chanjo thought for a moment and vaguely had an impression of it. He casually said, "Isn't it just a young boy who just entered the Gold Core stage? Just send him away. Do you need to report such a trivial matter?" That's what I thought in the beginning. But that won't do. He's a newly advanced original infant stage expert. I can't chase him away. Lu Pingon could only smile bitterly. What? Original soul stage? Even Chanjo couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. The birth of any new nascent soul-old monster was a big event that could shake the entire immemorial martial arts world. Due to the great difficulty of breaking through to the nascent soul realm, it was impossible to achieve it without a few years' time. Normally, they would have received news of it in advance. How could this fellow succeed without a word? Moreover, Bing Wuqing was so young. Could it be a smokescreen? Seeing Chanjo's doubts, Lu Ping hurriedly said, "It's true, this disciple and a few other elders have personally felt his aura. He is indeed a nascent soul expert, there is no doubt about this." "Lead the way," Chanjo said solemnly. There was no way Lu Ping would lie to him about something like this. Since he had confirmed that the other party was a nascent soul-old monster, he had to make a personal appearance. Otherwise, Lu Ping wouldn't be able to handle it alone. He wasn't qualified. Very soon, Chanjo appeared in front of Bing Wuqing. He stepped forward and chuckled. Everyone says that Bing Wuqing of the Snow Sword faction is a super genius that no one has ever seen before, and will ever see again. I didn't quite believe it in the past, but today I have no choice but to believe it. If I remember correctly, my young friend, Wuqing, is probably the youngest nascent soul expert in the history of the immemorial martial arts world. Congratulations. You flatter me. I'm not the youngest. The legendary figure of your faction who is known as the Great Emperor should be younger than me, right? Bing Wuqing asked seriously. Oh. Chanjo's smile immediately became a little awkward. He had said those words of praise just to warm up a little. Who knew that the other party would be so unreasonable as to directly refute him to his face? She was indeed young. I'd like to pay a visit to the immemorial martial granduncle Lin Yi of your faction. Just now he said that he needed you, the Grand Supreme Elder, to personally make a decision. I wonder if you can fulfill this small request of mine? Bing Wuqing went straight to the point. This. On the surface, he pretended to be hesitant, but in fact, Chanjo couldn't help but start cursing in his heart. Bing Wuqing was a hothead who didn't know the rules at all. Not only did she completely ignore the established rules of visiting, but even her tone was so stiff. How did this person suddenly become a nascent soul expert? However, cursing aside, Chanjo couldn't show it on his face. After all, the other party was an out-and-out nascent soul expert. Compared to her, even if he was a little stronger, he didn't dare to directly fall out with her. What if both of them were injured? Moreover, even if he could kill Bing Wuqing on the spot, he would definitely be severely injured. But don't forget, other than Bing Wuqing, there was another veteran nascent soul-old monster in the Snow Sword faction. If he came looking for revenge, how was he going to deal with them? In the small immemorial underworld, every nascent soul-old monster was equivalent to a nuclear weapon in the secular world. They definitely couldn't be attacked easily. Otherwise, a careless move could lead to a world war that wouldn't end until one side was wiped out. For every sect involved, that would be an unbearable disaster. You're the Grand Supreme Elder. Are you going to say that you don't have this authority? Bing Wuqing asked with a frown. Haha, my young friend, you must be joking. Of course I have this authority. However, it just so happens that Lin Yi is in seclusion at the Ascending Heaven Cliff right now. Even I can't rashly interrupt him. Otherwise, there might be unimaginable consequences. In my opinion, if my young friend really wants to see the immemorial martial granduncle, why don't you wait a little longer? Chunjiu tried to beat around the bush. Wait. Bing Wuqing raised her eyebrows. That's right. My young friend, you've never been to the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. During this period of time, you can travel around and experience the local customs of the North Island. When the immemorial martial granduncle comes out of seclusion, I'll send someone to inform you immediately. What do you think, my young friend? Chunjiu suggested. Chapter 53-58. Broadcast follow Chidian reading. And get the first-hand news of the 515 red packets. Students who haven't snatched red packets since the new year can now show their skills. In the eyes of an extremely pragmatic person like him, there was no such thing as sentimentality. He only cared about the pros and cons. As long as the pros outweighed the cons, he would act without hesitation. The reason why he didn't take any action now was because he hadn't figured out the situation yet, so he couldn't act rashly. After much persuasion, Bing Wuqing was finally persuaded to leave. Of course, she didn't really leave but was just temporarily stabilized. Chunjiu even specifically asked Lu Pingon to arrange an extremely secluded residence for her, afraid that she would do something out of control if she interacted with the ordinary disciples. After all, the destructive power of an original infant stage expert was not to be underestimated. Keep a close eye on him. If he does anything, report to me immediately. Chunjiu exhorted. Initially, Lin Yi was his greatest threat, but now it had become Bing Wuqing. After all, the latter was a true nascent soul expert, and she was an existence that could truly threaten him. How do I keep a close eye on him? Lu Pingon's face was bitter. It would be fine if she was a golden core stage expert, but she was an original infant stage expert who could easily flatten him with one hand. How could he keep a close eye on her? You don't have to keep an eye on his every move. Just make sure that the other disciples of our sect don't come into contact with him, especially not let him get close to Skycliff. Chunjiu also knew that this request was a little too much, but it had to be done. He didn't know what the relationship between Bing Wuqing and Lin Yi was, but neither of them was easy to deal with. If they really joined forces, even Chunjiu would have a headache. Yes. Lu Pingon could only reluctantly agree. It was not very realistic for him to keep a close eye on Bing Wuqing with his strength, but he could change his way of thinking and keep an eye on those suspicious people who might get close to Bing Wuqing, such as Xianijia. Little did he know that when he and Chunjiu were delaying Bing Wuqing, Xianijia, who got wind of the news, had already gone to Skycliff and told Lin Yi about Bing Wuqing's visit in full detail. Not bad. Lin Yi smiled faintly after listening. Although Bing Wuqing's quick advancement to the nascent soul realm was somewhat unexpected, he did not find it strange. After all, he was the one who had given her the supreme-grade golden elixir of condensing nascent soul realm. What he meant by not bad was actually the attitude that Bing Wuqing had displayed during this trip. She was showing her loyalty. Condensing the nascent soul so quickly is only not bad? Xianijia was dumbfounded. In the whole Green Cloud sect of the North Island, apart from Lin Yi, he was probably the one who knew Bing Wuqing the best. A year ago, she was at the early stage of Gold Core just like him. But in the blink of an eye, she had become a Yuanying realm old weirdo. How could he bear this? I mean, his attitude is not bad. Lin Yi explained. Even though he had long known that Bing Wuqing was someone who knew how to adapt to circumstances, this fellow had not become arrogant at all after she had formed her nascent soul. She was actually so obedient, which was really rare. It was obvious that all those elixirs had not been wasted. He's one of us? Xianijia's eyes widened when he heard this. He had been wondering why Bing Wuqing had to come to see Lin Yi, but now he suddenly understood. He looked at Lin Yi with even more awe. He could even tame a genius like Bing Wuqing. Granduncle was really unfathomable. That's right. Lin Yi nodded. Since Bing Wuqing had come to the North Island, there was no need to hide this kind of thing anymore. It was more meaningful to announce it openly. With such a powerful follower, not only could it greatly deter the enemies, but it could also improve their self-confidence and cohesion at the same time. It was killing two birds with one stone. Granduncle is mighty. As expected, Xianijia was very excited and sincerely admired Lin Yi. He felt lucky that he had bet on the right person. Since Lin Yi could even tame a Yuanying realm expert like Bing Wuqing, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with Chunjiu. who was also a Yuanying realm old weirdo. He wouldn't have to be so worried in the future. Linny looked indifferent. At his level, it would be too degrading for him to be excited about such a small thing. Granduncle, what should we do next? Should I contact Bing Wuqing? Xianijia asked in high spirits. Do you think you can contact her? Linny glanced at him. It seems a little difficult. Xianijia felt like a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. He could easily figure out that Lu Pingon would do everything possible to prevent him from getting in touch with Bing Wuqing. Moreover, he wasn't strong enough to force his way in. It was easy to talk about contacting Bing Wuqing, but it was very difficult to actually do it. It's not urgent. Don't be impatient. Linny smiled. Although they had been in a stalemate during this period of time, strictly speaking, they had always been the ones who had the upper hand. Now that Bing Wuqing was here, it was even more so. Chunjiu should be the one anxious now, not him, so there was no need to panic at all. They could just wait and see. Alright. Xianijia was a little resentful. It was rare to have someone as powerful as Bing Wuqing here. He thought it was just the right time to wrestle with Chunjiu. For a native of the small Jianghu world like him, the deterrence of a nascent soul-old monster was deep-rooted. Even though he had the upper hand in the situation before, he always felt frightened, and always felt that his side wasn't strong enough. Now that he finally had a nascent soul stage expert who was on par with him, his mood was completely different from before. Seeing this, Linny couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that Xianijia, who had always been a good guy who only knew how to protect himself, would have a belligerent side. It was really unexpected. But then again, although the situation forced him to stand on the opposite side of Chunjiu, Linny actually didn't want to make a big fuss. After all, his relationship with the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island was not fake. It would be best if it could be resolved peacefully. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Bing Wuqing had stayed in the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island for a few days. Because of Lu Pingon's deliberate arrangement, she rarely interacted with the ordinary disciples of the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, and had no chance to directly contact Xianijia. But with her strength, if she really wanted to do something, Lu Pingon couldn't stop her at all. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't want to fall out with Chunjiu for the time being, Bing Wuqing would have already broken into climbing Heaven Cliff. Even if she chose not to move for the time being, it wasn't difficult for him to find out some news. After a few days, he had a general understanding of Lin Yi's situation. Judging from the current situation, although Lin Yi was trapped in climbing Heaven Cliff, he still had the upper hand in this confrontation with Highest Elder Chunjiu. At least Chunjiu didn't dare to do anything to him. However, Lin Yi also couldn't get out of the reaching heaven matrix. This was probably Chunjiu's only chance to win. Chapter 53-59. Broadcast. Follow Chidian reading and get the first-hand news of the 515 red packets. Students who haven't grabbed red packets since the new year can now show their skills. This result made Bing Wuqing feel a little more at ease. She had come all the way here in high spirits to show her loyalty to Lin Yi. If Lin Yi were to be killed by Chunjiu, that old man with his home advantage, that would be the end of her. However, although Lin Yi had the upper hand, it was not a solution to keep this stalemate. Bing Wuqing had already specially inquired about the one-step to heaven matrix, and she knew that this matrix was extremely mysterious, and even a nascent soul realm old monster might not be able to break out of it. Although Lin Yi was unfathomable, and no one could figure out his background, there was one thing that was certain. At least for now, this primordial spirit of his was far from the level of the nascent soul realm, and breaking out of the matrix would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. And if he didn't have the confidence to break the formation, this little initiative was just fleeting. Since he came to the Green Cloud sect in the North Island to show his loyalty, Bing Wuqing couldn't just wait and do nothing. If he didn't even get to see Lin Yi in the end, his trip would be in vain. Breaking into the Heaven Cliff by force was the worst option. Bing Wuqing didn't consider looking for Xianijia, because she didn't know if he was on Lin Yi's side. There was only one thing she could do, and that was to look for Chunjiu. As an expert of the nascent soul stage, it wasn't difficult for Bing Wuqing to see Chunjiu. If Lu Pingon dared to refuse, he could force Chunjiu to show up with a simple threat. In fact, Lu Pingon didn't even need to be forced, because he had already asked Chunjiu to come out. After all, he wasn't a fool. After his personal experience last time, Lu Pingan knew very well that he had no room to bargain with Bing Wuqing, because they weren't at the same level. No matter what she asked, he just had to do it obediently, and Chanjo would deal with it. Otherwise, if he really made a decision and annoyed Bing Wuqing, even Chanjo might not be able to protect him. After staying in my North Island Blue Cloud sect for a few days, are you used to it, Wuqing? Chanjo greeted him with a smile. It doesn't matter if I'm used to it or not. I'm here to meet your primordial grandmaster, not to sightsee. Bing Wuqing didn't give them any face as usual. Hee little friend Wuqing. You really have a true temperament. You're still so straightforward with your words. Chanjo laughed awkwardly. Nascent soul realm old monsters were the highest existences in the immemorial martial world, and there was a set of established rules and regulations when interacting with each other. Unfortunately, these things did not work on Bing Wuqing at all. To put it bluntly, the other party did not even know the rules in this regard, so what could one say about her? I'm not good with words, please forgive me, Elder Chan, but there's something I'd like to ask again. When can I go to Heaven Ascending Cliff? Bing Wuqing asked again. Didn't I say it last time? It depends on when Grandmaster Lin Yi comes out of seclusion. I don't know the exact relationship between little friend Wuqing and him, but he's the Grandmaster of my primordial Blue Cloud sect after all, so I definitely have to think for his sake. I hope little friend Wuqing can forgive me for this. Chanjo put on a show of being considerate for Lin Yi. Is that so? But why did I hear the disciples of your North Island Blue Cloud sect talking in private, saying that Elder Chan and your Grandmaster Lin Yi don't seem to be on good terms? Even your Chan family's most valued deputy sect leader Chen Dongcheng was beaten up by Lin Yi. Am I right? Bing Wuqing exposed him mercilessly. What? There's such a thing? Chanjo pretended to be confused and glared at Lu Pingan, who was beside him. Previously, he thought that this personal disciple of his was quite capable and could take on great responsibilities, but in the end, he couldn't even do such a small thing. He was also a good-for-nothing. Lu Pingan smiled bitterly. These days he had been trying to think of ways to prevent the disciples of his sect from having contact with Bing Wuqing, but he couldn't stop the disciples from talking in private. The disciples of the Chun family sect were fine, but the numerous local sects wouldn't be so obedient. With Bing Wuqing's ability, as long as someone talked about her, she would naturally know. This matter couldn't be blamed on him at all. But since Chanjo was glaring at him, Lu Pingan could only continue. He also pretended to be confused and said, "It can't be, right? Although Grand Supreme Elder and Grandmaster haven't officially met, that's because Grandmaster has been busy with seclusion ever since he arrived. They haven't even seen each other, so how could there be any conflict? Then what's the matter with Deputy Sect Leader Chan?" Bing Wuqing looked at the two's expressions. "Oh, Deputy Sect Leader Chan isn't here at the moment. He's out on official business, so those discussions you've heard should be nonsense. Those disciples often talk nonsense in private. Please don't laugh at them." Lu Pingan tried to fool him. Bing Wuqing looked straight into his eyes, and Lu Pingan didn't dare to meet her eyes at all. Slowly she said, "You're lying." "Huh." Lu Pingan was taken aback, but he quickly forced a smile and said, "Elder Bing, you must be joking. Everything I've said is absolutely true, and I'm not hiding anything." Bing Wuqing didn't say anything. She was very sure that the other party was lying. However, since the other party refused to admit it, there was no way she could expose him face to face, unless she could find a witness to confront him or find Chan Dongcheng. Unfortunately, neither of these two options were realistic. Looks like everything is clear now. It's just some disciples gossiping. You don't have to take it too seriously, my young friend Wuqing. If there's any news about Grandmaster Lin Yi, we'll definitely inform you immediately. Please don't be impatient. Chanjo finally stepped forward and said. At this point, Bing Wuqing naturally couldn't say anything more. She immediately turned and left. After Bing Wuqing left for a long time, Lu Pingan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He said worriedly, "Master, this Bing Wuqing isn't easy to fool. I'm worried that he'll stir up more trouble. The key is that he's in the nascent soul stage. I can't stop him even if I want to. What if he really does something out of line?" "What do you mean?" "Tell everyone to shut up. If anyone dares to gossip again, tell him to come and see me." Chanjo snorted coldly. "But what about ex-Cyanigia? Theoretically, no one in the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island, from the top management of the Golden Core stage to the ordinary disciples, whether they were from the Chun family's faction or the local faction, dared to disobey the order personally from Chan Jiu, but Xianijia was an anomaly. This guy was obviously on Lin Yi's side. They were bound together for good or bad. How could he be frightened by Chan Jiu's order? Humph, if he doesn't listen, you'll keep an eye on him. Chen Jiu's eyes turned sharp. If it weren't for the fact that Chen Dongqing was caught, and if it weren't for the fact that he was afraid that Chen Dongqing wouldn't be able to be saved after falling out with Lin Yi, he would have asked someone to get rid of this reckless Xianijia long ago. Chapter 5360. Latest news: tomorrow is 515. Qidian's anniversary celebration. The day with the most benefits. Apart from the gift bags and school bags, the 515 red packets must be searched. There's no reason not to snatch them. Set the alarm clock. Yes. Lu Pinggan's heart skipped a beat. He thought that he had disappointed Chan Jiu again and again. If he couldn't even handle such a small matter, there would be nothing left to say. However, it turned out that stopping Xianijia from getting close to Bing Wuqing was not a small matter, especially not a small matter. To be precise, it was not difficult to stop Xianijia from getting close to Bing Wuqing, but the key was, what if Bing Wuqing took the initiative to look for Xianijia? Bing Wuqing hadn't thought of this before, but after hearing the rumors, even an outsider could see that Xianijia was on Lin Yi's side. In this situation, if she wanted to get in touch with Lin Yi, the best way was to go through Xianijia other than to force her way through climbing Heaven Cliff. Lu Pinggan couldn't stop them at all. He didn't dare to and couldn't stop them. He could only watch Bing Wuqing and Xianijia talk, unable to do anything. After hearing the news, Chan Jiu, the Grand Supreme Elder, finally couldn't sit still anymore. He frowned and said, "What's the relationship between Bing Wuqing and Lin Yi?" Just to see Lin Yi, she flew thousands of miles from Middle Island to North Island. She couldn't get rid of him no matter how many times she tried, and now she won't leave. Is there an end to this? Both he and Lu Pinggan had probed the relationship between Bing Wuqing and Lin Yi during their previous 2 meetings. Unfortunately, Bing Wuqing's mouth was tight and she didn't reveal anything. "Master, we can't go on like this. It's too dangerous to let such an unstable factor stay here. We have to find a reason to persuade her to leave as soon as possible," Lu Pinggan said with a bitter face. Facing a nascent soul cultivator like Bing Wuqing, he really didn't know what to do. He was completely led by the nose, and something would happen sooner or later. Do you think you can get rid of such a plague just because you want to? How could Chan Jiu not want to get rid of Bing Wuqing as soon as possible? But with Bing Wuqing's attitude, if he was not allowed to see Lin Yi, how could he possibly leave? He won't stop until he reaches his goal. If he doesn't see Lin Yi, it's unrealistic to let him leave just like that. "Master, why don't we just let him go to Ascending Heaven Cliff?" Lu Pinggan suggested. "Humph, you are too naive. Do you think he will leave obediently after seeing Lin Yi? With the current situation, if he really has a good relationship with Lin Yi, wouldn't he stay to help Lin Yi and make us have one more powerful enemy?" Chen Jiu scoffed at this suggestion. Release Bing Wuqing to see Lin Yi? Unless he was out of his mind, he wouldn't do something so stupid. If that happened, there would only be one outcome. It would definitely not be Bing Wuqing retreating obediently, but Lin Yi would be like a tiger that had grown wings. One Lin Yi was enough to render him helpless. If Bing Wuqing, who was in the nascent soul stage, was added to the mix, how could he handle it? "Master, actually, I don't think it's impossible," Lu Pinggan said meaningfully. Chen Jiu frowned, but seeing that his expression was firm, he motioned for him to continue. "Master, putting Bing Wuqing aside, our negotiation with Lin Yi has already reached a stalemate. Deputy Sect Leader Chen's health condition is deteriorating day by day. We really can't drag this on any longer. We need to find a way to break out of this stalemate as soon as possible, and this Bing Wuqing just happens to be a good way to break out of this stalemate," Lu Pinggan said. "Be more specific." Chen Jiu's interest was immediately piqued. "Yes, since it's a negotiation, there will always be concessions and compromises. I think we can make a concession and let Bing Wuqing see Lin Yi, but on the condition that Lin Yi can cure Deputy Sect Leader Chan," Lu Pinggan said. "Do you think Lin Yi will agree?" Chen Jiu said thoughtfully. "It depends on what he has in mind. Everyone knows that you're the stabilizing force of our Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. Without your approval, no one can gain a foothold here. So if Linny wants to gain a foothold in our Blue Cloud sect in the North Island, he'll have to reach a compromise with you in the end. In that case, as long as he's given a suitable way out, he'll definitely choose to concede, Lu Pingon analyzed. But what if he has other intentions? Chunjo frowned. Since there's nothing left to say, then there's nothing more to say. No matter what, we can at least sound out the other party's attitude. In order to break out of this stalemate, we have to make the first move. What do you think, Master? Lu Pingon suggested carefully. They were already in a passive position, and now with the addition of Bing Wuqing, there was nothing more to say. Since they had no choice but to make the first move, they might as well be straightforward and sound out the other party's stance. Chunjo pondered for a moment. Given Chan Dongqing's current state, it was indeed inappropriate to delay any further. In the end, he could only nod and say, "Then let's do it this way. You go and talk to them, but you have to remember that our purpose is not just to sound them out. The most important thing is to find a way to get Bing Wuqing away as soon as possible. As long as she's gone, everything else is our internal problem. We can talk about it however we want, and it's not impossible for me to meet Linny in person." In other words, as long as they manage to get rid of Bing Wuqing, a huge external threat, then Linny would not be able to escape from his palm no matter how capable he was in the face of a supreme elder in the nascent soul realm. Understood. Lu Pingon immediately responded and left. Faced with Lu Pingon's concession this time, Xionijia was somewhat surprised and shocked. But after thinking about it, it made sense. After all, Bing Wuqing, a master in the nascent soul realm, had come all the way here to help. If Chunjo continued to insist, they would be the ones to suffer in the end. This time, of course, Xionijia would not evade it like before. Instead, he brought Lu Pingon to Linny and asked him to talk to Linny face to face. Supreme Elder wants me to cure Chan Dongqing? After listening to Lu Pingon's words, Linny raised his eyebrows. Yes, you also know that Sect Leader Hong is not here now, and now Deputy Sect Leader Chan is like this. There is no one in the entire Green Cloud sect who can take charge of the affairs, big or small. No matter what kind of differences there are between you and Supreme Elder, at the end of the day, you still have to think for the Green Cloud sect of the North Island, right? Such a big sect can't possibly have no one who can properly receive the guests from the outer gate, right? Lu Pingon said earnestly. What's the condition? Linny asked casually. Supreme Elder said that as long as you can cure Deputy Sect Leader Chan, he can choose to take a step back and let Bing Wuqing come here to see you, Lu Pingon said with a smile. That's it. Linny glanced at him with a faint smile. Of course, the condition that Lu Pingon got from Chunjo was not just this. Chapter 5361. Latest news: tomorrow was 515, Qidian's anniversary celebration. The day with the most benefits. Apart from the gift bags and school bags, this time's 515 red packets were definitely worth watching. There was no reason not to snatch the red packets. Set the alarm clock if it was just to let Bing Wuqing come up. From Lin Yi's point of view, it was not attractive at all. However, this was a negotiation and he could not show his bottom line right away. That would be too stupid. If this is the only condition and you don't even have the least bit of sincerity, then there's no need to talk anymore. Elder Lu, please go back. Xionijia stood at the side and chimed in. Don't be anxious. Before I came here, the Grand Supreme Elder said that after Bing Wuqing is sent away, he will personally appear and talk to you. When that time comes, he will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. What do you think? Lu Pingon quickly added. To Lin Yi, it was more advantageous for Chunjo to appear personally than for Bing Wuqing to come up the mountain to meet him. This was because it was the only way he could prove his identity as the immemorial Grand Uncle Master, unless Chunjo turned against him. Of course, Lin Yi did not think too much of this. This was just Chunjo and Lu Pingon's one-sided wishful thinking. There's no proof, Lin Yi said lightly. Could it be that Grand Supreme Elder wants to make a written contract for you, Grand Supreme Elder? Lu Pingon frowned. Haha. Rather than believe in a written contract, I'd rather believe in a ghost. How about this, let Bing Wuqing come up to see me first, and we can talk about other things later. Lin Yi decided. This? Lu Pingon hesitated. then nodded and agreed. Okay, to show our sincerity, we'll take a step back first, but we'll wait for Grand Supreme Elder's reply next. His meaning was clear. If Lin Yi sent Bing Wuqing away, then they could continue the next step of the negotiation. If not, then it would be equivalent to completely falling out, and there would be nothing to talk about. Fine. Lin Yi nodded. Even though he was trapped in the one step to heaven formation and could not get out, he had no intention of leaving Bing Wuqing behind as a helper. Compared to this side, Lung Lung, who was left in the Snow Sword faction of the Middle Island, needed the protection of Bing Wuqing, a nascent soul expert, more. After all, there was still a huge hidden danger in the form of Xue Jianfeng. In addition, he had another consideration. He was afraid that Bing Wuqing would really fight with Qian Zhou on impulse. Although she was an expert of the Yuanying realm, she had just broken through and her foundation was not stable. If that happened, it would not only mean that she would completely fall out with the Green Cloud clan of the North Island, but Bing Wuqing would definitely be the one who would suffer losses. There would be no benefits. Lu Pingon was very efficient, and brought Bing Wuqing up in no time. Of course, Bing Wuqing did not have an identity token, so she could only stand outside the One Step to Heaven matrix and talk to Lin Yi. Otherwise, he might not be able to get out after coming in. Boss Lin Yi, I'm relieved that you're fine. Bing Wuqing breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Lin Yi was safe and sound. Even though she knew that Lin Yi would not be defeated so easily by Qian Zhou, she was still worried that she could not see Lin Yi for a long time. Now she was finally relieved. Hee, what could happen to me? Lin Yi smiled. He noticed the way she addressed him. It was obvious that she had learned it from Wu Chantian and the others. It seemed that this arrogant immemorial prodigy had already recognized his own position. Their relationship was no longer one of mere coercion and exploitation. She had become his follower with sincerity. So what do you need me to do now? Help you break the matrix, or deal with Qian Zhou directly? Bing Wuqing did not have the habit of making small talk. Even if she wanted to express her loyalty, she was simple and direct. You don't need to do anything. Go back to the Snow Sword faction and look after Lung Lung for me. Just stay put for now, Lin Yi said. What about Xue Jianfeng? Bing Wuqing could not figure out what Lin Yi was thinking. Things were different now. When he came to the North Island, he had openly betrayed the center. Naturally, there was no need for him to continue feigning civility. If it was not for the fear of disrupting Lin Yi's plan, he would have killed Xue Jianfeng directly and not let him live. If he doesn't move, you don't move either. No matter what he and the center do, your priority is to ensure the safety of Lung Lung and yourself. You don't need to worry about anything else for now, Lin Yi instructed. Okay, I understand. Bing Wuqing understood. Even though Lin Yi did not reveal more, she had already understood what Lin Yi was thinking. If he didn't move for now, it meant that there would definitely be a big move with the center in the future. It was just that the time was not right yet. Oh right. It's rare for you to come to the North Island. I can't let you make a wasted trip. As Lin Yi spoke, he called Xianijia, who was waiting at the side, and gave him 2 elixirs to pass to Bing Wuqing. Thank you, big boss. Bing Wuqing's eyes lit up instantly. Strictly speaking, the Supreme Grade Gathering Nascent Elixir was his main purpose for coming to the North Island this time. Even though it was a little too realistic and even despicable to say it out loud, it was undeniable that it was the truth. To put it nicely, a person like him was extremely rational, but to put it bluntly, he was actually a mercenary. He just wasn't as short-sighted as the others. Lin Yi was well aware of this, but he did not mind. Since he had become someone's boss, he had to have a corresponding vision and tolerance. As long as Bing Wuqing served him well, he would never choke her in the supply of elixirs. After all, as long as he could control her, the stronger Bing Wuqing was, the better it would be for him. Putting away the 2 Supreme Grade Gathering Nascent Elixirs, Bing Wuqing did not express her gratitude verbally. Instead, she solemnly bowed to Lin Yi, turned around and left. Since Lin Yi had asked him to bide his time and take care of Lung Lung, then he would do it. Obviously, there was no need for him to meddle in the troubles of the North Island. From the beginning, he had predicted that a mere Qian Zhou would not be a problem for Lin Yi. With 2 Supreme Grade Gathering Nascent Elixirs, if everything went well, she could advance 2 levels in a short period of time and become a middle-stage nascent soul expert. Bing Wuqing was looking forward to her future even more. Bing Wuqing left swiftly. She didn't bid farewell to anyone when she descended from the ascending cliff. She rode on her snow eagle and disappeared into the horizon. All right. It's time to get down to business after dragging it out for so long. Lin Yi stretched himself. Huh. Until now, Xionijia was still in a daze. The 2 pills that he had just passed to Gu Lingji were too shocking. He was still in a state of shock until now. Those were the legendary supreme grade gathering nascent elixirs. Before this, he was still very sure that Lin Yi was the grandmaster of his sect. Even if he was not, he must have a close relationship with the North Island's Green Cloud sect. But now he was really doubting it. What kind of monster was he to give away the supreme grade gathering nascent elixirs so casually, and 2 at once? A small sect like the North Island's Green Cloud sect would not be able to accommodate such a big shot, right? You want the elixirs too? Lin Yi glanced at him. Xionijia did not know how to react at that moment. Chapter 5362. Wasn't that obvious? Who wouldn't want elixirs? Forget about the legendary elixirs like the gathering nascent elixir. He would be thankful to his ancestors for just 1 golden elixir. He had been stuck at the early stage of golden elixir all these years without making any progress. On the one hand, it was due to his innate aptitude, which was incomparable to a freak like Bing Wuqing, but on the other hand, he wasn't that bad. He was at least at the intermediate level, and the reason why he couldn't advance was because of the elixirs. What could he do if he couldn't get golden elixirs? Here. Lin Yi tossed a few golden elixirs to Xionijia. After a period of observation, Xionijia had gained Lin Yi's approval. Moreover, Xionijia was going to be entrusted with important tasks in the future. Therefore, it was reasonable to give him some elixirs to strengthen his strength. No matter what, the strength of an early-stage golden elixir was not enough. That. His dream came true without warning. Xionijia was at a loss for what to do. It took him a long time to catch the golden elixirs, and he said gratefully, "Thank you, Grandmaster." "No need, you deserve it. You can go and call someone," Lin Yi said. "Call who?" Xionijia was stunned. Lu Pingon, of course. Now that Bing Wuqing has been sent away as they wished, it's almost time for a showdown. That Grand Elder's patience should be running out by now, right? Lin Yi said lightly. As a result, just as he finished speaking, there were people walking slowly towards Climbing Heaven Cliff. One of them was Lu Pingon, who was carrying the unconscious Chan Dongqing on his back, and the old man walking in front of him was Grand Elder Chan Jiu. Just as Lin Yi expected, this Grand Elder's patience had long run out. In fact, even without the unexpected interlude of Bing Wuqing, he was already prepared to have a showdown with Lin Yi. After all, Chan Dongqing's current condition was not optimistic. When a person's primordial spirit was drained, their body would naturally begin to wither and even slowly die. Even powerful cultivators were no exception to this. Compared to ordinary people, the only difference was that their bodies were stronger and could last a little longer. There was no essential difference between the two. Now, Chan Dongqing was already on the brink of death. This unprecedented situation was something that even Chan Jiu could do nothing about. Once Chan Dongqing's body died, everything would be over. Even if his primordial spirit was still alive, it would only be a lonely soul, destined not to last long. The point was, how could the Chan family of North Island hand over such a big responsibility to a lone ghost? Without any greetings or words, Chan Jiu and Lu Pingon directly stepped into the one-step to heaven matrix. The intention of placing Chan Dongqing, whose breath was extremely weak, in front of Lin Yi was obvious. Although the Supreme Elder personally came, he didn't put on a big show this time. Apart from Lu Pingon, he didn't bring any other disciples. After all, from his point of view, the fewer people who knew about his meeting with Lin Yi, the better it would be for him. You should have a way to cure Dongqing, right? Chan Jiu looked Lin Yi up and down. The two had been at each other's throats for a long time, but this was the first time they'd met face to face. Lin Yi's youthfulness was far beyond his expectations. At first glance, he was sure that this guy was definitely not the Archean martial granduncle, but a real young man. Of course. Lin Yi nodded. Then let's start the treatment, Chan Jiu said directly. Oh? Aren't you going to talk about the conditions with me? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows when he heard the words, and Exionegio on the side also curled his lips. Even if the other party was the high and mighty Supreme Elder, after confronting for so long, he didn't have much power in his heart. He didn't even have the most basic conditions, and he directly asked someone to cure Chen Dongcheng. Was he treating people like fools? What conditions do you want? Chen Zhou looked at Lin Yi with an inscrutable expression. I don't need any conditions. Just give me my identity token. That's all, Lin Yi said with a faint smile. This answer was not surprising. With the identity token, it was equivalent to receiving official recognition, including from the Supreme Elder. Lin Yi was the legitimate Archean martial granduncle. No one could question it anymore, and it was a matter of course. More importantly, with the identity token, he could freely enter and exit the ascending heaven cliff. The one step to heaven array would no longer be an obstacle that was difficult to overcome. For Lin Yi, this was the biggest benefit. If it was Lu Pingon at this time, he would definitely use the excuse of sect leader Hong Zijuan's absence. But now Chen Zhou was standing here. If the dignified Supreme Elder had to use a mere sect leader as an excuse, no matter how reasonable it sounded, after all, he would still be at a disadvantage. If this spread out, he would be laughed at. If you cure Dongcheng, I will give you the identity token. Chen Zhou's answer was straightforward. Although he had confirmed that Lin Yi was not the Archean martial granduncle, compared to Chen Dongcheng's life, these were not important. Okay. Lin Yi's answer was also very straightforward. Previously, when Lu Pingon and Exionegio were their respective spokespersons, they were testing each other and wrangling with each other. After talking for so long, they still could not come to an agreement. Now that the two main characters personally came forward, the negotiation was a matter of a word. The process of treating Chen Dongcheng was very simple. Chen Dongcheng's primordial spirit, which was imprisoned in the space of the jade pendant, was released and returned to his physical body. However, the current Chen Dongcheng's physical body was too weak. Even if his primordial spirit was intact, it could not easily recover in a short time. When the primordial spirit returned, the whole person was still in a half-dead state. The only difference from before was that there was a trace of indescribable temperament. Lu Pingon did not understand, but with Chen Zhou's eyesight, it was easy to see the difference between the two. Previously, Chen Dongcheng was a piece of rotten wood that was constantly rotting, and there was no cure for it. Now, although he still looked like a piece of rotten wood, there was a glimmer of vitality. Next, as long as he was nursed well, it would not take long for him to return to normal. Well, it's your turn to fulfill your promise, Supreme Elder. Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. That's right. Chen Zhou winked at Lu Pingon, signaling him to take the still unconscious Chen Dongcheng away. After the two of them walked out of the range of the one-step to heaven array, Chen Zhou slowly said, "Before that, this old man hopes that you can answer my question honestly. Say it." Lin Yi's face did not show any abnormality. Chapter 53-63. Lin Yi looked at him calmly. After a while, he grinned without any sincerity. "I've already told you. He's your martial granduncle." Looks like I won't be able to hear the truth." Chen Zhou's expression changed and his aura became extremely sharp. For the first time, he released the aura of a nascent soul cultivator without holding back. Exionegio was taken aback. Facing the opponent's imposing manner, it was extremely difficult for him, an expert in the early stage of Gold Core, to even stand there. If it wasn't for Lin Yi standing next to him, he might have knelt down on the spot. After all, the power and terror of a nascent soul-old monster was deeply rooted in the ancient Jianghu. What? Is Grand Elder going to go back on his word? Lin Yi's expression was still the same. He was not moved by the other party's aura at all. In his eyes, the so-called Yuanying stage-old monster's aura was actually just like that. There was really nothing to be surprised about. It's not that I'm going back on my word. It's just that as the old guy of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island, I have to keep a close eye on this kind of thing. If I let some shady people in, I'll be criticized by others. Although Chen Zhou's tone was calm, his aura became more and more intense. It was obvious that he wasn't going to let this matter rest. To be precise, he didn't have this plan from the beginning. No matter whether Lin Yi, the primordial Uncle Master, was real or fake, he was destined to never let Lin Yi enter the Green Cloud sect of the North Island as he wished. After all, two tigers couldn't share one mountain. Apart from Chan Dongqing's concern, the other key reason why he didn't directly turn hostile for so long was that he didn't want to take risks before he figured out the strange means that Lin Yi had displayed before. Therefore, Chen Zhou had not been idle during this period of time. He had been searching for all sorts of information related to absorbing souls. Unfortunately, it was to no avail. This was not strange. Even if the primordial underworld had always focused on the cultivation of the primordial spirit, and there were all kinds of primordial spirit techniques, such as the soul-reaping hand and the primordial spirit-devouring technique were unheard of. After all, the strongest among them was only a nascent soul-old monster. This was the limit of his level. So what if he researched more? Without information, it meant that he had no confidence. That was why Chen Zhou had been patient. Until today, when his patience was completely exhausted. Of course, the unknown meant risks, but Chen Zhou didn't think that he would really fall into the hands of a mere Lin Yi. At most, it would be a little troublesome. He was a nascent soul cultivator. Naturally, he had the arrogance of a nascent soul cultivator. At the end of the day, it's still the same thing. Burning the bridge after crossing the river. As a grand elder, you change your attitude pretty quickly. Lin Yi didn't show any anger on his face. He didn't expect the other party to talk to him about honesty. If he really foolishly believed the other party's character, there was only one explanation. He was out of his mind. You can say whatever you want. Since you've chosen to challenge me, you should have been prepared for this. Isn't that right? Chen Zhou did not feel the slightest bit embarrassed. At his level, his face had long been honed to the point of perfection, so what was this? No wonder you're a nascent soul cultivator. You look like you're going to eat me alive. Very scary. Lin Yi said with a faint smile. You're about to die, but you're still quite stubborn. Chen Zhou replied with a cold snort. Listening to the conversation between these two people, Xianijia on the side was completely motionless. The two big shots were ready to do it themselves. What should a small fry like him do? Should he stay and help or should he escape? In terms of helping, Xianijia knew that he couldn't help at all with his little strength. It would be good enough if he stayed and didn't help. But if he just ran away like this, not to mention that it would be hard to explain to Lin Yi, he was still a gold core stage elder after all. He was still a person who cared about his reputation. Glancing at Xianijia, who was hesitating next to him, Chen Zhou suddenly said, I heard that you also brought a few disciples from the secular world with good qualifications. If you don't want to get involved, let them hide first. Don't worry, as long as they don't make trouble in the future, I won't take revenge. I still have this little bit of tolerance. This was the truth. Chen Zhou went back on his words to Lin Yi because Lin Yi had his weakness. Whether it was status or strength, Lin Yi had the potential to threaten him. To a certain extent, he could be considered as someone who was qualified to be his opponent. Of course, he could do anything at this time. But Ling Shan and the others were different. Although they were all Lin Yi's people, for a nascent soul cultivator like Chen Zhou, it would be too narrow-minded to even care about these people. Now, not only House Chun of the North Island, even the entire Jadian of the North Island was in a state of no successor. As long as he killed Lin Yi, Ling Shan and the others would be a group of dragons without a leader. They wouldn't be a threat at all. Instead, they were all good prospects. The price was just to spend some time to train them. No need. Lin Yi's answer was straight to the point. In fact, until now, Ling Shan and the others hadn't shown themselves. They were all in their own rooms practicing in isolation, not paying attention to the outside world. Oh, Chen Zhou couldn't help but be surprised. His lips curled into a mocking smile. You're so cruel to your own men? I've really underestimated you. What a character. The sky-climbing cliff was not a big place, and the area covered by the one-step to sky-climbing formation was even smaller. Even if it was a fight between two ordinary gold core experts, it could easily sweep everything away. Now, if it was a nascent soul-old monster like Chen Zhou, he could easily destroy this place with just a wave of his hand. In other words, if these people, including Xianijia, stayed here, they would inevitably be implicated. With their strength, no one could leave this place alive. From Chen Zhou's perspective, what Lin Yi did was equivalent to sentencing them to death. Cruel and merciless was absolutely appropriate. Cruel and merciless? Lin Yi smiled and looked at the nascent soul cultivator. I say, are you misunderstanding something, Grand Elder? Oh, Chunjo paused. I never planned to fight with you. Even if we were to fight face to face, I would at most make you follow in Chan Dongqing's footsteps. There's no need to go through so much effort. Lin Yi said seriously. What? Even Chunjo couldn't help but be stunned by his tone. It was true that he still couldn't understand the strange method the other party used on Chen Dongqing, but he was a nascent soul old monster. Did this brat think that the same method would be effective on a nascent soul old monster? He was too naive. Chapter 53-64. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Very interesting. Chunjo reacted and laughed. His powerful momentum suddenly became more and more wild and fierce. He laughed loudly and said, If you have the ability, then come and have a try. As he spoke, Chunjo took a light step forward. However, before he finished his step, his whole body swayed inexplicably, and then he had already crossed a distance of tens of feet and appeared directly behind Lin Yi. The top body movement of the blue cloud sect in the North Island, half-step jump. This was not the end. At this moment, Chunjo's fingertip had already pointed at the back of Lin Yi's head. An extremely fierce energy chi instantly condensed into an invincible magic weapon and shot out. Instant kill. Xionijia, who was watching this scene from the side, suddenly had his heart in his throat. Half-step flip followed by instant kill. Such an attack was absolutely fast and lethal. In the face of an unknown opponent like Lin Yi, Chunjo, a nascent soul realm old monster, did not underestimate his opponent at all. He was going all out, as if the person standing in front of him was a Yuanying realm old monster from another sect, a strong enemy at the same level as him. Chunjo's attack was indeed fast, but unfortunately, his opponent was Lin Yi. Even if he did not use the extremely fast body movement, he could easily avoid his instant kill in the state of half-primordial spirit. As expected, Lin Yi just swayed slightly and easily avoided the instant kill. Your strength is really not weak. No wonder you are so arrogant. But you can avoid one. I wonder if you can avoid 10? Chunjo appeared above Lin Yi's head condescendingly. At this moment, a powerful finger strength was shot out from each of his fingertips. It was the ultimate version of instant kill, 10 consecutive finger kill. 10 finger strengths interweaved into a dense killing net, completely covering Lin Yi, leaving him nowhere to hide. Hehe, you are quite confident, aren't you? Lin Yi's voice then sounded above his head. How could it be? Chunjo suddenly turned pale with fright. He had clearly locked the position of Lin Yi with his divine consciousness. No matter how fast the opponent was, it was impossible for him to escape unscathed. How could he suddenly appear above him? What the hell was this? It was only at this moment that the nascent soul stage old monster suddenly reacted. Although he looked no different from an ordinary person, he was still a primordial spirit. Chunjo's reaction was fast. He wanted to get rid of it the moment he realized something was wrong. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. An invisible giant black hand had already enveloped his head. Chunjo's eyes quickly became empty in a short period of time, and then became completely lifeless. He then collapsed to the ground and no longer moved. The situation was exactly the same as Chen Dongqing before. Xionijia was dumbfounded. He was speechless for a long time. From his point of view as a bystander, this pinnacle battle really came abruptly, but it ended even more abruptly. In his expectation, even if Lin Yi was really an extraordinary existence, in order to kill a Yuanying stage-old monster, he would at least have to go through a bitter battle. How could he kill him just like that? Was this still a powerful Yuanying stage-old monster? What are you waiting for? Drag him out. Lin Yi glanced at him and ordered. Drag him out? Xionijia pointed at Chunjo on the ground with trepidation. Even if he was unconscious at the moment, he was still a superior Grand Elder. He was a Yuanying stage-old monster who stood at the top of the small Jianghu in the primitive times. Since when could such an existence receive such treatment? What else can I do? Stay here and get moldy? Lin Yi had a strange look on his face. He seemed to be pointing at something and said, You know what to do next, right? What to do? Xionijia was still at a loss. Everything that happened today was too sudden. He was not mentally prepared at all. Lin Yi did not tell him anything about how to deal with it. He did not even know what to do at this time. Grand Elder was killed. and there is no news from the leader. Isn't it obvious what to do next? Of course, it's to take over the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. It's rare for there to be such a big power vacuum. Don't tell me you want someone else to take over the power vacuum? Linny looked at him and said. Before he came to the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island, he actually had no idea about the power inside the sect. The reason why he came to this point was that he was forced by the situation. If it were not for Chanzhou and Chandongcheng, Linny would not mind getting along with them peacefully. But now, even Chanzhou the Grand Elder had become like this. If he still did not take over the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island, it would be too hypocritical. No matter what. Since he planned to establish a foothold in the small Jianghu in the primitive times, the first thing was to smooth over the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. Instead of letting others take over, for Linny, the best candidate to take over was naturally Xianijia. As for himself, of course, he could not do it himself. He had to be a strong backer behind Xianijia. Otherwise, it would be a big trouble to appease the public opinion. After all, he was an outsider. Take over the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island? Do you want me to do it? Xianijia was completely stunned when he heard this. He was just an elder who ranked at the bottom of the early stage of Gold Core. He had never thought that he could defeat Chanzhou, the Grand Elder, nor had he thought about taking over the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. He did not even dare to think about it. Are you afraid that no one will obey you? Linny saw through his doubts at a glance. Although Xianijia was a good person who put his own safety first, he could tell from the fact that he turned to Linny without hesitation at the last moment that he was not a good-for-nothing. Deep down in his heart there was a huge ambition. Xianijia was speechless. Was there a need to ask this question? With his little strength, it was difficult for him to rope in a few allies. As for taking over the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island, was that even possible? What's there to hesitate about? Drag this guy out. Who dares to obey you? Linny pouted and pointed at Chanzhou on the ground. That's right. Xianijia's eyes suddenly lit up. Of course, he was not persuasive alone, but the Grand Elder on the ground was enough to convince everyone. The saying "the strong are respected" was not just an empty saying. Now that even the old monster in the Gathering Vitality realm was killed, who in the sect dared to be disobedient? Needless to say, the local factions had all kinds of complaints in the open and in the dark, but they did not dare to show it because of Grand Elder Chanzhou's tyranny. If someone could stand up and take down Chanzhou, even if they did not raise both hands to agree, most of them would not oppose it. After all, this was different from the invasion of foreign enemies. It was an internal struggle of the sect, an internal affair. Chapter 5365. After all, the prestige of an old monster in the Yuanying realm was not just for show. They had the courage to go against Linny before purely because they felt that he was just a swindler with no strength. To put it bluntly, the ignorant were fearless. In fact, after Chen Dongqing was beaten up, these people basically began to quiet down. The only one who really jumped up and down was Lu Pingon, and this was because he was negotiating for Chanzhou's endorsement. Otherwise, even Lu Pingon would not dare to be so active. After all, no one was a fool. Everyone knew that the bird that sticks out will be shot. Knowing that Linny was not to be trifled with, who would dare to jump up and down? And now Linny proved that he was not to be trifled with real means. The previous Chen Dongqing was just a small test, and Chanzhou was the one he wanted to get rid of. The whole process was easy. Thinking of this, Xianijia could not help but be excited. Although taking over the Green Cloud sect of the North Island still felt a little unreal, with the support of a big tree like Linny, it was not completely impossible. But can I really do it with my little strength? Xianijia was still not very confident. Now, with the example of the Grand Elder, the effect of killing the chicken to warn the monkey was absolutely great. As long as there was the strength of a middle-stage Gold Core realm, Xianijia believed that he could control the overall situation. But the problem was that the strength of an early-stage Gold Core realm was a little too weak. It's not enough, so I have to come out in person to control the situation. That's enough, Linny said. You'll come out in person? Xianijia was shocked. Even Chanzhou was easily beaten half to death. If Linny came out in person, the deterrent effect would be obvious. Not to mention the high-level Gold Core realm and ordinary disciples in the sect, even another old monster in the Yuanying realm would have to think twice. But the problem was, could Lin Yi go out? Don't forget, this was still in the one step to heaven formation. Even if Chanjiu, the Grand Elder, was easily killed, it did not mean that Lin Yi could break out of the formation. This was completely different. The only way to break the one step to heaven formation was to achieve 4 words, one step to heaven. Yes, so you can go and gather people. I'll be right there. Lin Yi smiled confidently. Then all right. Xianijia nodded heavily. Since Lin Yi had said so, he naturally had no reason to doubt it. He immediately dragged the unconscious Chanjiu out. He watched Xianijia leave. Lin Yi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, he slowly stretched his hand forward until he touched the invisible barrier. The corners of his mouth curled up. One step to heaven array. After studying it for so long, I should be able to get out, right? During this period of time, Lin Yi's efforts were not limited to cultivating his spirit power and the soul-hooking hand. How to break through the one step to heaven matrix had always been one of the biggest problems in front of him. After all, he had never expected Chanjiu and the others to obediently hand over their identity tokens. Of course, it was okay if they really couldn't break through. Now that the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island was leaderless, it shouldn't be too difficult for Xianijia to find a way to get an identity token. However, it was rare to encounter such a mysterious formation. If he couldn't break through by himself but was forced to take the back door, would he still be Lin Yi? In theory, the only person who could really break through the one step to heaven matrix was the legendary figure of the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island, who was called the Great Emperor. After all, this was the formation he set up himself. Other than that, no one else had ever heard of it. According to Xianijia, even a Yuanying realm old monster like Chanjiu had never really broken through the one step to heaven matrix. He had never really broken through the one step to heaven matrix, and he rarely made such an attempt because that was the domain of legendary figures. But now, Lin Yi was finally going to be the first person to try it. His fingertips touched the formation. In an instant, Lin Yi once again felt that mysterious feeling of being so close yet so far away. After this period of continuous fumbling, he wasn't unfamiliar with this feeling at all. In order to cross this barrier that was so close yet so far away, he'd thought of no less than 100 methods, but all of them had failed in the end. It wasn't entirely a problem of thinking. The main shackle was actually the strength itself. If one didn't have the strength beyond the Yuanying realm, it was impossible to break through the one step to heaven matrix. This was probably the original intention of the legendary Great Emperor when he set up the one step to heaven matrix. Originally, even if Lin Yi realized this, he would be helpless. However, because of the large amount of divine sense grassroot, regardless of the strength of the primordial spirit body, his primordial spirit was already a level higher than when he first came to the small ancient Jianghu. In terms of level alone, it had even recovered to the level of the original body on the Heaven Stage Island, a real mysterious ascension stage. If not, the power of his soul-hooking hand would not suddenly become so strong, and even a Yuanying realm old monster like Chanjiu could easily deal with it. For the small ancient Jianghu, which was used to the peak of the Yuanying realm, the current Lin Yi was undoubtedly a monster, a terrible monster who could easily pierce through the entire ceiling. With one step, Lin Yi instantly switched from the primordial spirit body to the primordial spirit form, and then quickly condensed into a very thin and long primordial spirit thread. If the onlookers had enough eyesight, they would find that this form was almost the same as when the primordial spirit projection was used. That's right, this was the countermeasure that Lin Yi came up with. Although the one step to heaven line was mysterious, but after all, it was not comparable to the real cross-realm projection. The difficulty of this did not lie in whether the primordial spirit projection could cross the one step to heaven line, but whether Lin Yi could successfully cast the imitation version of the primordial spirit projection. Even if it was just a simple imitation, even if the effect was only 1% or even 1,000th of the original, the difficulty of this was not trivial. One must know that the primordial spirit projection could only be successful by relying on a special formation, but now it was purely relying on Lin Yi himself. This level of difficulty was something that only Lin Yi himself could understand. One moment in reality, but to Lin Yi it felt like a long time had passed. The next moment, an almost undetectable primordial spirit thread appeared on the other side of the formation, and it grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, slowly condensing into Lin Yi's silhouette. One step to heaven achieved. Boss, are we leaving? Qintian's voice came from behind. Ling Shan and the others poked their heads out as well, all of them looking excited. While the battle between Lin Yi and Chanzhou didn't take much effort, and they didn't make much noise, it would be a lie to say that they didn't notice anything at all. They were training in isolation on the surface, but they were actually eavesdropping. Chapter 53-66. Okay. The crowd cheered and followed him. Dong! 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 The deep sound of the ancient bell spread all over Mount Qingyun. All the people of the Green Cloud sect in the North Island, from the elders in the Gold Core stage to the ordinary disciples, changed their faces when they heard the bell. They stopped what they were doing and quickly gathered in the main hall from all directions. Something big must happen when the Green Cloud bell rang. Everyone must gather as soon as possible. This was the rule of the Green Cloud sect in the North Island. What happened? The group of pupils looked at each other. If there was no major change, the Green Cloud bell would not be easily rung. Could it be that something major had happened? Chanzhou and Lin Yi's personal negotiation was very secretive. Almost everyone was kept in the dark and didn't know what happened. Even Lu Pingon was very surprised. He didn't see the fight between Chanzhou and Lin Yi. In fact, when Chanzhou asked him to carry Chen Dongqing away, he had already left Dangtian Cliff first, so he didn't know what happened after that. It doesn't make sense. Master clearly said to deal with it coldly. Even if he killed Lin Yi, there is no need to ring the Green Cloud bell, right? Lu Pingon was confused. He still thought that Chanzhou could easily kill Lin Yi. After all, he was a real Yuanying realm old monster. How could he lose to a primordial spirit of unknown origin? Lu Pingon didn't understand, and the others were even more confused. When they saw the figure standing on the side of the Green Cloud bell, they were even more surprised. Exinejia, what the hell are you doing? Lu Pingon suddenly frowned. The rest of the Gold Core stage seniors were also dissatisfied. The Green Cloud bell was not something that anyone could touch. At least it had to be at the level of the deputy head. Exinejia, who was at the bottom of the ranking, was not qualified to touch it at all. If it was in the past, Exinejia would have been scared to the point that his legs were weak when he was surrounded by so many people. Today, although he was still a little nervous, he didn't panic at all. After all, he knew better than anyone that from today on, it was a new era of the Green Cloud sect in the North Island. I didn't do anything. Because there is an emergency, I rang the Green Cloud bell to gather everyone. Exinejia said calmly. Do you think you're qualified? Don't you think too highly of yourself? A Golden Core stage elder from the Chun clan snorted disdainfully. Exinejia, don't tell me you don't know the crime of ringing the Emerald Cloud bell without permission? Lu Pingon sneered and then added, speaking of which, what kind of urgent matter could you have? Could it be that the archaic martial granduncle died? He had long believed that Lin Yi would die in Chanzhou's hands, so Lu Pingon's words were much more unscrupulous than before. No way. Isn't that impostor imprisoned on the ascending heaven cliff? She can't just smash her head against the wall and die, right? The bystanders deliberately echoed. The higher-ups and disciples of other local sects looked at each other. Recently, Exinejia had been trying to rope them in, but there were only a few who responded. Apart from being afraid of the Grand Supreme Elder's power, there was another rumor that made them waver. That archaic martial granduncle seemed to be an impostor. Exinejia glanced at them, cleared his throat and said, as for whether archaic martial granduncle Lin Yi is an impostor, there will be no more suspense from today onwards. Oh, is it because he's dead? Lu Pingon curled his lips indifferently. In his eyes, Lin Yi was now a dead man. Everyone was looking at Exinejia, but he grinned and pointed to an empty space beside the Green Cloud bell. There was a piece of white cloth covering it, and there was a human figure under the white cloth. He's really dead. Lu Pingon was even more certain now. He believed that Lin Yi's body must be under the white cloth, because only a dead body could be taken out of the one step to heaven matrix. You can say that. Exinejia smiled faintly, then faced the crowd and said, I think it's necessary to explain to everyone about what happened at the Heaven Cliff today. Elder Lu, you won't stop me from saying it, right? What's there to say? Lu Pingon snorted coldly. Not knowing the truth, he was still trying to keep a low profile. He changed the topic and said, speaking of which, Exinejia, you're quite bold. It's just the death of an impostor of unknown origin. How dare you ring the green cloud bell to gather all the disciples? How should you be punished? But, Exionijia paused for a moment, then said with a smile, what if the person lying here is an archaic martial granduncle Lin Yi? What do you mean? Lu Pingon did not react for a moment. What I mean is, Exionijia suddenly moved forward and lifted the white cloth. When they saw the face of the person lying on the ground, everyone was shocked. As for Lu Pingon, his face turned pale and he almost fainted on the spot. Now that it's the Grand Supreme Elder who's in trouble, it shouldn't be too much for me to ring the green cloud bell, right? Exionijia said calmly. No one said anything because they couldn't speak because their jaws were on the floor. After a long time, Lu Pingon's stuttering voice was heard. How could this be? The person lying on the ground was not Lin Yi but Chanjiu. How could this be? No way? Could it be that nascent soul realm old monsters from other sects are here? Those who did not know the reason were still shocked. In their minds, only nascent soul realm old monsters could defeat nascent soul realm old monsters, such as Bing Wuqing from Snow Sword Sect who just left not long ago. No, the Grand Supreme Elder questioned the identity of archaic martial granduncle Lin Yi, so he was beaten up by archaic martial granduncle Lin Yi. It's as simple as that, Exionijia said lightly. After that, the whole place fell into dead silence again. The Grand Supreme Elder was beaten up? This would definitely be a big joke in the past, but at this moment no one could laugh because Chenjiu was lying in front of them. This was an ironclad fact. Even so, the crowd still felt that the scene in front of them was too unbelievable. Could it be an illusion? Deceiving so many people with an illusion was undoubtedly a fantasy story. But killing Chanjiu, a nascent soul realm old monster, without making a sound was also a fantasy story. The credibility of the two was not much different to the crowd. Chapter 5367. Lu Pingon stared blankly at Chanjiu on the ground, as if he didn't feel anything. The other elders and disciples of the Chun family faction were also at a loss. Below Grand Elder Chanjiu, except for the deputy head Chen Dongcheng, Lu Pingon's position was the highest. At this moment even he was stunned, let alone the others. The silence of Lu Pingon and the others finally gave all the other elders and disciples a clear signal. They all showed strange excitement on their faces. This meant that the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island would usher in a new era from today. A new era was not good news for the Chun family faction, which had been used to being superior. But for the local faction, which had more people, it was undoubtedly a sign of a turnaround. Before this, they had all witnessed Exionij's efforts to build momentum. However, the effect was negligible. After all, a primordial grand uncle master of unknown origin could overpower Supreme Elder Chanjiu. Those who would believe in such a ridiculous story were basically out of their minds. But now they finally knew that Exionijia was not brainless, but they were just frogs in a well. Exionijia took in everyone's expressions. To be honest, his legs were still trembling until just now. But now, after seeing everyone's different expressions, he suddenly felt at ease. Although the people of the Chun family faction were hostile, they were obviously stunned. They were like a group of dragons without a leader in a short period of time. It was destined that they would not make any big trouble. As for Lu Pingon, this guy wanted to raise his arm and call for help. Unfortunately, he was Chanjiu's protodisciple, but not a real member of the Chun family faction. This was a natural shackle that could not be overcome. He was still far from being able to call for help. As for the local faction, because there was no news from the head Hong Zijuan, they were now like a group of dragons without a leader. The key point was that they were not hostile to Lin Yi, who could overwhelm Grand Elder. At this moment they were all full of awe. Even if there were a few people with ulterior motives, they dared not jump out to challenge Exionijia before they figured out the situation. It was the wisest choice to wait and see. Very well, now that times have changed, some untimely rules should be changed. The North Island Blue Cloud sect belongs to everyone. From now on, Green Cloud sect of North Island, which is not a single sect, can't put one sect first in everything. Everyone has to follow the rules and there will be no privilege. Exionijia seized the opportunity and said. As soon as he said that, many of the disciples of the local sects immediately cheered. If one were to say who had suffered the most from the Chun family's faction, it would be none other than them. Although there were not many people in the Chun family faction, They relied on the huge halo of Grand Elder Chanjiu. Over the years, as long as it involved good things such as cultivation resources, they would receive preferential treatment without exception. They got the meat, and the disciples of other local factions got the soup. Sometimes they didn't even get the soup, so they didn't dare to say anything even though they were angry. Today, Xianijia called for the abolition of the privileges of the Chan family. This was undoubtedly a move to win the hearts of the people. It was simple but extremely effective. I'd like to ask Elder Xian, which family do you mean by one? At this time, a voice suddenly interrupted the cheers of the crowd. Everyone's eyes suddenly focused on this person. After seeing the person clearly, Xianijia's pupils suddenly shrank. Qindongzheng. His primordial spirit had left his body for too long, so much so that his body had shown signs of atrophy. Normally, it would take at least a month for him to fully recover. It was a miracle that Qindongzheng could stand out at this time. Of course, it's the Chun family of North Island. Xianijia immediately responded tit for tat. Although he didn't have the slightest confidence to fight against Qindongzheng, the deputy sect leader, now that Chanjiu was killed by Lin Yi, what else did he have to be afraid of? Everyone from the Chun family's faction heard it, right? Times have changed. Even a small character like this who doesn't even count as a fart wants to ride on top of our heads. Do you agree? Qindongzheng sneered and took the lead to provoke in public. Hearing this, Xianijia panicked. The reason why these people in the Chun family faction gave up before was that they were collectively confused. The main reason was that no one took the lead. Now that Qindongzheng suddenly appeared, the situation would definitely go out of control. As expected, when Qindongzheng took the lead to provoke, the other people in the Chun family faction all changed their expressions. Although they were afraid of Lin Yi who could kill Chanjiu, the person standing in front of them was just a good guy in the early stage of the Gold Core realm, Xianijia. What was there to be afraid of? Hey, you guys have to think carefully. What I just said was personally ordered by Grandmaster Lin Yi. Are you sure you want to disobey him in public? Xianijia quickly brought up Lin Yi. Grandmaster Lin Yi, right? We're so scared. Qindongzheng deliberately pretended to be frightened, but then he ridiculed. Yes, I admit that your Grandmaster Lin Yi is indeed unfathomable, but is that useful? Come on, tell me, how is your Grandmaster Lin Yi going to get out of the sky-reaching formation? This was why Qindongzheng was able to stand up and challenge them. That's right, they didn't dare to face Lin Yi now, but wasn't there still the one step to heaven matrix blocking them? Since Lin Yi couldn't come out, what was there to be afraid of? This. Xianijia choked for a moment. In fact, he had thought about this, but Lin Yi gave the order in a hurry, and he was too excited so he neglected it. Hee, you can't be thinking that you can secretly get him an identity token without us knowing, right? Qindongzheng sneered. It would not be difficult for Xianijia to get an identity token for Lin Yi if there was no leader just now. But now that he was the vice leader, nothing could be done. Qindongzheng sneered. The Supreme Elder had fallen, and there was no news from the leader. The person with the highest position was Qindongzheng, the deputy leader. Most importantly, he was not just a deputy leader in name only. He was the leader of the Chun clan. Unless Lin Yi came in person, the others could only bow their heads in front of him. Xianijia was depressed. It was hard to stabilize the situation, but he did not expect this guy to wake up halfway. What should he do? What? Weren't you in the limelight just now? Elder Xian, it's not appropriate for you to give up so soon, right? That granduncle Lin Yi of yours is still waiting for your good news at the Sky Cliff. It's not good to let him wait anxiously like this, right? Qindongzheng ridiculed him again and again. The others looked at each other. Xianijia was really far behind Qindongzheng. In just a few words, the other party had taken control of the situation. Chapter 5368. Especially in the current situation, if Xianijia directly confronted this guy, it would be a mess immediately. If these people from the Chun family really made a fuss, they might not listen to him even though there were many people in the local faction. Maybe they were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. The situation was getting out of control. At this time, a faint voice suddenly interrupted. Vice Leader Chun. Who are you talking about? Qindongzheng was still pretending to be calm, thinking that Lin Yi couldn't get out of the one step to heaven formation, so he still had a chance to turn the situation around. At this time, after hearing this voice, His legs suddenly went soft, and he almost fell to the ground. How did you get out? Chan Dongqing looked at Lin Yi and his people who were slowly approaching, and he was instantly covered in a cold sweat. He was definitely the one who had the deepest experience of the fear of Lin Yi. The others were just shocked that Lin Yi could actually kill an old monster in the Gathering Vitality realm, but he was the only one who had experienced it personally. You're curious? Lin Yi smiled and glanced at the others who were just as shocked. He said casually, I even took care of your Grand Elder with ease. Do you really believe that a mere one step to heaven formation can trap me? I didn't come out before because I was playing with you. Oh. Everyone fell silent. At this time no one dared to look at Lin Yi, and this was the effect Lin Yi wanted. If he wanted to control the Green Cloud sect of the North Island, then what he had to do now was not to appease them, but to establish his power. From the moment Shinjiu was killed, the rules of the whole Green Cloud sect of the North Island were destined to be remade. And this person could only be Lin Yi. What are you guys doing? Greet Grandmaster. Xianijia took the opportunity to give everyone a wink. Greetings, Grandmaster. All the people present immediately knelt down, from the elders in the Gold Core stage to the ordinary disciples. No one was an exception, whether it was the local faction or the Chan family's faction. Even Chan Dongqing and Lu Pingan, the two absolute henchmen of Chanjiu, knelt down at this time. They had no choice, the situation was beyond their control. If they dared to disobey, Lin Yi absolutely wouldn't mind killing them again to warn others. Even Chanjiu was killed, let alone the two of them. Lin Yi glanced at the two of them and felt a little pity in his heart. He really didn't intend to keep these two people. Although they weren't a threat to him, they were at the peak of the late stage of Jindan stage and the middle stage of Jindan stage. In addition, with the connections of the Chen family in the North Island, it would be more or less troublesome if they did something bad behind his back. It was a shame that the two were smart enough to stop causing trouble, not giving Lin Yi an excuse to deal with them. They didn't give Lin Yi an excuse to deal with them. Although he wanted to establish power and remake the rules, when there was no sufficient reason, even Lin Yi couldn't kill people casually. That would make the whole Green Cloud sect of the North Island panic, and it wouldn't end well. Well, get up. Lin Yi looked at the people kneeling on the ground. Thank you, Grandmaster. Everyone got up one after another, and all of them were in fear and trepidation. Today Lin Yi was a terrible existence above Chanjiu, the highest elder. They were nervous and frightened even in front of Chanjiu, and naturally they were even more nervous now. The most important thing was that they didn't know what kind of temper Lin Yi had. Was he kind and reasonable, or a bloodthirsty tyrant? If it was the former, it was good news for everyone, especially for the disciples of the local sections. But if it was the latter, it was hard to say whether it was a blessing or a curse. It was better to speak less before figuring out the situation. At this time, honest people wouldn't suffer losses. Let me tell you something. The North Island's Green Cloud sect is such a big sect that it can't be without a leader for a day. Now the highest elder is gone, and there's no news from the leader. We need someone to stand up and preside over the affairs. After all, I can't do it, can I? Lin Yi said. Everyone looked at each other, and their eyes involuntarily fell on Chan Dongqing. Logically speaking, he was the most qualified candidate. Chan Dongqing suddenly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. He couldn't wait to hide now. What he feared most was being targeted by Lin Yi. How could he dare to jump out and fight for power at this time? Even if he wanted to die, he shouldn't do it this way. Well, the position of the leader can't be left vacant. Let's take this opportunity to change the leader. I suggest Xianijia. Lin Yi said directly. It was in the plan to let Xianijia preside over the affairs of the sect. Although it was a bit abrupt to bring it up rashly, and Xianijia's original status and strength were far from enough, with Lin Yi's current deterrent power, who dared to say no? Sure enough, the crowd did not dare to oppose him directly. However, their expressions were a little strange. Although Xianijia was an elder in the Gold Core stage, it was like ascending to heaven in a single bound when an elder ranked at the bottom of the ranking suddenly became the sect leader. No one objects. Then it's settled. Lin Yi did not want to talk nonsense with them at all. He simply made a decision. Anyway, with him suppressing them, no one dared to oppose. It would be fine when they got used to it. The crowd was speechless. The saying "the strong are respected" was true. No matter what decision Lin Yi made, they would not dare to show it even if they were dissatisfied. Moreover, they were familiar with Xianjia's character. Although they were dissatisfied, it was not a bad thing for most of them to let such a good guy take the position. They could reluctantly accept it. "Thank you, Granduncle Master. I will do my best and go through fire and water." Xianjia suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and shed tears of gratitude. It was true that he was a good man who put his own safety before things went awry, but he was also an ambitious one. Of course, he would never have dreamed that he would one day become the leader of the sect. However, ambition would grow. "All right, then I'll leave the rest to you. If there's anything, look for me at Climbing Heaven Cliff." Lin Yi did not stay any longer. He only needed to show his face in front of everyone today to shock them. As for how to deal with the aftermath, it was Xianjia's business. If Xianjia could not even handle this well, it would mean that he was in a difficult position and he would have to find someone else. As expected, Xianjia's performance did not disappoint Lin Yi. Although his strength was only at the early stage of the gold core stage, this good guy's ability to handle affairs was not to be underestimated. In just a few days, he had calmed the restless people and successfully gained the support of some of the local leaders and disciples. Of course, there was still a long way to go before he could really control the overall situation. However, it was a very gratifying step for Xianjia. With the protection of Lin Yi, he would become the real leader of Green Cloud sect in the North Island sooner or later. Chapter 5369. He had been missing for half a year. Before that, Xianjia hoped more than anyone else that the former head could come back to take charge of the situation. But now everything was different. If Hong Zijuan came back, what should he do as the new head? Should he continue to be the head, or should he abdicate and return it to its rightful owner? If this matter was not handled well, the situation that Xianjia tried so hard to stabilize might be on the verge of losing control again. If the local faction split because of this, and the Chen family's faction fanned the flames again, things might get out of hand. The one who had the power to decide who should be the head was not the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island, but Sky Climbing Cliff. "Is this Hong Zijuan?" Lin Yi sized up the middle-aged man brought by Xianjia. His face was fair and beardless, and he looked honest and refined. His gestures occasionally revealed the aura of a superior, but it was not obvious. Instead, there was a hint of haggard and disheveled. "Greetings, Granduncle Master." Hong Zijuan hurriedly bowed to Lin Yi. He did not act like a head at all in front of Lin Yi. He was not a fool. Lin Yi even killed Chanjiu, the highest elder, without hesitation, let alone a weak head like him. Most importantly, things were different now. Nominally, Xianjia had become the new head of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island, and he was appointed by Lin Yi in public. It was a great risk for him to come back at this time. If Lin Yi and Xianjia felt that he was an eyesore, he would not end up well. Although Xianjia was a good person and Hong Zijuan had helped Xianjia before, it was about the head's position. Even brothers would fight to the death. Of course, the final decision was not up to him and Xianjia, but to Lin Yi. "You've been missing for so long. Where have you been?" Lin Yi looked at him and asked. "I'm ashamed to say that I've been hiding outside for the past half a year and dared not to come back. If I came back, I would be dead." Hong Zijuan smiled bitterly. "Why?" Lin Yi and Xianjia looked at each other. As the head of a sect, Hong Zijuan's strength was certainly not weak. He was a real master in the peak of Gold Core. Moreover, he was in the territory of Green Cloud sect on the North Island. How could his life be in danger? "That's because the person who wanted to kill me was Grand Elder Chanjiu. If it wasn't for my mount desperately protecting me and delaying me for a moment, I would have been a dead man." Hong Zijuan still had a lingering fear when he talked about this matter today. No one would have thought that his own sect's Grand Elder would actually directly make a move against his own sect's head. And there was only one purpose, which was to pave the way for Chan Dongcheng. "No wonder we haven't heard from him for half a year." Lin Yi nodded. That made sense. Since Hong Zijuan had taken action, as long as Chanjiu was there, Hong Zijuan wouldn't dare to come back to Green Cloud sect in the North Island. That would be courting death. That was why he suddenly showed up at this time. After all, Chanjiu had been killed by Lin Yi. For him, the biggest threat had disappeared. As the head of a sect, it was impossible for him to wander outside all the time. No matter what, he had to return to Green Cloud sect in the North Island. As the head of a sect, I only cared about my own safety. It's a great dereliction of duty. Please punish me personally, Grand Uncle. Hong Zijuan respectfully took the initiative to ask for forgiveness, and his attitude was very proper. It's not necessary. It's pardonable. Lin Yi waved his hand indifferently, but the way he looked at Hong Zijuan was a little more playful. This guy clearly knew that Lin Yi let Xianijia take his position, but from his attitude at this moment, he didn't complain or resent at all. Instead, he seemed to have accepted it. Of course, Hong Zijuan didn't have the guts to question Lin Yi. It wasn't hard to understand, but it was a little interesting that he took the initiative to ask for forgiveness with such a proper attitude. Thank you for your understanding, Grand Uncle, but it's a fact that I haven't done anything in the past 6 months. As the head of a sect, I haven't been in contact with anyone for so long. I'm really not qualified to be the head of a sect, and I don't have the face to continue being the head of a sect. Therefore, this important task can only fall on the shoulders of sect leader Xian. Don't worry, Grand Uncle. I'll do my best to cooperate with you in Green Cloud sect in the North Island. I'll go through fire and water to protect you. Hong Zijuan hurriedly showed his loyalty. This guy was quite smart. Lin Yi suddenly understood why Hong Zijuan came. He knew that the matter was settled, and he didn't want to get himself killed for a sect leader's position that had already become a castle in the air. Therefore, he took the initiative to clarify himself. Apart from other things, this guy really knew how to adapt to circumstances. If that's the case, then how about this? You can be the vice head from now on. You have experience and strength. We still need your help on Xianijia's side in the future. I hope there will be no more factional disputes in Green Cloud sect in the North Island. I don't want to hear about anyone stirring up trouble. I have high hopes for both of you. Don't let me down. Lin Yi looked at the two of them and said, yes. Both of them were overjoyed. Xianijia was overjoyed because he had truly secured the position of the head. As for Hong Zijuan, it was already a great thing for him to get Lin Yi's approval. Moreover, although he lost the position of the head, at least he could be the vice head. This was already a pleasant surprise, and there was nothing to be dissatisfied about. Back then, he was bullied so miserably by Chanjiu. This in itself had already proved that Hong Zijuan wasn't a tough person. If Chanjiu didn't want his life, he would have chosen to swallow his anger. Now that it was Lin Yi who was even more terrifying, his choice to lower his head seemed unexpected, but in fact it was completely reasonable. Very good. Lin Yi smiled. He had no choice but to push Xianijia into the position of the head, because he was only familiar with Xianijia and the whole Green Cloud sect in the North Island. He wouldn't rest assured if someone else took the position. However, it was a little unrealistic for Xianijia to really control the overall situation in a short period of time. Hong Zijuan came at the right time. By the way, Martial Granduncle, there's one more thing I need to report to you. Xianijia paused and said with a bit of shame. Chun Dongcheng and Lu Pingon both ran away, and they took Chanjiu's body with them. Now Chanjiu's primordial spirit had been trapped in the space of the jade pendant by Lin Yi, and the rest of his body was no different from a corpse to others. Got it. Lin Yi didn't comment on this. In his opinion, it wasn't entirely a bad thing. After all, Chun Dongcheng and Lu Pingon were more or less hidden dangers in the sect. As long as they were there, the Chun family's faction wouldn't completely disperse, and the fight between the factions would continue. However, once the two of them left, the Chun family's faction would be completely leaderless, and it would collapse on its own. Chapter 5370. Xianijia was a little worried at first, afraid that he would be punished for not doing his job well, but he didn't expect Lin Yi to be like this. He breathed out in relief. All right, you guys go. The most important thing right now is to take control of the big picture. Lin Yi waved his hand. Yes. Xianijia and Hong Zijuan immediately left with high spirits. Heh, fate really is messing with people. These two used to be Hong Zijuan's boss, but now he's going to be Xianijia's lackey, and he's still accepting it so calmly. His personality is amazing. Qintian and the others laughed. Birds of a feather flock together. They're actually the same kind of people. Their personalities are soft, and they look like good people who only care about their own safety, but they're ambitious as well. They'll only jump out and bite people when they're cornered. Now that Lin Yibro has accepted them, of course, Hong Zijuan won't go looking for trouble. Ziyu said with a face that could see through people. Face isn't important, life is more important. Lingshan nodded. Linny couldn't help but laugh. You guys are quite good at reading people. Alright, stop slacking off here, go train hard. Alright. The group smiled. If it was their original temperament, they wouldn't have trained so diligently. However, Chan Jiao and the others had given them a direct lesson. If they weren't strong enough, they wouldn't be able to move an inch in this small world. They were all ambitious people, and they didn't want to live under Lin Yi's wings forever. After all, even if they couldn't keep up with Lin Yi's footsteps, they couldn't be a burden to Lin Yi. Central Island, Kailuo Mountain. Since there were no sects stationed here, and there were wild spirit beasts, there were very few people within 10 miles. Unless it was some sect training or something like that, this place was basically a no man's land. A giant eagle descended from the sky. This was the most symbolic flying spirit beast of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. It was a rare ferocious bird even in the small primitive Jianghu. Except for the sect leader, only the highest elder with a higher status could control it. On the back of this giant vulture was none other than Chan Dongcheng, Lu Pingon, and the unconscious Grand Supreme Elder Chan Jiao, who had secretly escaped. Since he chose to sneak out of the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island in essence, it was no different from betraying the sect. In this way, it was clear that they couldn't stay on the North Island any longer. The other islands were too far away, and they weren't very familiar with them. Chan Dongcheng and Lu Pingon discussed for a long time, and finally decided to escape to the Middle Island. The ungoverned Kailuo Mountain was a ready-made foothold. Although the Kailuo Mountain was dangerous, however, one of them was at the peak of the late stage of the Golden Core Realm, while the other was at the middle stage of the Golden Core Realm. As long as they were a little more cautious, they would be able to protect themselves. Old Lu, we have to figure out what to do next. After all, we can't really stay in this ravine all the time, right? Chun Dongcheng frowned. He was from the Chun family of the North Island and had always been regarded as the successor. He was used to living in luxury since he was a child. Now he was forced to escape to the Kailuo Mountain. It was okay for a day or two, but he couldn't endure it for a long time. But now the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island has fallen into the hands of Lin Yi. Both of us may have been accused of betraying the sect now. If we go out rashly and are targeted by people with ulterior motives, we'll be in big trouble. Lu Pingon also had a headache. No one would want to stay in this barren land, but the problem was that betraying the sect was a first-class felony in the small primitive Jianghu. Even if they walked out of the Middle Island, they would be beaten by everyone. What if they were encountered by the sects of the Middle Island that were on good terms with the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island? The consequences would be even more unimaginable. We still have to give it a try. We can't go on like this. If we really waste a few months, we won't be able to do anything. If it really takes a few months, just the cultivation resources for the two of us will be a big problem. Chun Dongcheng shook his head. If it was an ordinary master of the foundation establishment stage, it would be possible to get some cultivation resources. But both of them were masters above the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. Almost all the cultivation resources of the Gold Core stage in the small primitive Jianghu were in the hands of various sects and families. Not to mention the sparsely populated Kailuo Mountain, it was difficult to buy them in the market. The path of cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. After a long time, the strength of the two of them would inevitably decline, and then they would not be able to find peace even if they cried. How about? Lu Pingon pondered for a moment and suggested, let's simply go to another sect. With our strength, I believe that any of the primitive sects will be happy to accept us. At that time, we can spread the story of Linny occupying the magpie's nest, which will inevitably attract the attention of the entire Primordial Alliance, and we will be in an invincible position. That sounds like a good idea. Chun Dongcheng nodded in agreement. He was a master at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm, and Lu Pingon was a master at the peak of the late stage of the Gold Core realm. With such strength, if they went to any of the primitive sects, they would be treated well. Of course, the premise was that they could gain the trust of the other party. Fortunately, over the years, in order to help him rise, Chanjo often took him to various primitive sects to show his face. Among them, there were a few who were on good terms, so it should not be a big problem to go and seek refuge. So let's go now? Lu Pingon looked at Chan Dongcheng. Although his strength was higher, he still humbled himself in front of Chan Dongcheng. After all, Chanjo was not really dead. If they could find a way to cure him, they would not have a hard time with the protection of this Yuanying realm old monster. There is one more question. What about my ancestor? We can't just go and seek refuge behind his back, can we? Chen Dongcheng was still frowning. Chanjo was the greatest hope for him and Lu Pingon to turn things around. Unless it was confirmed that he was completely dead, it would be impossible to abandon him. Right now, how to settle him was a big problem. That's definitely not appropriate. Master's identity and strength are too sensitive. If we take him rashly, not to mention that few people dare to take us in, even if they do, it will inevitably give birth to all kinds of dirty ideas, which is not good. Lu Pingon shook his head. After all, if they really saved him, he would be a real Yuanying realm old monster. The Blue Cloud sect of the North Island had already staged a dove occupying a magpie's nest, and other primitive sects would not repeat the same mistake. In this case, we can only divide into two groups. One of us will go first, and the other will stay to take care of the ancestor. When everything is ready over there, we will find a way to secretly transfer the ancestor there. How about that? Chen Dongqing said. That's a way, but who will go and who will stay? Lu Pingon looked at Chen Dongqing. This was another problem. Although the two of them were now grasshoppers on the same rope, they could not be considered as confiding in each other. They did not know what kind of little schemes they had in their bellies. No matter who went and who stayed, there would always be various concerns. Chapter 5371. Just then a strange voice suddenly cut in. You two don't have to worry. As long as you join us, all your worries will not be a problem. Who's that? Chen Dongqing and Lu Pingon were shocked at the same time. Only then did they see several figures in the dense forest not far away. All of them were shrouded in black robes, looking extremely mysterious. Seeing this scene, the two of them suddenly felt their blood run cold. Although they were not nascent soul-old monsters, their strength was not low. They did not expect that they would unknowingly fall into the encirclement of these people. It was incredible. Hehe, you can call me mysterious man. The black-robed man's tone was profound. If Bing Wuqing was here, she would know that this guy was the bespectacled professor. Mysterious man? What do you want? Chen Dongcheng and Lu Pingon looked at each other, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The other party had concealed themselves very well. They could not see their strength for a while, but they were sure that since these people could surround the two of them without anyone noticing, their strength was definitely not weak. Nothing. Since you've come to our territory as the host, we should come over and say hello, shouldn't we? The bespectacled professor smiled. Host? The two of them could not help but be stunned. The reason why they chose the K Luo Mountain in the Middle Island as their first stop was because it was an ownerless land. Otherwise, they would not have rashly come in. When did such a group of mysterious hosts appear? We haven't been here for long, so it's normal that you haven't heard of us. After all, you're guests from the North Island, thousands of miles away. The bespectacled professor looked at the two's surprised expressions and became more and more playful. How do you know we're from the North Island? Chen Dongcheng and Lu Pingon were shocked again. They had just missed the mention of the Blue Cloud sect from the North Island when they were talking just now. They did not say anything else at all. Could it be that these people had been guarding here from the beginning? Not only do I know that you're from the North Island, but I also know your identity. Chen Dongcheng, the deputy leader of the Blue Cloud sect from the North Island, Elder Lu Pingon, and the one on the ground is Highest Elder Chanjiu. Am I right? The bespectacled professor smiled. Who on earth are you? The two of them were even more shocked. Didn't I say it just now? You can call me Mysterious Man. The bespectacled doctor paused and then said, both of you are the victims of Lin Yi, and Lin Yi happens to be our enemy. It must be fate that you came all the way here to seek refuge. What? Do you also have a grudge with Lin Yi? The two of them were dumbfounded. They thought to themselves, what kind of people does Lin Yi have? He even has enemies in this godforsaken place. What a coincidence. Of course. Allow me to ask, do the two of you want to seek revenge on Lin Yi? Asked the bespectacled doctor. Chen Dongqing and Lu Pingon looked at each other. Although they were full of fear towards the mysterious man in front of them, they still said truthfully, "Of course we want to, but we don't have the strength to do so. It's good that you have the heart. As for strength, as long as the two of you are willing to join us, you will soon have it," the bespectacled doctor persuaded. Join you? What do you mean? The two of them looked at each other. Until now, they were not even clear whether they were enemies or friends. How did they get to this point? The meaning is very clear. If the two of you join us, I can make you become old monsters in the Yuanying realm in a very short time. What do you think? The bespectacled doctor's words were shocking. Old monsters in the Yuanying realm. Hearing these words, Chen Dongqing and Lu Pingon were completely shocked. When they came to their senses, they looked at each other as if they were looking at a monster. Was this guy's brain fried? Old monsters in the Yuanying realm were existences that could only be encountered by chance. With their qualifications, especially Chen Dongqing, even if they were given a few hundred years, they would not be able to reach the threshold. You don't believe me? That's simple. Anyway, you have come here. Just stay and have a look. It won't be long before you understand that what I said is true. The bespectacled doctor suddenly threw 2 elixirs to the two of them and said, "This is a gift for you too." Golden elixir? This was Chen Dongqing and Lu Pingon's first reaction, but then they shook their heads and denied it. This was definitely not a golden elixir. It just looked a little similar at first glance. Of course, it is not an ordinary golden elixir, but a special improved version. As for the effect, it is at least 5 times more than an ordinary golden elixir. The bespectacled doctor laughed. The two of them listened with bright eyes, but after all, they did not know whether the other party was an enemy or a friend. This elixir did not feel ordinary. From the appearance alone, it was even far above an ordinary golden elixir. However, who knew if it was poison? You still don't believe me? It's okay. There should be a way to test elixirs in this small ancient world. If you two are worried, you can go out and find someone to test it. I can wait. The bespectacled doctor loosened the reins. Thank you very much. Chen Dongqing and Lu Pingon nodded quickly. At this moment, their minds were completely focused on the elixir. They could not wait. After the bespectacled doctor left with his people, the two of them did not hesitate to go out on the vultures to find someone to test the elixir. Soon the results came out. Although it was impossible to accurately identify what elixir it was certain that there was no poison in the 2 elixirs. They were very clean. This result was somewhat unexpected, but at the same time it made the two of them overjoyed. Since it was not poison, it meant that there was no danger. In turn, it confirmed the mysterious man's words to a certain extent. The effect of this elixir was at least 5 times more than an ordinary golden elixir. Was this possible? Both of them had a bit of luck in their hearts. If this was the case, then they would be rich. They did not hesitate to find a place to start taking the elixir. 3 days later, the two of them rode the vultures back to Luo Mountain. Sure enough, the bespectacled doctor was already waiting here with his people. How is it? Are you satisfied with the effect of the elixir? The bespectacled doctor smiled. Chen Dongqing and Lu Pingon did not speak, but the momentum shown by the two of them at this moment was enough to explain everything. They were both in the golden elixir great perfection. In just 3 days, Lu Pingon broke through from the peak of the golden elixir late stage to the golden elixir great perfection was understandable, but Chen Dongqing broke through from the golden elixir middle stage to the golden elixir great perfection, which was really incredible. Looking at the two of you, you should have discovered it, right? The bespectacled doctor continued to smile. Chapter 5372. Just as the bespectacled doctor had said, they had already discovered the faintly discernible poisonous gas in their bodies. This horrifying discovery was enough to completely extinguish their little bit of joy. Even if they were beaten to death, they would never have thought that after they had already found an appraiser, and the result was that there was clearly no poisonous substance in their bodies, there would be such a terrifying and troublesome poisonous gas left behind after eating it. Little did they know that this was a method that was integrated with the top technology of the secular world. It would be a miracle if it could be identified by the conventional appraisal methods of the ancient Jianghu. What do you want? Chen Dongqing and Lu Pingon were a little panicked. Their strength had skyrocketed, but the price they had to pay was poisonous gas in their bodies. This was equivalent to selling themselves alive. No matter who it was, they would not be happy. They would only panic. Nothing much. Don't worry. Although the poisonous gas can't be eliminated, it won't break out in a short time. Even if it takes a long time, as long as you take the antidote regularly, it can be effectively suppressed. There won't be any problems. The bespectacled doctor said lightly. The two looked at each other. These words did not make them feel much more at ease. Instead, they became more frightened. The more stable the poison was, the more firmly the other party controlled it. What did this mysterious man want? Still worried, the bespectacled doctor looked at the two's expressions and smiled. He comforted them. My purpose has been stated from the beginning. We have a common enemy, so I need you two to join our organization. As for the strength of our organization, I believe there is no need to say more. You two should have a deep understanding of it. As long as you two cooperate well, I can help you become Yuanying stage-old monsters in a very short time. Chen Dongcheng and Lu Pingon had subconsciously regarded these words as a fantasy before, but now it was different. With the previous medicinal pills as a foundation, they could be said to believe it without a doubt. On one hand, there was the temptation of a Yuanying stage-old monster, and on the other hand, there was the threat of inexplicable poisonous gas. In the face of this carrot and stick, normal people would not have a second choice. Okay, I'll join. Chen Dongcheng was the first to make a decision. I'll join too. Lu Pingon was not willing to be left behind. Very good. With the help of the two of you, it will be even more convenient for us to do things in the primordial underworld in the future. It's like adding wings to a tiger. Congratulations. The mysterious person was overjoyed when he heard this. Although these two people's surrender was completely within his expectation, it still made him very happy. After all, if the center really wanted to gain a foothold in the small Jianghu of the primordial era, it had to rely heavily on the local natives. These two people were the top executives of the Green Cloud sect of the North Island. Whether it was experience, connections, or influence, they were far from being comparable to ordinary people. Even if they had escaped from the Green Cloud sect of the North Island, they were still very useful. I will do my utmost and dedicate my life to you. Both of them were shrewd people. Since they had already reached this step, they naturally adjusted their mentality extremely quickly, making it impeccable. However, only they themselves knew what kind of thoughts they had in their hearts. Good. The two of you have just broken through, so you need to cultivate and stabilize your realm. After a while, I believe there will be good news, the bespectacled doctor said with a profound smile. What good news? Chen Dongcheng and Lu Pingon looked at each other curiously. You'll know when the time comes. When saying this, the bespectacled doctor's eyes fell on Chen Jiao, who was unconscious. For him, the joining of Chen Dongcheng and Lu Pingon was not the biggest gain. The biggest gain was the supreme elder of the Green Cloud sect of the North Island. The key to mass-producing nascent soul-old monsters in the future would fall on this guy. 3 months passed in a flash. Snow Sword School of the Middle Island. For Su Xiaodong, this was a special day, because her most valued prodisciple Leng Leng had come out of seclusion. After a few months of seclusion cultivation, Leng Leng successfully crossed the barrier between the foundation establishment stage and the gold core stage. Now she was a real master in the early stage of the gold core stage. As a master, Su Xiaodong herself was only in the early stage of the gold core stage. Now she was actually caught up by her own disciple. According to the rules of the sect, they would be on equal footing in the future. This kind of thing would inevitably be a little awkward for others, but not for Su Xiaodong. Instead, she felt very proud. It had only been a mere 1.5 years' time, but Leng Leng had soared from an early-stage foundation establishment realm disciple to the early-stage gold core realm expert today. Even though such an amazing performance could not be compared to Xue Jianfeng, who had a cheat code, it was still considered as shocking. No matter who taught such a disciple, he or she would be extremely proud. Not only that, with Leng Leng's heaven-defying aptitude and the various elixirs given by Lin Yi, after crossing the huge barrier of the gold core stage, it was completely possible for her to return to the previous heaven-defying state of rapid breakthrough. It would take dozens or hundreds of years for others to go from the early stage of the gold core stage to the great perfection of the gold core stage, But for Lung Lung, even if she did not use the improved version of the elixirs with great side effects, it would not take that long. Perhaps in a few years, the Snow Sword School would have another great perfection of the Gold Core stage. However, before the master and disciple could have a few words, a familiar yet disgusting voice cut in. It was Xue Jianfeng. Yo, you've finally come out of isolation. It looks like you're already in the Gold Core stage. How rare. Xue Jianfeng walked towards the two with an evil smile on his face. It was obvious that he did not come with good intentions. Lung Lung and her master Su Xiaodong looked at each other and could not help but feel a little surprised. Ever since this fellow's legs were destroyed by Bing Wuqing in public, not long after that, his father, Xue Liping, sent him out to seek medical treatment. There was no news of him for a few months. They did not expect him to appear again today. There was something strange about this matter from the beginning. Logically speaking, with the injuries on his legs, the doctors in the Snow Sword School might be able to cure him. Even if they did not have the ability, they could at least give it a try. There was no need for him to go out to seek medical treatment, let alone stay out for a few months. Seeing that Lung Lung and Su Xiaodong did not speak, Xue Jianfeng did not mind. He walked closer and reached out his hand to touch Lung Lung's cheek. He continued with an evil smile. "Tsk, I haven't seen you for a few months. Junior sister, you've become more and more attractive. I can't help but feel sorry for you. Initially, I wanted to continue to pursue your past deeds, but I've changed my mind now. As long as you repent and mend your ways, I can let bygones be bygones. How about that?" Repent and mend my ways? Lung Lung took a step back and avoided his lecherous hand. She had already advanced into the Gold Core stage. Even if she was only in the early stage of the Gold Core stage, she was at least at the same level as the other party. She would definitely not be able to defeat him, but she would not be helpless to the extent that she could only wait for death. Chapter 53-73. Lung Lung frowned and immediately prepared to use the Ice Prison Mirror. The power of this move was enough to threaten beginner Golden Elixir Realm experts when she was in Foundation Building Consummation. Now that she had advanced to beginner Golden Elixir Realm, its power had increased tenfold or even tenfold. It was enough to threaten any Golden Elixir Realm experts, including those in Gold Elixir Realm Consummation. Especially since this was the Snow Sword faction, where she did not need to deal with Xue Jianfeng alone. Once they started fighting, they would quickly attract onlookers, and if things got out of hand, it would no longer be her problem. However, before Lung Lung could make her move, a bone-chilling coldness had already enveloped Xue Jianfeng. Bing Wuqing's voice followed. "Who are you talking about when you don't know what's good for you?" "I knew it. When Lung Lung is in trouble, you Lin Yi's damned lackey would definitely jump out and bare your teeth." I was right. Not only was Xue Jianfeng not shocked, but the corner of his mouth curled into a smug and mocking smile, as if he had forgotten the painful lesson from last time. "So you're saying that you came prepared?" Bing Wuqing looked at him again. Although he did not make a move, nor did he release any terrifying aura, her intuition told her that he was no longer the same as before. Thinking of the few months that he had disappeared, anything was possible with the nature-defying skills of the core. Maybe he had already advanced to the nascent soul realm. Otherwise, with Xue Jianfeng's character of bullying the weak, he would never dare to come back to pick a fight at this time, and in such an open and above-board way. Thinking of this, Bing Wuqing suddenly understood. Provoking Lung Lung to lure her out on purpose, could it be that this guy wanted to seek revenge on her? "What do you think?" Xue Jianfeng did not hide it, and a ferocious look flashed across his eyes. "Someone asked me to bring you a message. There is a price to pay for betrayal, and traitors will never have a good ending. I hope you are mentally prepared." "Is that so?" Bing Wuqing's expression did not change at all. It was needless to say who the person he was talking about was. From the day he attacked Xue Jianfeng, she had already been prepared for this. She was not afraid at all. It was true that the center was unfathomable, but did that mean that Lin Yi was weak? The fact that the higher-ups in the center had repeatedly instructed their subordinates not to provoke Lin Yi was proof of Lin Yi's fearsomeness. Bing Wuqing believed that Lin Yi and his backer must have the profound strength to contend with the center. This was the most logical explanation. Otherwise, he would not have joined Lin Yi's side so easily. This was a huge gamble, and a smart person like him would not bet easily. "You seem to be fearless?" Do you really think that you're invincible just because you've become a nascent soul cultivator? Do you think that no one can deal with you? Looking at his expression, Shui Jianfeng couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Bing Wuqing as if he was looking at a clown who was about to be avenged by him. So what you're trying to say is that you can deal with me? Bing Wuqing's lips curled into a grin. Of course. Otherwise, wouldn't all my saliva have been wasted? Shui Jianfeng's expression became more and more smug. However, before he could make a move, his body suddenly sank. A thick layer of ice suddenly covered his entire body. Not only was it difficult for him to move, but it was also impossible for him to even lift his hand. The merciless ice aura this time was much more powerful than before. Bing Wuqing's cultivation level had not improved in the past few months, and she had not taken the 2 supreme-grade golden nascent gathering pills that Lin Yi had given her. Everyone knew that more haste, less speed. However, some people could restrain themselves while others could not. Bing Wuqing, who was an absolutely rational person, naturally belonged to the former category. In terms of direct effects alone, apart from the poisonous gas, the improved version of the core elixir was indeed much more powerful than ordinary elixirs. Even the supreme-grade elixirs that Lin Yi had personally refined could not compare to it. However, there was a huge drawback, and that was that it greatly depleted one's potential. The direct consequence of this was that it would be very difficult for one to achieve breakthroughs in the future, and one's foundation would be severely lacking. Although Bing Wuqing didn't rely on the core elixir to increase her strength like Shui Jianfeng, she had still taken it once. If it weren't for the fact that her natural endowment was so strong that it defied the natural order, no matter how many supreme-grade elixirs Lin Yi gave her, it would have been useless. To be honest, the fact that she was able to overcome the side effects of the core elixir in such a short period of time, and successfully break through to the nascent soul realm was a result that shocked not only the outsiders, but even Lin Yi himself. However, no matter how strong and heaven-defying Bing Wuqing's natural endowments were, the side effects still existed. This was not obvious when she was in the nascent soul realm, but it gradually became apparent after she advanced to the nascent soul realm. The most direct manifestation was that it was no longer as easy to achieve breakthroughs as before. With her natural endowments, she could easily achieve breakthroughs with just a few elixirs in the past, but it was not realistic now. Of course, part of the reason was that it was more difficult to achieve breakthroughs in the nascent soul realm, but the side effects were still there. Fortunately, she had that half a stalk of divine knowledge grass as a foundation, which largely mitigated this side effect. Now that she had specially stabilized it for a few months, it could basically be considered to have offset the side effects. As her strength and realm became more stable, even though they were both in the early stage of the nascent soul realm, Bing Wuqing's real strength had increased a lot compared to a few months ago. Even if she were to face a more experienced early-stage nascent soul expert of the same level, she would only be stronger. Therefore, Shui Jianfeng was very confident when he returned this time. Bing Wuqing, who had expected this, was also very confident. Humph, with such insignificant skills, you have the nerve to repeat the same trick in front of me? Shui Jianfeng, who was trapped in the ice, suddenly snorted coldly. An extremely powerful burst of vital energy erupted from his body, and the ice instantly shattered to the ground. There was no longer any obstruction. Seeing this, the expressionless Bing Wuqing's eyes suddenly widened. This guy was not in the early stage of the nascent soul realm, but the peak of the early stage. Are you scared? Shui Jianfeng was very pleased with her shocked expression. He said proudly, "How about it? Do you feel a little regretful now? Unfortunately, even if you regret it, it's too late. Once you took this step, there's no turning back. To be honest, I really didn't expect that a rational person like you, Bing Wuqing, would be so hot-headed that you would actually take this path of no return. Before I really make a move, why don't you share your thoughts?" The peak of the early stage of the nascent soul realm was his greatest source of confidence. In these few months, he wasn't recuperating from his injuries. Instead, he was undergoing further strengthening and upgrading. The peak of the early stage of the nascent soul realm was the result of this strengthening and upgrading. Chapter 5374. However, the key that restricted them was the sample. Not only did they need a ready-made sample source, but they also needed a strong sample recipient. In the beginning, the strongest sample in the secular world was a heaven-level paragon, so the center of the secular world could only produce heaven-level paragon experts. However, when the people of the ancient underworld appeared, foundation establishment and golden core experts were no longer a problem. Now that Chen Dongcheng and Lu Pingon had brought the half-dead Chen Jiao, it was only natural that they could produce nascent soul experts. Xue Jianfeng was the first test subject. As for why he could reach the peak of early-stage nascent soul, there was only one reason: Chen Jiao, who was the sample source, was at the peak of early-stage nascent soul. Path of no return? Looks like you're really confident. Bing Wuqing's eyes narrowed into slits. This was a sign that he was serious. No matter how much he looked down on Xue Jianfeng, now that he had become a peak early-stage nascent soul expert, he was definitely a formidable opponent. I'm a whole level stronger than you now. Why don't you give me a reason not to be confident? Xue Jianfeng grinned coldly and suddenly drew his sword. The speed of his sword was more than 100 times faster than when he was at Golden Core Paragon. At first glance, it looked like a beam of cold light, and in the next instant, it was already at Bing Wuqing's throat. No one could have imagined that Xue Jianfeng would so openly kill Bing Wuqing in broad daylight. One must know that even when Bing Wuqing had seized the opportunity to turn against him previously, it was only to punish him. This fellow was a classic example of a vile person who would seek revenge whenever he had a grudge. Cold and Su Xiaodong's eyelids twitched at the sight, and they immediately broke out in cold sweat for Bing Wuqing. However, this was a battle between nascent soul experts, and they were only at the early-stage golden core experts, so they could not interfere at all. Fortunately, Xue Jianfeng's sword stopped at the last moment. It was not that he had deliberately withdrawn his strength, but that there was an additional layer of ice between the tip of his sword and Bing Wuqing's throat. What was different was that this layer of ice was an eerie black clang. With a crisp sound similar to metal colliding, Xue Jianfeng's sword was deflected by this layer of black ice, which shocked the arrogant Xue Jianfeng. He was now a peak early-stage nascent soul expert. How could he not break the defense of an early-stage nascent soul expert when he went all out? Especially when this layer of black ice appeared. It made people's hair stand on end. What kind of evil technique was this? Your level has indeed increased by quite a bit, but unfortunately your strength has not increased by much. Your sword is a bit unsteady. Bing Wuqing said calmly. Not only was there not the slightest hint of panic in her expression, it was as if she had seen through her opponent's background with this sword strike and regained her confidence. Xue Jianfeng's attack was indeed fast, so fast that he couldn't even react in time. However, the tip of the sword began to drift in the end. This was a sign of an unstable realm and insufficient foundation. No matter how nature-defying the technique was, it was not surprising that Xue Jianfeng would suffer from this after forcefully turning him into an expert at the peak of the early nascent soul realm in such a short period of time. Otherwise, it would not have been easy for Bing Wuqing to block his sudden attack. Humph! Stop putting on an act. Although that was what he said, Xue Jianfeng began to feel a little diffident. All this while, Bing Wuqing had always been superior to him. Even though she was superior to him now, he actually did not have much confidence. After all, he was not a fool. He knew better than anyone the drawbacks of the improved elixirs, especially when he had just become an expert at the peak early-stage nascent soul realm. Against Bing Wuqing, an expert at the early-stage nascent soul realm, there was a risk that he would fail miserably. At the end of the day, Xue Jianfeng would always feel inferior in front of a true peerless genius like Bing Wuqing. It was just that he was deceiving himself and refused to admit it no matter what. Whether I'm putting on airs or not, we'll know once we fight. Bing Wuqing's tone was very unyielding. Unlike the shock she had shown just now, the way she looked at Xue Jianfeng now was filled with aggression, just like how a vicious wolf would look at an injured leopard. Before the leopard was injured, the vicious wolf might have retreated, but now that it had seen through the leopard, the tables had turned. Being stared at like that, Xue Jianfeng felt his scalp go numb for a moment, and he even took half a step back subconsciously. However, he quickly regained his senses and forced a cold laugh. Humph, you sure sound arrogant. Let's see if you have what it takes. Bing Wuqing did not speak, but answered him with her actions. A pitch-black ice sword appeared soundlessly in her hand, emitting an unparalleled mysterious aura. It seemed sacred and solemn, yet evil and ruthless at the same time. It was hard to fathom, but it made one's heart palpitate. Xue Jianfeng's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Black ice again. Before today, He had never seen such a move from Bing Wuxia. Judging from the situation just now, this was obviously her trump card, and its power must be extraordinary. Just as they were about to fight, a group of people hurried over from afar, and Hong Qingyuan's voice rang out. Wait! Let's talk this out. It was not just sect leader Hong Qingyuan who had come. Great Elder Qi Qianqiu and the other members of the Elders Guild had arrived as well. They could not help but feel nervous. This was a battle between two nascent soul realm old monsters, and once they got serious, it would be a huge disaster for the entire Snow Sword sect. Not to mention that Xue Jianfeng and Bing Wuqing were both members of the Snow Sword sect. To a primordial sect, every nascent soul realm old monster was an invaluable asset. They did not want the Snow Sword sect to lose any of them for nothing, especially if both sides were to suffer heavy losses. Your reinforcements are here. Xue Jianfeng was already in a difficult position, and he was clearly frightened by Bing Wuqing's stance. Now that he had found a way out, he pretended to be magnanimous and said, "Considering that you and I are from the same sect, and considering the bigger picture, I'll remember what you did last time. You'd better know your place in front of me in the future." Pretentious. Bing Wuqing looked at him as if she was looking at an idiot, but she did not make a move forcefully. Her priority was to protect Kuldlung, and it would be detrimental to Kuldlung's safety if they really fought here. Hong Qingyuan and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. On one hand, they were still shocked by Xue Jianfeng's strength, and on the other hand, they were genuinely worried. If the two of them were to really fight without a care in the world, they would not even dare to stop them. If they dared to interfere in the battle between two nascent soul realm old monsters, even Hong Qingyuan, who was at Golden Core great perfection, would only end up as cannon fodder. Chapter 5375. Hong Qingyuan and the others looked at each other. Last time, Bing Wuqing had taken matters into her own hands and got herself a permanent Great Supreme Elder, and they hadn't even had the time to report it to the Great Supreme Elder. Now, she had gotten herself a permanent Great Supreme Elder. What the hell was this? Although they criticized her in their hearts, she was now an expert at the peak of the early nascent soul realm. They, including Hong Qingyuan, had no room to bargain. No matter what she asked, the only thing they could do was to listen obediently. Alright, it's settled then. Xue Jianfeng made his decision. Hong Qingyuan and the others all looked at Bing Wuqing. He was the only one who had the right to speak up and object at a time like this. Xue Jianfeng, the first executive Grand Supreme Elder, was obviously trying to ride on his head. The one who had the biggest reaction to this was definitely him. However, Bing Wuqing was completely indifferent. She didn't even have the intention to speak. She just looked at Xue Jianfeng with a sneer in her eyes, as if she wasn't interested. Soon Xue Jianfeng, Hong Qingyuan, and the others left one after another. When they were far away, Bing Wuqing turned to Lung Lung and reminded, "Based on this guy's character, he won't let this go easily. Be careful for the next few days and avoid him if you can." Got it. Lung Lung nodded. Because she had just advanced to the Golden Core realm, she needed to stabilize her realm. She just needed to find a slightly more secluded place. Moreover, with Bing Wuqing as a deterrent, Xue Jianfeng didn't dare to be too unbridled. Little did he know that Bing Wuqing herself was feeling very weak at this moment. Although she looked like she was going to defeat Xue Jianfeng, it was actually just a bluff. The sudden appearance of Hong Qingyuan and the others was not so much to give Xue Jianfeng a way out, but to say that it had helped him out of his predicament. The black ice that Xue Jianfeng was most afraid of was indeed a killer weapon that he had recently cultivated. Unfortunately, it was far from being fully formed. Its effect in actual combat was very limited, which could not be concealed once they started fighting. Fortunately, Xue Jianfeng was frightened. Bing Wuqing had originally planned to continue stabilizing her realm for a while, but now she couldn't. Facing Xue Jianfeng, a peak early nascent soul realm expert who had suddenly appeared, she had to improve her strength as soon as possible. She was very clear that Xue Jianfeng wasn't someone who could be easily fooled. He might be able to scare them this time, but he might not be able to do so the next time. Fortunately, she still had the 2 supreme-grade golden nascent condensation pills that Lin Yi had given her. In addition, she had been stabilizing herself during this period of time. As long as she went into seclusion for a period of time, Bing Wuqing was confident that she could elevate her realm by 1 level. If she was lucky, she might even elevate 2 levels in a row. At that time, he would have enough strength to use the black cold ice. Xue Jianfeng would naturally not be a threat to him. Bing Wuqing was never one to procrastinate. Once she had made up her mind, she immediately went into seclusion. For 3 consecutive days, everything was peaceful. However, this peace was soon broken. Xue Jianfeng took much earlier than Bing Wuqing had expected, and he did not manage to see through the black ice. But he could tell that Bing Wuqing was putting on an act. Otherwise, with Bing Wuqing's extremely pragmatic nature, as long as she had enough power, she would not have swallowed her pride like this. Especially when he realized that Lung Lung had disappeared without a trace and Bing Wuqing had gone into closed-door cultivation. Xue Jianfeng felt even more strongly that he had been tricked. His first reaction in anger and humiliation was to barge into Bing Wuqing's cave abode. Anyone who went into closed-door cultivation would activate a defensive formation to prevent outsiders from invading, and Bing Wuqing's cave abode was no exception. Unfortunately, the defensive formation here was not of a high level. At most, it could withstand the attack of a golden core perfected expert. In front of a nascent soul-old monster, it was practically non-existent, let alone Xue Jianfeng. Xue Jianfeng's sudden barge was far beyond Bing Wuqing's expectations. He was at a crucial point in his closed-door cultivation. He had suffered a great loss in just one encounter. If he had not barely released the Heartless Ice Force at the last moment to delay the other party for a moment, he would have been killed instantly. Otherwise, he would practically be killed in an instant. This time, Xue Jianfeng had truly unleashed his killing intent. However, Bing Wuqing was Bing Wuqing after all. Even though she had been viciously tricked by Xue Jianfeng, she was still able to escape death by herself and escape with serious injuries. The Snow Sword School was in an uproar when the news came out. Hong Qingyuan and the others almost went crazy when they heard about it. Many of them were people who prioritized the interests of the school above everything else. Before this, they were all looking forward to a glorious future. Xue Jianfeng, Bing Wuqing, and the original Grand Supreme Elder made up a total of 3 nascent soul-old monsters. Such a luxurious top-notch configuration had already surpassed the level of all the 10 small sects and families. They could even begin to challenge the legendary 4 big sects, which were the true supreme rulers of the ancient underworld. Once they became one of the 4 big sects and families, it would be a brand new era for the entire Snow Sword School. They were about to make history. Little did they expect that before they could realize this beautiful dream, Xue Jianfeng and Bing Wuqing would start fighting again. This time, Bing Wuqing was seriously injured, so much so that she finally escaped from the Snow Sword School with all her might. Her whereabouts were unknown. Elder Xue, can you please explain to us what is going on? Hong Qingyuan asked, suppressing his anger. If the other party was not a nascent soul-old monster, he would not even want to speak right now. He would have been punished according to the school rules. Unfortunately, all the school rules were set for those below the sect leader. For a nascent soul-old monster like Xue Jianfeng, all the school rules were nothing but a fart. What is going on? Do you even need to ask? Bing Wuqing betrayed the school. It's that simple. Because of his strength, Xue Jianfeng no longer cared about Hong Qingyuan and the others. He did not even bother to make up an excuse for this kind of thing. He could deal with it with just a few words. Hong Qingyuan and the others all had a strange expression, as if they were constipated. Even if 10,000 alpacas were galloping in their hearts, they would not dare to refute him directly. Also, where did Kult go? Find her at all costs. Xue Jianfeng directly ordered everyone, then added, spread the word. If I don't see her by sunset today, then I will punish her master, Su Xiaodong. His words caused the expressions of Hong Qingyuan and the others to change drastically again. Not only did they not feel the joy brought about by 3 nascent soul-old monsters, but they were all anxious. Xue Jianfeng was acting so unbridled. He was prepared to become the local tyrant of the entire Snow Sword School. Chapter 5376. Under Xue Jianfeng's tyrannical power, everyone, from sect leader Hong Qingyuan to ordinary Snow Sword sect disciples, could only look at each other in silence. Su Xiaodong was captured and tied to the execution platform in public. The result was not out of Xue Jianfeng's expectations. Lung Lung, who had disappeared after hearing that her master was in trouble, appeared before the sky turned dark. I'm here. Can you let go of my master now? Lung Lung looked straight at Xue Jianfeng on the platform. Haha. The relationship between master and disciple is really touching. But when did I say that I would let go of your master if you came? Xue Jianfeng smiled evilly. What do you want? Lung Lung was not surprised. Nothing much. Even if I told you to give in right now, I don't think you'd agree to it. But it's fine, I'm patient. You'll understand when Lin Yi's unlucky, and I won't have to say anything then. Xue Jianfeng looked very confident and then sneered. What you have to do now is very simple. Stand with your master. If Bing Wuqing still remembers the mission Lin Yi gave her, I think she'll show herself. Compared to Lung Lung, Xue Jianfeng paid more attention to Bing Wuqing. After all, she was the one who could really pose a fatal threat to him. Now that he had managed to seriously injure her, he had to take this opportunity to eliminate her. Lung Lung was nothing in comparison. Although that was what he said, Xue Jianfeng had no idea whether Bing Wuqing would show up or not. He knew very well that she was an extremely rational and realistic person. Since she knew that she would be courting death by coming back, the possibility of her showing up on her own was really not high. The result was out of Xue Jianfeng's expectation. Bing Wuqing appeared before his patience had even begun to wear off. How rare, how rare. I didn't think that a cold-faced guy like you would be so loyal to Lin Yi, coming back to die for his woman. Should I say that you're noble, or should I say that you're stupid? Xue Jianfeng couldn't help but be overjoyed. Lung Lung was also very surprised by this. Although she already knew that Bing Wuqing was one of them, there was not much substantial interaction between them. She never knew that Bing Wuqing's loyalty to Lin Yi was to such an extent. It was truly impressive. I'm not noble or stupid, Bing Wuqing answered. Oh? Why did you come back when it was clearly a suicide mission? Don't tell me you think you can escape alive? Xue Jianfeng did not hide his murderous intent at all. Now that Bing Wuqing was severely injured, no one else from the Snow Sword faction dared to stop him. Today was the day Bing Wuqing would die. Yes. Bing Wuqing's answer was short and forceful. Interesting, let's give it a try. The corners of Xue Jianfeng's lips curled up. It was true that he had been intimidated by the other party previously, but now he had seen through the other party's false bravado. Furthermore, Bing Wuqing was seriously injured. If he couldn't kill her even with this, he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Sure, let's give it a try, someone responded, but it wasn't Bing Wuqing's voice. Hearing this voice, Xue Jianfeng's expression instantly changed. Lung Lung's expression also changed greatly. However, the former's expression became extremely unsightly, while the latter was overjoyed. No one would have thought that Lin Yi would actually show up at Middle Island at this time. This was purely a coincidence. The reason why Lin Yi appeared here was purely because the situation at Blue Cloud Sect in the North Island was almost under control, so he came to Middle Island to visit Lung Lung. He didn't expect to run into this matter. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for just a few months, your wings have hardened. You're not simple. Lin Yi looked at Xue Jianfeng, who was standing on the high platform. His expression was neither happy nor sad, making it impossible for others to guess what he was thinking. Because the lesson from last time was still fresh in his mind, even though Xue Jianfeng had now become a peak early-stage nascent soul expert, which was completely different from how he used to be, he still subconsciously trembled when he was looked at by Lin Yi. However, this instinctive and inexplicable uneasiness was quickly suppressed by Xue Jianfeng. Now that he was already at the peak early-stage nascent soul, if he was still afraid of Lin Yi, who was merely in the foundation building stage, wouldn't he be laughed at by others? Ha ha ha, what a good day today. I can't believe there's such a pleasant surprise. Bing Wuqing, you've done a good job. You're really a guy who knows how to adapt to the circumstances. You're really good at changing the rudder when the wind blows. Xue Jianfeng laughed and looked at Bing Wuqing with a face full of praise, giving people the impression that Bing Wuqing had listened to his instructions and deliberately led Lin Yi to his death. He had never forgotten the great shame that Lin Yi had brought him before. Originally, he thought that he would at least have a chance to avenge himself when he went to the North Island, but he didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to come to his door at this time. That being said, Xue Jianfeng didn't have the guts to really kill Lin Yi in broad daylight. After all, it was a serious matter. Not only he, but even the bespectacled doctor above him couldn't bear it. But as long as no one was killed, it shouldn't be a problem to give him a good punishment. Bing Wuqing ignored him. She didn't even have the mood to talk to such a low-level person who was trying to drive a wedge between them. If Lin Yi took the bait so easily, it could only mean that he was blind. Bing Wuqing had never thought of herself as a blind disabled person. Lin Yi also ignored him and walked directly toward the other party. Bing Wuqing wanted to follow him, but he waved his hand to stop her. Just watch the show. There's no need to be so nervous when dealing with this kind of trash. Xue Jianfeng didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and snorted. You talk big. People who don't know you might think you're some old nascent soul realm monster. There's really no one who can act like you. To tell you the truth, I'm not a person who likes to show off. Most of the time I'm just doing normal things like killing an ant with a wave of my hand. But in the eyes of people like you, I'm just showing off. Don't you think that's unfair? Killing an ant? Who's an ant? Do you mean that I, an expert at the peak of the early nascent soul realm, am just an ant in your eyes? Ha 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 ha. Xue Jianfeng laughed maniacally at the sky, laughing so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. After a long while he finally straightened his body and mocked. Looks like I wasn't wrong at all. You're not just acting cool, you're even acting swollen. Whatever you say. Now you can kneel. Lin Yi's tone wasn't aggressive at all. It was calm as usual, as if it was a matter of course. Chapter 5377. Lin Yi had inexplicably asked Xue Jianfeng, a peak early-stage nascent soul expert, to kneel. Was this guy an idiot? Where did his confidence come from? At this time Lin Yi was only 5 steps away from him. Xue Jianfeng had already made up his mind to make Lin Yi suffer. In a fit of rage, he unsheathed his snow sword without hesitation. With a flash of sword light, it was pressed against Lin Yi's throat. The scene was exactly the same as when he was dealing with Bing Wuqing. Lung Lung and Bing Wuqing's eyelids twitched when they saw this scene. They had to admit that this guy's sword speed after advancing to the peak early-stage nascent soul realm was a little too fast. Although there were other drawbacks, such as the tip of the sword being shaky and the lack of power, the speed of the sword itself was extremely terrifying. When one's speed reached a certain degree, it would become an unbreakable technique. Even though Xue Jianfeng's sword had yet to reach the pinnacle of speed, it had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle in the eyes of the minor pugilistic world. After all, this fellow could be considered a genius. His aptitude was not fake. Xue Jianfeng had never thought of finishing off Lin Yi with a single strike. This was actually just a test. He wanted to let Lin Yi have a taste of the feeling of brushing shoulders with the god of death. He wanted Lin Yi to make a fool of himself in front of everyone. In his opinion, the show had only just begun. Unfortunately, the show that he had anticipated had only just begun. To be precise, it had already ended before it had even begun. Xue Jianfeng's sword was fast, but Lin Yi's soul-reaping hand was even faster. At the moment when he struck, a soul-reaping hand with black gas had already appeared above his head. His entire primordial spirit was instantly controlled, and then slowly pulled out of his physical body. One had to know that even Changjiu, the sample source, could not resist Lin Yi's soul-reaping hand. Not to mention Xue Jianfeng, a peak early-stage nascent soul expert who relied purely on imitation. In front of the soul-reaping hand, he was nothing but a fart. Plop! Before his primordial spirit was completely pulled out of his physical body, Xue Jianfeng hurriedly knelt down without hesitation. In the face of death, faith and hatred were all meaningless. Begging for mercy was the most important thing. Everyone was speechless. At this time, Hong Qingyuan and the others had already rushed over after hearing the news. It was just that they had no way of interfering in Xue Jianfeng's matter, nor did they feel that with Xue Jianfeng's strength, he would be at a disadvantage. They never imagined that it would actually be such an outcome. Xue Jianfeng actually really knelt down. Everyone looked at Lin Yi with incomparable shock and doubt. Who exactly was this person? In fact, even Bing Wuqing was shocked at this moment. She had thought that Lin Yi would be able to deal with Xue Jianfeng. Otherwise, with Lin Yi's style, he would not have come forward so rashly if he did not have enough confidence. However, the scene of him forcing Xue Jianfeng to his knees with such ease really refreshed Bing Wuqing's worldview. Wasn't this boss of hers a little too strong and unreasonable? Hey, you're quite sensible in the face of death. Seeing this, Lin Yi smiled. Seeing that Xue Jianfeng had been scared to the point of wetting his pants, he then released his primordial spirit, allowing him to escape. After all, this was the territory of the Snow Sword faction. Even if it was for Lung Lung's sake, Lin Yi could not directly kill Xue Jianfeng as soon as he arrived. Moreover, the unfathomable core was involved. Lin Yi did not plan to take the initiative to fire the first shot yet. Naturally, he would not mess up his rhythm just because of a mere Xue Jianfeng. When the primordial spirit returned to his physical body, Xue Jianfeng's face turned pale. Although he did not seem to be injured at first glance, in fact, having the primordial spirit forcibly extracted from the physical body was a very damaging thing to his vitality, especially since Xue Jianfeng was an expert who relied on the core's techniques to forcefully reach his current level. In this aspect, primordial spirit was completely weak, so the impact was even greater. Without a few months' time, Xue Jianfeng would not be able to recover to his peak state. I have eyes but failed to see. Please be magnanimous and let me go. I won't dare to do such a stupid thing again. I won't dare to do it again. Xue Jianfeng hurriedly begged for mercy while trembling with fear. He almost buried his head into the ground. After all, he was not a fool. Although Lin Yi had released his primordial spirit, with Lin Yi's technique just now, killing him was almost a matter of a thought. In order to live, he had no choice but to beg for mercy. Is that so? But why do I remember that I just taught you a lesson a few months ago? Now you don't recognize me anymore. What if you go back on your words in the future? I don't trust a guy with a criminal record like you. Lin Yi looked down at him from above. This. Xue Jianfeng crawled on the ground. Instantly he was sweating profusely. He did not even have the chance to refute this kind of thing. He could only beg with all his might. Please believe me. I really won't dare to do it again. I won't dare to do it again. Elder Xue, please forgive me if I have offended you in any way. I represent all the disciples of the Snow Sword sect in gratitude. Hong Qingyuan also came forward with a group of elders to plead for mercy. No matter what, Xue Jianfeng was still a member of the Snow Sword sect. Moreover, he was a nascent soul realm old monster that they needed to rely on in the future. If he were to die in the hands of Lin Yi, it would be an incomparably huge loss to the entire Snow Sword sect. They could not afford it. Lin Yi glanced at them, then pouted at Xue Jianfeng on the ground and said, "They are pleading for you. This is a way to step down. Aren't you going to do something?" Do something? Xue Jianfeng was stunned. Nonsense. You went back on your words and went against me. You want me to let you go without paying a price? Do you really think I'm easy to fool? Or do you think I won't kill you? Lin Yi snorted coldly. Feeling the murderous intent that was gradually being released from the other party, Xue Jianfeng could not help but shrink his neck. People's minds always turned especially fast in this kind of life and death situation. He immediately understood what Lin Yi meant. Last time, Lin Yi let him go because he handed over half of the divine sense grass. So it was clear that if he wanted to live this time, he would have to pay a sufficient price. But I don't have the divine sense grass anymore, Xue Jianfeng said bitterly, then changed to something else. If you don't have anything decent, then cripple one of your arms. It'll be a good lesson for you, Lin Yi said casually. Xue Jianfeng's face was bitter. If he wanted to satisfy Lin Yi, he needed at least a treasure on the level of the divine sense grass. How could he take it out in such a short time? I never repeat myself. If you can't take out something decent, then cripple one of your arms. Otherwise, if I do it myself, you won't be able to get away so easily, Lin Yi said indifferently. Chapter 5378. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xue Jianfeng's face turned red. Seeing that Lin Yi's murderous intent was getting stronger and stronger, he had no choice but to clench his teeth and cripple his left arm. This should be enough, Xue Jianfeng said, enduring the pain. Scram. If there's a next time, you won't have to kneel. As Lin Yi spoke, he sent Xue Jianfeng flying with a kick in front of everyone. If this happened again, it would be Xue Jianfeng's death date. At that time, even if he didn't want to start a war with the center, he definitely wouldn't let this scourge live. Xue Jianfeng retreated in a hurry with the help of Xue Liping. Everyone's attention once again fell on Lin Yi. Witnessing this scene, Hong Qingyuan and the others were shocked and in awe. They did not dare to have any other thoughts. This person was too terrifying. I am the sect leader of Snow Sword Sect, Hong Qingyuan. May I know your name and what orders do you have for my sect? Hong Qingyuan braced himself and asked on behalf of the crowd. My name is Lin Yi. As for my identity, I am now the Grandmaster of the Blue Cloud Sect in the North Island. You don't have to restrain me like this. I'm here to visit Lung Lung and Wu Qing. There's nothing else, Lin Yi answered casually. Although they had already guessed it, hearing it from Lin Yi's mouth still shocked everyone. The way they looked at Lung Lung and Bing Wuqing changed a little, thinking to themselves that it was no wonder these two had improved so much in such a short period of time. It turned out that they had found such a powerful backer outside. This was incredible. At this moment the elders, including Hong Qingyuan, could not help but break out in a cold sweat. It was fortunate that they did not offend Lung Lung before. Otherwise, if they had been like Xue Jianfeng and called him a traitorous disciple, they would have followed in Xue Jianfeng's footsteps or even worse. After all, they did not have Xue Jianfeng's strength. If Xue Jianfeng was an ant in front of Lin Yi, then everyone present was not even an ant. They could only be regarded as dust. So it's the martial granduncle of the Blue Cloud Sect of the North Island. It's an honor to meet you. Please forgive us. Hong Qingyuan and the others hurriedly saluted to Lin Yi together. Their attitude was even more humble than that of the people of Green Cloud Sect in the North Island. Although they were from the Blue Cloud Sect in the North Island, and had nothing to do with the Snow Sword Sect in the Middle Island, they should have the awareness of dust. Not to mention other aspects, at least they had to show their attitude on the surface. Ignorance is not a crime. Besides, I'm here as a private person, so there's no need for all these formalities. Lin Yi paused for a moment before saying, as an outsider, I shouldn't be able to comment on the matters of your Snow Sword School. However, since it's related to cult, I still have to ask. Is she a traitor disciple of your school? Of course not. Hong Qingyuan and the others hurriedly denied. If she's not, then why didn't anyone stand up to stop Xue Jianfeng from treating her like this? Does the Snow Sword School not even have this basic rule? Lin Yi frowned and said, This. Hong Qingyuan and the others could only look at each other and smile bitterly. If they had the strength to stop Xue Jianfeng, they would not have allowed Xue Jianfeng to be so unscrupulous. But he was a nascent soul-old monster, and even Bing Wuqing was seriously injured. What could they do? You're one of the 10 small sects and families after all. It's a bit embarrassing for you to act like this. Lin Yi taunted them mercilessly. To be honest, he was suppressing his anger at the moment. Luckily, he happened to be here. Otherwise, if something really happened to cult, Xue Jianfeng would naturally be the culprit. But these incompetent higher-ups of the Snow Sword School would not be able to escape the title of accomplice. At that time, the entire Snow Sword School would have to bear his anger. We've embarrassed ourselves in front of you, senior. Hong Qingyuan and the others collectively sweated. Although the other party's words were unpleasant, they indeed could not refute. No matter how powerful Xue Jianfeng's strength was, they were the actual decision-makers of the sect's affairs. According to the ancestral teachings, unless it was a major event that concerned the survival of the sect, the supreme elders could not interfere with the sect's affairs. Just from this point alone, the entire higher-ups of the Elders Guild were collectively derelict in their duties. Logically speaking, I shouldn't say this as an outsider, but Cold and I have a special relationship. I don't want anything to happen to her otherwise. He did not finish his words, but the meaning was clear. Lin Yi smiled and said, Speaking of which, I have a bit of a relationship with your Snow Sword School. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I don't want to make things unpleasant. Is that okay? Yes. We'll keep your instructions in mind, senior. Hong Qingyuan and the others hurriedly responded, but they were a little confused. This senior granduncle of the Blue Cloud Sect in the North Island actually said that he had a bit of a relationship with our Snow Sword School. What did that mean? Little did they know that the so-called relationship Lin Yi mentioned was actually with the Snow Sword School on the Heaven Island. After all, Sydney had stayed in the Snow Sword School before, and even Wei Shenjin was a member of the Snow Sword School. Lin Yi was treated as a distinguished guest by Hong Qingyuan and the others. They were all extremely respectful, even more humble than when they were facing Xue Jianfeng. This not only showed that Xue Jianfeng's popularity was too poor, but it also fully reflected the philosophy of the ancient Jianghu, which was to respect the strong. On the other side, Xue Jianfeng, who had escaped a calamity, did not hide away to heal his wounds, nor did he go to find the glasses doctor and the others. Instead, he went straight to the forbidden area of the Snow Sword School, the Snowy Peak. As one of the 10 small sects and clans, the territory controlled by the Snow Sword School was naturally not small, and the Snowy Peak was the highest peak within a radius of 100 miles. Strange mountains and rocks towered into the sky. The peak was covered in snow all year round, and the temperature was extremely low. Let alone ordinary people, this place was definitely a forbidden area for Foundation establishment experts. Even the Golden Core experts could not last long. This place was the activity territory of the nascent soul-old monsters. Before the rise of Xue Jianfeng and Bing Wuqing, there was only one nascent soul-old monster in the entire Snow Sword School, and that was the Grand Elder Yu Taizong. Without Yu Taizong's approval, other than the sect leader Hong Qingyuan, no one dared to trespass the Snowy Peak. However, Xue Jianfeng clearly did not care about this little rule. He did not come before because he did not want to. After all, the environment on the Snowy Peak was so harsh, and it was better to be tyrannical down there than to come up and suffer. But now the situation was different. Because of the existence of Lin Yi, this place was probably the safest place in the entire Snow Sword School for him. Unless Lin Yi deliberately wanted to shed all pretenses of cordiality with Xue Jianfeng, he could not possibly barge into the forbidden area to find trouble with him, right? Chapter 5379. Xue Jianfeng's main mission this time was to execute the traitor Bing Wuqing. But now that Bing Wuqing was not dead, he was forced to cripple his own arm. How was he going to explain this when he returned? Lin Yi can't stay here forever. I'll hide first. When he leaves, I'll settle the score with that dead face and Lung Lung. Xue Jianfeng gritted his teeth. Although he was extremely unwilling, in front of Lin Yi's tyranny, he could only choose to endure the humiliation. However, before Xue Jianfeng could properly rest, a powerful aura from the top of the mountain had already enveloped him. Xue Jianfeng's heart suddenly trembled. This aura was actually stronger than his. It seemed to be at least mid-stage nascent soul. No, it should be mid-stage peak. Yu Taizong. After seeing the appearance of the person, Xue Jianfeng almost blurted out. This person was the great elder Yu Taizong. But wasn't this old man always in seclusion? Why did he suddenly come out? Nascent soul old monster? Who are you? How dare you break into my Snow Sword Sect's forbidden area? Yu Taizong was equally shocked after sensing the other person's aura. His first reaction was that the Snow Sword Sect had been invaded and even exterminated. After all, the other party had even sent out a nascent soul-old monster. That was definitely a situation where they would not rest until they were dead. In the entire Snow Sword Sect, who else but him could deal with a nascent soul-old monster? But after being stunned for a moment, Yu Taizong quickly reacted. This person in front of him was not an outsider. After all, Xue Jianfeng was once a representative figure of the Snow Sword Sect. As a great elder, he had seen him several times and could not completely not recognize him. Elder Yu, you've come out of seclusion? Xue Jianfeng also reacted and quickly corrected himself. His strength was only at the bottom of the early-stage nascent soul realm, but this person in front of him was a true mid-stage nascent soul realm expert. How would he dare to be the slightest bit disrespectful? You are Xue Jianfeng? What's going on? How did you suddenly become a peak early-stage nascent soul realm expert? Yu Taizong was dumbfounded. In less than 2 years, he had gone from Foundation establishment great perfection to nascent soul realm peak. This kind of thing really overturned his worldview. Normal people would not be able to accept it. This is a long story. There are some fortuitous encounters that ordinary people can't imagine. Of course, the most important thing is still my own extraordinary talent. I'll tell Elder Yu in detail in the future. Xue Jianfeng evaded the important and dwelled on the trivial. Super talent? Yu Taizong didn't hide his suspicions at all. Xue Jianfeng's natural endowments were indeed not bad, but in his eyes, he was far from being nature-defying. At least he couldn't be compared to Bing Wuqing. What kind of nature-defying opportunity did this brat get? Let's not talk about this first. Elder Yu, our Snow Sword School is in big trouble. Xue Jianfeng rolled his eyes and pretended to be anxious. What big trouble? Yu Taizong was originally prepared to question Xue Jianfeng. But his attention was immediately diverted. After taking a look at Xue Jianfeng's left arm, he asked in a deep voice, "You were injured by someone?" To be able to injure Xue Jianfeng, an existence at the peak of the early nascent soul realm, that person's strength absolutely could not be underestimated no matter how one looked at it. If they were not careful, it might be a great crisis that could lead to the annihilation of their clan. Yes, the one who injured me was the newly emerged immemorial grandmaster of the Blue Cloud clan in the North Island. This person is called Lin Yi. He colluded with the traitorous disciples of our Snow Sword School, Lung Lung and Bing Wuqing. Not only did they find an opportunity to injure me, but they also worked from the inside and outside to control the entire sect. Xue Jianfeng took the opportunity to fan the flames. His plan was very simple. Since he couldn't defeat Lin Yi, then he might as well provoke this peak of the middle nascent soul realm Yu Taizong into action. It would be best if he won, but there was no loss if he lost. There's actually such a thing. Yu Taizong fell for it as expected. Hearing that, he was instantly enraged. There was actually someone who dared to collude with the traitorous disciples to control the Snow Sword School. How could this be tolerated? However, before Xue Jianfeng could rejoice, Yu Taizong immediately retracted his anger. Looking him up and down, he said in an unfathomable tone, "You can't be deceiving this old man, right? How could that be? Whether what I said is true or false, with Elder Yu's intelligence, you only need to go down and casually walk around. What's the point of me lying to you here?" Xue Jianfeng said without changing his expression. "Is that so?" Yu Taizong was skeptical. After all, he was an old monster who had become shrewd with age. No matter how good Xue Jianfeng's expression was, he could not hide some extremely minute flaws. However, Yu Taizong could also feel that the other party's words were half true and half false. At least he could be sure that the strength of that Blue Cloud clan in the North Island, Lin Yi, was definitely not to be underestimated. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to injure Xue Jianfeng's arm. It's absolutely true. If this goes on, our Snow Sword School will completely fall into the hands of outsiders. You, the pillar of stability, must not ignore this. Xue Jianfeng hurriedly advised. Even if it's really as you said, I'm afraid I'm also powerless right now. Yu Taizong laughed bitterly. If he heard these words under normal circumstances, regardless of whether it was true or false, he would definitely go down the mountain to verify it. But now was really not the time. Xue Jianfeng suddenly choked. In fact, he was not so naive as to think that he could completely bluff Yu Taizong with just a few words. In his plan, as long as Yu Taizong went down the mountain and saw him, he would definitely fight with Lin Yi. After all, no matter what, it was an undeniable fact that Lin Yi had interfered with the internal affairs of the Snow Sword School. It was also a fact that he had colluded with Lung Lung and Bing Wuqing. And in the eyes of the people in charge of the school, either one of these two things was an unforgivable felony. Why? Xue Jianfeng asked unwillingly. It was rare for a fighter to come to his door. He did not want to let it go so easily. Because I've just come out of seclusion. Yu Taizong glanced at him. Isn't this just right? Let Elder Yu exercise your hands and feet, and let everyone have a good look at your newly increased strength? Xue Jianfeng still did not give up. The problem is that my seclusion this time failed. Not only did I not advance to the next level, but I also suffered a not light backlash. Yu Taizong shook his head with a bitter smile. He had already been in seclusion for a full 3 years. The effort he had put in was not little. His goal was to break through to the late nascent soul stage. But the result was that he failed to break through and was injured by the backlash. It really made him feel depressed and want to vomit blood. Although he had not met Lin Yi face to face, since the other party could cripple Xue Jianfeng's left arm, it could be imagined that his strength must be above the peak of the early nascent soul stage. Even the most conservative would be the middle nascent soul stage. With his current state, he might not be able to gain an advantage, and might even suffer a big loss. The older one was, the more they cherished their life. Yu Taizong was a typical example. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he would absolutely not take any risks. Chapter 5380. Of course he could lie through his teeth, but how could it be easy to deceive an old fox like Yu Taizong? If he was not careful, it would backfire on him. If Yu Taizong saw him as an enemy with ulterior motives, then he would be screwed. The Linny you mentioned is from the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island? I haven't heard of him before. Yu Taitsong frowned and asked. There was no need for Xue Jianfeng to continue to sow discord. From the moment he heard that Linny had intervened in the Snow Sword sect, they were basically destined to be enemies. He was originally a primordial spirit left in the secular world. Because of this experience in the secular world, he had the opportunity to return to the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. In just a few months, he had already killed Chanjiu, the highest elder, and became the real new master of the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island. Now he wants to extend his hand into our Snow Sword sect. This guy's ambition is not ordinary. Xue Jianfeng explained while continuing to add oil to the fire. He knew from the beginning that Chanjiu was killed by Lin Yi. After all, Chanjiu was the source of his strength. But from what Chen Dongqing and Lu Pingan said, Chanjiu was killed by Lin Yi, so he did not take it to heart. Otherwise, he would not dare to show off in front of Lin Yi even if he was beaten to death. Unfortunately, it was too late to know now. His left arm was crippled. Preposterous. Yu Taitsong was provoked again. Because he failed to break through to the late Yuanying stage, he was already full of anger. At this time it was easier to be irritable. But it was limited to irritation, not to the extent of losing his mind. In fact, Xue Jianfeng's words were self-defeating. If Yu Taitsong still had doubts about Lin Yi's strength, then when he heard that Chanjiu was killed by Lin Yi, the last bit of doubt suddenly disappeared without a trace. It should be known that he had dealt with Chanjiu of the Blue Cloud sect of the North Island many times, and was well aware of Chanjiu's strength. Although Yu Taitsong's current strength was far above Chanjiu's, in terms of Yuanying Old Monster's experience, Chanjiu was much deeper than him. Back when he was still at the peak of the Gold Core realm, Chanjiu was already a well-known nascent Soul Realm Old Monster. Now that he had surpassed Chanjiu, other than proving that Chanjiu's aptitude and opportunities were not as good as his, it also proved that Chanjiu's foundation was absolutely sufficient. In the entire primordial underworld, if Chanjiu claimed to be number 2 in the early nascent Soul Realm, no one would dare to claim to be number 1. The likes of Xue Jianfeng simply couldn't be compared to him. Since this Lin Yi, who he had never met before, was able to kill Chanjiu, then his strength was at least at the middle stage of Yuanying. There was no doubt about this point, and he might even be stronger than this. Especially since this guy was an ambitious person, then he, Yu Taitsong, could not rashly leave the mountain at this time. At the very least, he had to wait until his injuries were healed. After waiting for a long time, seeing that Yu Taitsong didn't continue after saying preposterous, Xue Jianfeng was instantly dumbfounded. Frowning, he glanced at this grand elder and said, "Elder Yu, you wouldn't be afraid, right?" "Nonsense." Yu Taitsong couldn't help blushing, glaring. This old man is a dignified middle-stage Yuanying expert. Looking at the entire primordial underworld, the number of people that can defeat this old man can be counted on one's fingers. Why would I be afraid of an insignificant nobody? Then you are. Although Xue Jianfeng didn't say anything unpleasant, his expression had already explained everything. But that expression had already explained everything. Within the suspicion there was clear disdain. Being looked at with such a gaze, anyone would be enraged, let alone Yu Taitsong, who had always been high and mighty. However, Yu Taitsong ultimately still endured. Everything cannot be impulsive, one must think thrice before acting. This old man is currently injured. If I rashly go down, other than putting myself in a passive position, there is no benefit. As you said, this Lin Yi won't start a massacre at my Snow Sword sect for a while. Why don't we wait for a while, and wait for this old man to recover before leaving the mountain? Then when do we have to wait? Xue Jianfeng couldn't help but frown. Things can be done slowly. In any case, you are now a peak early Yuanying expert. Why don't you even have this little bit of patience? Yu Taitsong looked at him with some dissatisfaction. He paused and said, "According to what you said just now, that Lin Yi wants to dip his fingers into Snow Sword sect, he won't leave for a while. What's the harm in waiting for a month or so?" This. Xue Jianfeng choked. He couldn't help but think that he had miscalculated. If he had known earlier, he would have changed to a more urgent way of speaking. He was very clear that Lin Yi definitely wouldn't have the leisure to dip his fingers into Snow Sword sect. If he waited for a month or so before leaving the mountain, he would have long disappeared. What? Don't tell me you have something to hide from this old man? Yu Taitsong said suspiciously. He was originally a fellow who had become shrewd with age. His vigilance was naturally unquestionable. Although Xue Jianfeng could be considered as someone on his side, suddenly becoming a peak early Yuanying was really full of strangeness. With Yu Taitsong's suspicious nature, it wouldn't be easy for Xue Jianfeng to completely gain his trust. No, absolutely not. Xue Jianfeng jumped in fright. If he were to fall out with Yu Taitsong, he wouldn't have a good ending. He quickly changed the topic and said, "Actually, I know of a good place. Not only can it let Elder Yu quickly recover from your injuries, it can also let you advance a level in a short period of time." "What place?" Yu Taitsong was startled, his expression showing some disbelief. "Speaking of this, in less than 2 years I broke through from foundation perfection all the way to today's peak early Yuanying. Elder Yu, don't you think it's strange?" Xue Jianfeng said with a flash of inspiration. "Of course it's strange." Yu Taitsong's interest was instantly aroused. His first question just now was about this matter. It was just that Xue Jianfeng had laughed it off temporarily. Looking at his posture, could it be that this brat was willing to say the real reason? "The reason is very simple. It's because I joined an unfathomably powerful organization. It's precisely by relying on the organization's power that I completed my current world-shaking transformation." Xue Jianfeng's tone was filled with pride. Joining the center could be said to be a turning point in his fate. Although he couldn't avoid being controlled by the poisonous gas, compared to the supreme strength he could easily obtain, this little regret was nothing. Organization. Yu Taitsong's eyelids twitched when he heard this. His entire aura immediately became somewhat unfriendly, his tone unfathomable as he said, "You joined another organization? In other words, you've already betrayed the Snow Sword sect?" As long as one joined another organization, regardless of whether it was a sect or a family, they would naturally be seen as betraying the sect. This was an undeniable point. Chapter 5381. He had long been mentally prepared for this. Since he dared to say these words, he naturally had a certain degree of confidence in his heart. After all, through the conversation just now and his previous understanding of Yu Taitsong, this great elder was not an inflexible person who didn't know how to adapt. Oh? Then this old man will listen respectfully. Yu Taitsong was indeed just putting on a show. Clearing the house was just a slogan to deceive people's hearts. When it was needed, he would use it to shout. As for now, it clearly hadn't reached that step. With the power of the organization, since it can make me a peak early Yuanying stage expert in less than 2 years, then naturally it can also easily make Elder Yu a level higher. At that time, let alone late Yuanying stage, even the unprecedented great perfection of Yuanying stage is not impossible. "Elder Yu, don't you want to give it a try?" Xue Jianfeng tempted. Although these words were a spur-of-the-moment idea, it wasn't entirely his own idea. Before this, the bespectacled doctor had mentioned the possibility of recruiting Yu Taitsong. But firstly, this person had always been in a state of closed-door training. Secondly, this person's strength was too high. Without a suitable opportunity, it would be difficult to recruit him. Therefore, he had never tried it. Now, because of Lin Yi's pressing, it could be considered a rare opportunity. It was just right to push the boat with the current. Great perfection of Yuanying stage. These words to any Yuanying stage old monster was a fatal temptation. Yu Taitsong was naturally no exception. Especially at this juncture where he had just failed to break through to the late Yuanying stage, the impact of this temptation was almost invincible. Unsurprisingly, Yu Taitsong fell into silence. If it was anyone else who said this, he would definitely scoff at it. But Xue Jianfeng, a living example, was standing in front of him. He couldn't help but believe it. After a long while, Yu Taitsong's breathing was somewhat rough as he raised his head. "You really have a way to let this old man touch the great perfection of Yuanying stage? Of course, I have never had the habit of wasting my saliva. Right now, I am formally extending an olive branch to you on behalf of the organization. Whether or not you want to become the #1 person in the entire immemorial small Jianghu will depend on Elder Yu's decision." Xue Jianfeng was all smiles as he continued to persuade Yu Taitsong. But he was secretly calculating in his heart. If he could convince Yu Taitsong to join them this time, it would definitely be a great merit. At that time, not only would the bespectacled doctor not punish him, he would even be heavily rewarded. As for the so-called number one person of the immemorial small Jianghu, this was just to fool Yu Taizong who didn't know the inside story. When the center really grasped that technology, he, Xue Jianfeng, could become a nascent soul great perfection expert in minutes. Under focused nurturing, he might even be stronger than this. The so-called number one person was nothing. Silence again. At this time, silence in itself was already a kind of attitude. Yu Taizong was clearly moved. However, in the end, he was still an old monster with a suspicious nature. If he wanted to make Yu Taizong take the bait with just a few words, he was still lacking by a bit. Elder Yu, there is one more thing that I have to remind you of. That Lin Yi's strength is not to be underestimated. Do you know how many moves he used to turn me into this state? Xue Jianfeng continued to strike while the iron was hot. How many moves? Yu Taizong asked subconsciously. One move. I had no power to resist in front of him. My left arm was forced to be crippled. In order to lure the other party to take the bait, Xue Jianfeng spoke the rare truth this time. He smiled bitterly. Although your strength is much stronger than mine, to tell you the truth, even if you completely recover your strength at the peak of the middle nascent soul stage, you still may not be that Lin Yi's opponent. At that time, no matter what you do, you will have to look at an outsider's face. Can you bear it or not? Is this true? Yu Taizong immediately sucked in a breath of cold air, easily finishing off a peak early nascent soul stage expert in one move, and moreover making the other party unable to resist. Even if he recovered to his peak state, he still wouldn't be able to do it. Absolutely true, you will know once you ask. Xue Jianfeng spoke with certainty. Although family scandals should not be spread, this matter had after all happened in public. There were too many people who knew, and Yu Taizong was not one of them. In this way, the last line of defense in Yu Taizong's heart finally loosened. On one hand, there was the temptation of a nascent soul stage expert, and on the other hand, there was the unfathomable threat of Lin Yi. There was no use for him to continue staying on the snowy peak. After all, what was the use of recuperating? Alright, this old man agrees. Yu Taizong quickly made a decision. Great, let's go down the mountain quietly now. I will bring you to my superior. Xue Jianfeng was instantly overjoyed. This time he could finally atone for his mistake. Coming down from the snowy peak, the two concealed their auras and quietly left the territory of the Snow Sword faction, heading straight for Luo Mountain. The entire Snow Sword faction was completely unaware of this. As for Lin Yi, he was personally treating Bing Wuqing's injuries. Previously, when she was in seclusion, she was ambushed by Xue Jianfeng. Bing Wuqing's injuries were too serious. This was no longer something that could be cured with a recover pill. If it was not treated carefully, it was very likely that there would be repercussions. Fortunately, Lin Yi was here. This little injury was nothing to him. After the treatment, Bing Wuqing went into seclusion again. With the effects of the supreme-grade condensing nascent pill, she quickly advanced to the next level and became a peak early nascent soul stage expert. In this way, he once again stepped on Xue Jianfeng. With the gap between their innate talents and foundations, it was impossible for Xue Jianfeng to be a match for him at the same level. There was no doubt about this. Bing Wuqing's successful advancement made Lin Yi feel slightly relieved. He had been accompanying Lung Lung all this while. Other than the first few days when the two of them had fun, it was Lin Yi who guided Lung Lung in her cultivation. It was not just about the realm level, but more importantly, the development of the Shattered Ice physique. After all, the two trump cards, including the prison drawing and the Shattered Ice prison mirror, were developed by Lin Yi's help. Of course, with Lung Lung's level of comprehension, she could explore on her own. However, she did not have Lin Yi's experience and vision, so it was inevitable that she would take some detours. Moreover, it was difficult to see any immediate results in a short period of time. Therefore, even if there was some suspicion of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm, Lin Yi still took the job of guiding and coaching her step by step. The center was watching covetously, and it was impossible for him to stay by Lung Lung's side all the time. Finding a way to improve Lung Lung's strength as much as possible was the only way. However, even so, Lung Lung's strength could not be improved to a level where she could truly protect herself in a short period of time, especially when facing an opponent like Xue Jianfeng who was in the nascent soul stage. She really did not have many choices. It could only be said that she had Bing Wuqing by her side to take care of her. Unless the other party had some explosive improvement in strength, Bing Wuqing's current strength should be enough.